punish anyone who looks at its face with a
Har du tagit sig
horrific
noget?
fate.
Okay.
SCP-096 is a mysterious creature, not only because it destroys anyone who sees what it truly looks like. No one is entirely certain where it came from, what exactly it is, or why it reacts so violently to being perceived. There are, however, several theories as to the Shy Guy's origin, and none of them are particularly cheerful. Some suggest an experiment gone wrong. Others believe it to be the last remaining member of an unknown species of mountain-dwelling humanoids. But one theory about SCP-096's origin stands out as particularly tragic in nature. In this story, SCP-096 was not always a long-limbed, pale beast cowering in the corner and hiding its face from the world. It was once an ordinary man, like anyone you might pass on the street. He was someone's son, someone's friend, a person with hopes, dreams, and passions. A human being who, through anomalous circumstances beyond his control, was made into a monster. Many years ago, there was a mountaineer named Jack. All his adult life, he had been obsessed with reaching higher and higher peaks, climbing every mountain he could in order to test his limits, pit himself against the power of nature, and bask in the sweet reward that was the view from the top. It began as a sport, a way to build up strength while taking in incredible natural beauty, but over time, as he conquered increasingly difficult challenges, it became an obsession. Like every obsession eventually does, climbing mountains began to take over his life, driving everything else away. He struggled to hold down a job, his marriage fell apart, and his relationships to his friends and family became increasingly distant and strained. Still, he couldn't bring himself to care much. He spent his alone time in the wilderness, or every so often embarking on trips with other mountaineers. Whether he was going at it solo or working with others, he was living for the climb. Over the years, he took on Cerro Torre in Argentina, the Eiger in Switzerland, and Denali in Alaska. He especially enjoyed climbing in extreme cold, braving the ice and snow as he embarked on his climbs. The few fellow mountaineers he kept up with gave him the nickname Jack Frost. After years of refining his craft, building his strength, he set his sights on the highest mountain in the world, his personal white whale, Mount Everest itself. It was one of the deadliest climbs in the world, with its staggering height, storms, and frozen graveyard of fallen climbers dotting the snowy surface. But he was determined. He would not join the ranks of the fallen, but instead be one of the victorious that reached the top of Everest and came back down in one piece. He could feel it in his bones. Jack arrived in Nepal with a pack full of climbing equipment, the best boots money could buy, and layers upon layers of clothing to keep himself warm on the journey to the summit. He lowered his goggles over his eyes, summoned his courage, and prepared for the incredibly difficult climb. The cold seeped into his core. The winds nipped at his face, numbing his nose and leaching through his gloves and boots as he went. But Jack pressed on. He welcomed the sensation, the bite of it. It was a reminder that he was still here, that he was still alive. As long as he could feel the pain, he knew he was all right. He knew that it was when the cold faded away, turned to paradoxical feelings of warmth and sleepiness, that a mountaineer was truly in trouble. As he navigated the harsh mountain landscape, Jack occasionally let his eyes drift off course, taking in the sights around him. He could see shocks of blue, green, and red, the distant bright colors of boots, jackets, and hats belonging to the fallen climbers that came before him. Those who collapsed from exhaustion, who gave in to altitude sickness or succumbed to the cold. Memento
Ah!
mori.
Oh! 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 Hey Google, tænd lyset på 100%, tak. Arigato.
said softly to himself. These frozen bodies represented that ever-present reminder of mortality, of death lurking just out of sight. It would not come for him, though. Not today. Not on this journey. He wouldn't let it. The hours blurred together within the crunch of the ice beneath his boots, the dig of climbing hooks into the earth, the tug of his trusty ropes as he ascended ever higher. Jack came to a stop. There was no next step to take, nowhere higher that he could go. He had reached the summit. The white whale was captured, and Everest was his. For the very first time, he was truly on top of the world. Now that he had made it to the highest point, there was the all-important task of climbing back down. At this altitude, he was still in the death zone, the place where human acclimatization was impossible. This was the tricky part, the point at which even the most experienced of climbers might get lost in the euphoria of the achievement and might let their attention slip. Any mistake during his descent, any misstep, could be the thing that cost him his life. There was no room for error and no time to waste. Just as Jack prepared to make his descent, he saw a figure pulling itself over the ridge. From a distance, it looked like a fellow climber. He noticed the curious lack of equipment and the way the person seemed to be making their way up the mountain with nothing but their hands. But perhaps they lost their pack or left it behind for some reason. The figure was dressed in all white, from their hood to their boots, with a large pair of black mountain goggles covering what little of their face wasn't concealed by the hood. Uncertain if the figure was in need of assistance, and surprised to see another soul on the mountain with him, Jack waved at the figure. "Everything okay?" he called. There was no response, but the figure turned to look at him. At least, he thought it was looking at him. He couldn't see its eyes through the goggles, but he felt the distinct sensation of it locking its gaze with his just the same. As soon as the figure turned to look at him, Jack began to feel strange. The pain, the sharp sensation of the cold that he relied on to ground himself and remember he was really here, began to blur around the edges. The feeling softened, melting away along with the ache in his muscles, the bleariness in his eyes, the dry mouth that had nagged at him for hours. He felt unbalanced, unmoored, a ship with no anchor. He couldn't explain why, but the sudden relief from the cold made his chest tighten with primal terror. He did not feel like one man encountering another on the mountain. He felt the way he had years ago, when he came face to face with a mountain lion, staring down a predator, and remembering all of a sudden that humans do not naturally sit at the top of the food chain. This figure, this thing, it was no man. It was no person. Jack prepared to continue his descent, to get away from the strange intruder as quickly as possible, but his feet would not obey him. His eyes could not break contact with the figure in white that was slowly beginning to advance toward him, one slow step at a time. It was in no hurry. It knew he was not going anywhere anytime soon. He trembled as the figure drew closer, its inscrutable face hidden beneath its hood and behind its goggles. He wished he could just see its face, but dreaded learning what secrets it was hiding. If only he could just unstick his feet from the earth, break free of this spell that had fallen over him, he could escape. But no matter how much his muscles strained, how he gritted his teeth with effort, he couldn't get away. As the entity came closer, the cold snapped back into his body, but something was different. It was heightened, like every icy breeze and freezing wind layered on top of itself, hardening his muscles to rock, crystallizing the very blood in his veins. He felt as if his fingers, if he tried to wriggle them, would snap off and fall to the ground. His eyes thrummed in their sockets, his lungs stretched to hold on to each breath as the cold constricted its fist around his chest. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice died in his throat, coming out in a weak whisper of air. Now the thing was close enough to touch him, and whatever force had been holding him still and upright released him. It was as if he were a marionette suspended in the air, and the puppeteer released his strings at once. He crumpled to the snow-covered ground in a heap, his cheek pressed into the earth, his eyes trained helplessly on the still advancing figure. His lip formed the word, "please," though he could not tell exactly what he was begging for. His life? His freedom? A painless death, perhaps? He struggled to push himself to his feet, but all the strength had gone out of his limbs. He could barely lift his arm, let alone handle the weight of his whole body. The thing shaped like a man was right above him, glowering down through those opaque goggles. He still could not see its eyes, but somehow he could feel the way it was looking at him. Hatred was radiating off of it, disdain and pure, unadulterated malice. Then it tilted its head to the side thoughtfully, and Jack's mind was overwhelmed with images. He felt the phantom sensation of sunlight on his skin and springy green grass beneath his bare feet. He could see, clear as day in his mind's eye, a forest in the middle of summer, dewdrops sparkling on the petals of wildflowers blowing in a gentle, sweet breeze. Then he felt sand between his toes, smelled the sea breeze, felt the comfort and contentment of a nap on the beach. It was not offering these things to him, but something like them, something like peace. It was offering him a gift, but he didn't want it. He couldn't take it. He was Jack Frost, damn it. He thrived in the cold, the hardship. He didn't want some warm, sleepy fade out of existence. If he went out, it would be on his terms, doing the thing he had dedicated his life to. If he were going to lose his life, he wouldn't roll over and just give it up. It would need to be pried from his frozen hands. With every last bit of strength, he twisted his head away from the entity's gaze, covering his face with his hands. It grabbed at him, shaking his shoulders, trying to force him to uncover his face and meet its gaze once more. But he didn't budge. He wouldn't. He couldn't. Then he felt the energy shift as it realized he had refused the gift, that he would not welcome the paradoxical feelings of heat and security, and slip away as it was asking him to. But it was not a victory. He swore he could hear a voice in his mind say, "Very well. You wish to be part of the mountain. I will make it so." The world went white as Jack's eyes rolled back in his head, his spine curving back until it snapped. His jaw cracked and distended, his arms and legs stretched out long and twisted, his body contorted at unnatural angles as the entity began to rearrange his very being. As the agony ripped through him, snapping his bones and tearing his muscles, Jack kept his face cradled in his hands. He remained in that position even as he cried, his voice hoarse, as the pure fear and pain overwhelmed his senses, until he forgot his own name, forgot he was ever a man at all. When Jack was no more, when something else sat there in his place, pale and shivering, body racked with sobs, the king of the mountain turned and left him there, alone with his misery. Still, he would not uncover his face. He would not let himself be vulnerable, and would not look up. Days later, a group of mountaineers reached the summit of Everest and spotted a hairless figure crouched in the snow, weeping softly. "Are you all right?" one of them asked. The figure lifted its head slowly and locked eyes with the strangers. Its eyes widened in horror, its mouth stretched impossibly wide in a wordless scream of rage and hurt, and with nothing human left in its mind or heart, SCP-096 took its very first victim. Now go check out SCP-096 Shine.
Mr. Beast surpassed 100 million subscribers recently, which means YouTube gave him their red diamond play button as a reward. It's pretty cool, I guess, but I think I can do better. I'm a 3D artist, and with the help of my friend Tristan, I've made some of the world's best play buttons for YouTubers like Dude Perfect and Mr. Beast. But designing something to compete with a multi-billion-dollar company is still insanity. Despite all that, a few months ago, I pulled a couple all-nighters, and this is what I came up with. It's a 3D Mr. Beast head that's been decimated into a jagged shape with a liquid venom blob holding it up and authentic red diamond eyes. Big play buttons used to be customized to the person it was meant for, and I think this design brings it back in a big way. Even so, I was kind of hoping I wouldn't have to make this because there's so many ridiculously complex parts that it would take months to make and probably drive me to levels of insanity I have never experienced in my life. On top of that, these red diamonds are made in France, and they aren't exactly giving them away to whichever crusty Minecraft YouTuber looking guy that comes knocking, right? But looking at at my track record, I could probably figure something out, even if it does cost me an arm and a leg and my house and several $1,000s. And so, against my better judgment, I logged into Twitter. That was the biggest mistake, to be honest. Have you seen that place? And I posted my work for the world to see. And boy did they see it. More people saw that video than currently occupy the country of Ireland. And one of those people just so happened to be Mr. Beast himself, who personally asked me to build it in real life. Before I can make this out of metal, I have to make sure of two things. One, it looks decent in real life, and two, it's stable enough to hold its own weight. I made some scaled down pieces to test this, and it turns out this shape is impossible, so I added a little stem on the back to hold up the rest. Problem solved, right? Wrong. Very wrong, in fact. You see, Mr. Beast's 100 million play button will be made of 4 main pieces: the head, the jaw, the blob, I guess, and of course the base. Some of these pieces are pretty simple, but others not so much. I can't just slap this blob on a CNC mill because not only would that waste thousands of dollars of material, I don't think I can even order a block of aluminum that big. Carving is off the table, so what does that leave us with? Casting. This ancient process of pouring metal into an empty mold has been around since houses didn't cost you your liver, and it's still being used to this very day. But in order to make a mold, you have to already have a life-size model ready to go. Mr. Beast probably wouldn't be too happy with a play button the size of a Skylander, so I have to find something else besides this 3D printer. What did I come up with, you may be asking? A bigger 3D printer. I still need
Hvad? Hvad skal vi hen have? Hold lidt til chips. Hvad fanden, Mikkel? Der hvor han lige går, så vil du ikke hen. Og nu skal du bliver der bare og chips med dig. Ja. Logia. Nå. Ja, no, det kan godt være, han har skrevet sådan. I don't know. Hej. Kommer du ind, Mega? Nå, var du så ude i Aalborg?
Nej.
Hvad fanden? Hvad skulle du også
Det,
derude, altså?
hvad?
Hvad skulle du også derude?
Det ved jeg ikke.
Vi har ikke så mange... Hvis vi ikke skulle have tandlægen i den her måned, så ville jeg nok tage mig ud, så kunne jeg købe et eller andet, men, you know, jeg helst ikke bruge mine penge for, at jeg arbejder til tandlægen og forlade alt.
You're just a big fat pig.
Ja, det siger din mor også.
Mm. Hun siger også, du er i senden.
Damn. Så må, hun var ret jo, hun har masser af experience.
Sorry.
Ja.
Mm.
Det gør jeg. No, 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 come on. No, 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 come on, come on, come on. No, 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 no,
Dead ass, dead fucking ass.
didn't really have to ask. Treat me like a stranger. I asked that ask. Oh yeah, yeah. Treat me like an oh. I have to oh. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know.
Hello,
Hello?
bitch.
What's up, brah?
Bitch.
What's up, brah?
Bitch.
The bone.
Bitch. Bitch.
Bitch.
What's up, snaps?
Bruh.
Vi mangler bare dig, Christian.
Den er døj med at starte lige nu.
Hvad fanden, mand? Det er ligesom din mave, den døjer med at starte.
Mhm.
Jeg så en på TikTok, han spiste kun kød i 30 dage, og åbenbart det gjorde rimelig godt for ham, hans mave og hans hud og sådan noget.
Ja, en vis mængde.
Ja, det er nok ikke, fordi han var superhuman bagefter, men
Der er nogen, der siger, at man er dødt på de her tøddiet, men
jeg tror ikke, det
Det
er for alle
handler meget
personer.
omkring
Jo.
ikke at spise særlig meget, jo.
Nej, han gik på et kød. Nå, altså, han gik hen og spiste bare sådan, meget af det, han spiser, sådan noget broth. Det er det der, når man tager kød, og så bare sådan, laver det til suppe nærmest, bare sådan koger det til suppe nærmest. Det så ikke særlig godt ud, at han
jamen, så
spiste.
tog han jo også meget fedtet ud, så
Smagte
Ja, ja.
godt.
Altså, han siger, det smager nok ikke fantastisk alle dage,
det er ligesom ham der, har set ham der levertin, eller hvad han hedder.
ja,
Ja.
Der er også mange, der siger, han er fake.
men det er blevet
Man
kommet
har
ud af,
fundet ud af, at han er fake, fordi der var en e-mail, der blev leaked.
Jo, men de siger jo også, at
han er steroider. Han var steroider.
og han siger, at du kan se, når dem der bodybuilders, når de er på, eller har været på steroider, og deres mave, den er sådan helt udpust, og så aften popper sådan helt ud.
Ja.
Der er et eller andet, der var et eller andet, men når aften, de popper sådan ud.
Ja, men han var helt klar på steroider.
Men du kan også se, når du ser på, hans mave, det ligner lidt min også, bare med en sexpack.
Ja.
Det er jo lidt normalt.
Det ser ud som om, han har sixpacken ude på hans fedt eller noget.
Der er også ham der ejer det der fight, hvad fanden det hedder, USC, eller hvad det er.
Nå ja, han er helt klart på steroider. Det han har også sagt det publicly. Ham der, hvad han hedder, Joe Rogan eller fuck.
Jo, men ham der lever til, vil jeg aldrig på hans poster, hvor han bare siger, nej. Det er bare ulært, der hedder lever, det der.
Jeg har ikke noget med kød, men jeg kan kraftigt ikke spise det så meget.
Det er en rå. Ellers hedder løgfar.
Det er løgn.
Så er der mange af de her TikTok'er, det er bare sådan, dem er på populære rim rundt. Der er alt det eller bagved.
Det sjove er med ham der Lever King, det er, at da han blev fundet ud af, fordi der var en e-mail, der blev lækket, hvor der stod alt det, han havde taget sådan mega meget, ikke? Og han
der er 10 forskellige ting eller sådan et eller andet.
Han har jo en læge, som der hjælper ham med at tage de rigtige ting og de rigtige mængder og sådan noget, ja. Så bagefter så kom man ud med en undskyldning, quote unquote, og sagde, at det er fordi, at han så, at der var så mange unge mennesker, der slog sig selv ihjel. Og så vil han have, at de så op til noget, ikke? Eller et eller andet stil. Og så siger han sådan, bare spis det her, og så kan I komme ud til at se ud ligesom mig.
Han gjorde for the monies.
Ja, altså, det gør han helt klart.
Han
var åbenbart allerede rig, før han gjorde det. Han var på public.
Jo, man gjorde det, han fandt ud af det fame. Man ser Island Boys i det også.
Ja.
Det er de også dem, der hovedet man lige pindefedt, og nu er de broad.
Ja, de fortjener det også.
I'm an island boy. Der er sådan en anden tournament, der hedder CZBM Squats Cash Cup.
Nej, det er faktisk normalt.
Der er den, der står, at man prover en skill, eller til competitive mode. Sæt det op. Og så hver match, så får man point ved at dræbe folk, eller få en højere placement, ikke? Og så bagefter det, så kan man så kommer man til at spille igen, hvor man kan spille mod folk, der er den samme level, hvis de kommer højere eller mindre, eller fuck.
Der er også en, det der med alle de der diamond og fade i det også. Der er også en, jeg det nu, jeg tror han er fade, men han er bare alt for mange diamond på sådan, weird.
Ja, det er ham der med den maskine der biver.
Ja, men du kan se, at på alle videoer, han sidder og står op og ned på den der.
Ja.
Jeg tror bare, han laver pis med dem der.
Jamen, der er noget med de her diamond tester, hvis man sætter direkte på aluminium eller sådan noget, og så så går den også over.
Jo, men det har man også noget med, hvor den står.
Ja.
Fordi bare mærke det der island point, det var på dit Paul. De vil selv, og så er der indstillet på, hvad det skal stå på.
Mm.
Der er også noget med, hvad den står på, for den slår ud, ja.
Ja. Det er sådan weird shit.
Men jeg tror også, hvad fanden var der de der tendenser til også, at mange af de der populære, selvom de har mange penge, når de faktisk paid watch it og sådan noget på.
Ja. Man har jo ikke blevet ved med at have mange penge, hvis man bruger dem.
Ja, men på nogle af dem, hvad de der uger, de også toster, altså, de siger.
Ja. Vil du have sådan en lur, hvis du nogensinde bliver så rig?
Nej.
Nej. Jeg har min telefon, den er nok ude til mig.
Hvis jeg nogensinde køber sådan en ur, så vil jeg bare til lidt i pindstab, tror der er et dår med, mand.
Ja. Det ved du. Det ved du, din fucking bitch. Noget af det, vi glemmer, man kan gøre meget, tror jeg, det er, at man kan slide.
Man kan slide. Nå ja. Så vi går ned med det samme.
Kan vi godt.
Ja. Det jeg glemmer er, at man kan... Okay.
Sure.
Men den er lige over i den der.
Hvis det er en fin måde at så Fortnite på.
Hvordan skal du Fortnite?
Fortnite.
Ah. Eller fuck
Jeg lægger aldrig
men
mærke
ja.
til, om folk skriver forkert vej. Der er et andet team på den her.
Jeg finder dem.
Jeg lægger helvede til lige nu.
Igen, mand. Stop mig ikke bare det er, jeg skal, kommer ind.
The fuck?
Hvornår stopper den med sådan noget?
Der rammer nogen.
Det er en down.
Ah, fuck boys. Help me.
Kommer. Der er en af jer også. Der er en bag jer.
Men har du ikke haft dem der, mand?
Ja. Han døde med det samme, ham der.
Jeg tænker, siden du kastede den, tænker jeg sådan, jeg er fucking død nu, for jeg var en fucking granat lige ved siden af mig.
Og nede under huset,
Jeg tror
man, der
ikke,
læser sådan en, du vil tage.
Jeg tror ikke, de
Eller
kan...
finde folk.
Jeg tror ikke, de
Nej,
kan
de kan ikke skade ens teammates.
Nå ja, hvor?
Ja, der.
Under huset her. Det her hus her.
Under huset.
Og jeg har nok tænkt at leve til at dræbe folk. Forhåbentlig. Jo, der er også noget skjold herinde.
Hæftigt irriterende skærm. Så at man lige har fundet nogle tænder, man lige har åbnet en tisse, så tager man løber i rummet og tager alt den fra.
Ja, det har jeg også mærket det.
Hvordan har taget din egen fra din tænd?
Ja, det tænker jeg også. Jeg tager nogle af de egen kister, og den kommer op.
Og så er der en bite nu at bruge den der hammer på det rigtige tidspunkt.
Nej, det synes jeg var fint nok, for jeg synes hammeren var sjov at bruge det hele taget. Jeg er lidt ligeglad om han bruger den, hvordan han bruger den, men
Der er telefonringer.
i virkeligheden,
Nej, herinde.
det er også virkeligheden der. Immortal She.
Jeg har været pistachienødder.
Pistache.
Når jeg lige trådte på et eller andet med dig, Metal.
Nå, det
Og der
er
er en fyr, der kommer hen mod os.
de der, hvad hedder det, missioner, eller de
Kan
der
jeg se,
ting
der
der.
er vi har en mission lige ved siden af.
Hvad mere er du?
Kan jeg se, vi
det
har
er
mission?
manden der, ja.
Ja,
Det er-
da han
det var
bevægede
ret
sig,
tydeligt.
bevægede sig lidt længere hen mod os lige før.
Mm.
Jeg har lige været pistachienødder.
Ja, det er fair nok. Kan du
Det
se,
finder
hvor
ham
der
der.
var den?
Nej, jeg kan ikke se ham, nej. Immortal She. The hell was that? Nå.
Down med en.
Hvor er den henne?
Ja,
det var hende.
han døde.
Du kan tage sengen med, den er under den der.
Ja.
Hvem dræbte ham?
Maybe, ja.
Nej, men hun står FK, så...
Ah,
Men hun står FK indtil at dræbe hende, så bedre hun sig en lille smule, men...
Hey, der er en ny en
Hun
herinde.
døde ikke med det
Martin.
samme.
Der er sådan en herinde med det der.
stå ikke. Altså, har du
Der er nogen
har
her.
du skjold, Christian? Du kan tage.
Der er nogen over mig. Jeg dæmmer mig herinde under. Så må du hjælpe med det.
Jeg kommer, jeg skulle lige sætte den her, ja.
Oh my
Der var
god.
den.
Jeg er død. Du er nødt til at gøre det, hjælp os. Det er 4 personer. Hvordan er det 4 personer? Nå, det er fordi,
Der
de
er
har
på
en
den
bot.
ene navn.
De har en bot.
Jeg kommer op, han er...
Begge mig tænker lige ved siden af den anden. Ja, jo, Christian og mig tænker lige ved siden af den, så.
Så hvad jeg sagde, er, at jeg bare skal holde mig ud af sygen, indtil der er et...
Ja, det er jo en dårlig idé. Hvad mener du?
Hvordan fanden jeg bestiget, vi spiller videre?
Okay. Det er den ask.
Ah, det er lige vent simpelthen dør, vel så.
Du gemmer dig ikke så godt som en så person.
Ej, det tror jeg ikke nok. Er der nogen derinde, tror jeg?
Ja. Du kan hoppe over tingene, right?
Definitely top pin. Fact of the matter is, you can put all your pins on it.
Christian, please. Nå, skal vi se om der er en anden vej, den vej. Du kan gå derhen. Du kan også gå ud af, I guess, nu.
Eller lige ind.
Der, du kan den der.
Kommer.
Der er ikke den, der er... Der er ikke den her vej.
Nej, der løber
ja,
skider.
der er en der i vejen, men den er udenfor.
Nej, det er udenfor.
Men det er også fint.
Nej, jeg venter med at skide til vi er.
Ja, der er du
Ja,
ikke
Marco,
nå,
jeg
den er på vej
skider
ind. Det er på vej ind. Du går derhen. Så
Ja.
du kan bare gå hen og skide, Grin. Der er masser af
Nå, jeg fik sådan en 5 poser kanel lige så.
5 poser?
Mhm.
Har du spist det i dag?
Nej,
Nå, okay, jeg skulle sige, hvad for købte
jeg
du?
har været lidt holde pæne nu.
Nå, okay. Jo, jeg skulle sige, hvis du har spist det, så er det klart, du skal ud og skide. Jamen, der er sådan set, du kan løbe hurtigt med.
De er faktisk gode, de
lækker en lille smule.
Nej, der er ikke andre, der er lækker.
Ja,
Hvad?
de er dårlige.
Ja, de
Ja,
er.
jeg guess, de er
Bare
okay.
for den lyre.
Det er okay, jeg synes faktisk ikke, de er verdens bedste. Det er ikke min, det er ikke min yndlings.
Jeg plejer sådan at købe med, at de får tilbud som 10 af en pose og sådan noget.
Jeg plejer aldrig at købe dem, så. Jeg vil hellere have et tips eller slik eller...
Okay.
Hvad er den første år, som pose bliver man ved med at æde? Metal jubler Honda.
Nej, ja, vi fik lige den. Vi fik lige... Der var en, der dræbte ham fyren, som vi æder.
Mm.
Og der er der! Hvordan fuck dør hun ikke? Hvor meget liv har hun?
Den døde hun ikke.
Hun er i
Du ramte
hovedet,
hende,
der
slå
får
borg
vi
120 to den.
Ja, men det er fordi, man har de her 50 ting der jo. De her 50.
Nej, jeg vil lige op og skyde.
Ja, jeg går lige ved tømmernes lobby. Okay. Immortal She. Oh my god, man, det er fucking gay det der.
Fuck,
Hvordan
skud,
døde
hun
hun
ikke
ikke?
er ude, mand. Kunne du ikke lige lade mig leve op imens det?
Ja, det er der, man skal have proximity chat, sådan at...
Sure.
Ja. Shut that up. Så du, at Soup han reacted to card knocks?
Ja, jeg så ikke helt, men jeg så godt, når han gjorde det. Så. Det var sjovt.
Det er du skal vi lige se, om har du samme indstilling som mig? Mega.
Jo.
Så du
Nej,
lager.
jeg lavede kun i starten, fordi at den ikke har lånt ind, tror jeg, men det er godt sikkert alligevel.
Ja, okay. Display.
Full screen.
Full screen.
Ja, det er fint.
Unlimited.
Nej, lad mig sige det.
Okay.
144 Direct 11 har jeg taget på.
Okay. Ja, det har jeg også.
Okay. 101 gange off, 5 off.
Ja.
Autoset, custom, open website, TAA, custom, 100%.
Ja.
Off, far low.
Far low, ja.
Off.
Ja.
Low.
Ja.
On, off.
Ja.
Den sidste der er ikke den Nvidia Reflex Low Latency, ikke?
Ja.
Den siger sådan, Nvidia Low Latency reduces system latency i GPU's bound scenarios, ikke? Men den GPU'en er altid mega lavt nede på det spil her.
I don't know what the fuck.
Så hvis det var, der var en, der havde Nvidia Reflex Low Latency, hvor det var for CPU, jo, det kunne være en god idé.
Så vil det ikke være Nvidia, jo.
Nej.
Så det nok være Intel, jo. I'm just a kid, and enough is enough.
And welcome to another episode of Junkyard Digs, where today I've relied on my excellent decision-making skills to purchase the rustiest square-body Chevy I think I've ever seen. Here we go again. So this is in the same building that we pulled the Daytona for Phoenix's channel and the Blazer out of. The Blazer was just on the other side of this wall. I don't know a thing about this. It's been sitting here for what appears to be 2 or 3 forevers. And someone got their money out of it. When I say this is the rustiest square body I've ever seen, I mean it. Like, there's nothing left. The cab corners are long gone. The doors there's nothing there for rocker. It is just absent. Fenders are completely gone. Motor's somehow still attached to what resembles to maybe have once been a frame. And up front, the reason we bought it really is this nice Henniker plow. Pretty much paid full price for this, and unfortunately got this part attached to it. So we're gonna see if we can get this thing to maybe spin over, maybe fire, maybe run. Definitely at least pull it out all the way now that we have a clear path. Get it on a trailer and get it back to the shop or something. Without further ado, I say we we'll grab ourselves a battery, throw it in here and see what happens. It's a shame this thing's so rusty because I think it would have been a really cool truck. It's a short bed step side 4x4 with what I'm assuming is a 350 and probably a 350 trans, but then it has some white racing stripes like around the fenders and on the hood, which are now brown rust holes, but once upon a time they were stripes.
Enough is enough.
Wow. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say the battery tray is good, but then I realized it's actually just a piece of wood. That makes more sense. Is it gonna do Chevy things and not let me put a full-size battery that everyone else used in? Yes. Dang it. We're up north. Well, let's move to the slightly more inside.
Life is
You need to ready up, goddammit!
Du er ikke ready up, for du er ikke gået til lobbyen, så...
Okay, well...
Goddamn, that!
But it does specifically nothing.
Get the red up, goddamn! Corporal!
Love
Det
is
sidste jeg har sådan
It
sagde, booster, nogle små, nogle, så er der fri. Og så fik jeg sådan en watch start, fandt den hedder.
Den er sådan lidt guldagtig på.
Mhm.
Det er pretty good.
Jeg har sådan 500 dulmenter af det her flere.
Så brug dem.
Ja, du kan bruge dem på at opgradere dit våben, eller opgradere dit shit, eller opgradere dit bitch, eller opgradere din fuck.
Og kæft, det er længe siden, jeg har fået sådan en original booster.
De er også gode.
De er faktisk gode. Så det eneste, jeg har fået sådan en nu. What the fuck?
Smager sådan lidt af Sprite.
Okay.
Det smager rimelig meget af Sprite. Jeg teknisk set smager de faktisk af Kondi.
Den ser, så smager det, you booty. You booty. Du.
Life is enough. I wanna build a highway all night long.
Life is a Hawa.
Life is so hard. Skal vi tage noget friendly fields? Friendly fields. Let's go down to friendly fields, eller noget om på den der.
Frenzy Fields. Det er den, der har været det mega lang tid.
Det er den er. Den er ikke altid set sådan ud, dog.
Nej. Den ligner sådan faktisk relativt meget stadigvæk.
Nej, der plejer bare sådan et stort hul ved en af stederne. Eller ikke et stort hul, men et hul. Hul er der ikke mere.
Den er...
Og alt derinde er blevet om. Men... Nej, jeg tror, en af de her...
Ja, der er en din lander her.
Jeg tror det der. Må jeg lander først, så get fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god, jeg dør.
Don't die.
Jeg dør ikke.
Hun er der. Hun har mig op der.
Op med den.
Nice.
Ja, vi dræbte hende, jeg
Der er en mere.
Hvorhen?
Jeg blev downet lige snart, vi downer en også.
Okay, klar.
Jeg går lige væk på den her. Christian har taget mig ass op.
Jeg kommer op, så kan jeg beskytte dig.
Er du kan hjælpe?
Ja. Jeg glemmer at gøre det.
Fandme hver gang.
Men det kan faktisk godt være, at vi er stadig på, hvad hedder det, sådan at vi spiller mod 4 personer. For jeg synes, når jeg så 4 på et andet tidspunkt.
Der er nogen på taget.
Er det?
Der kommer nogen op her.
Jeg vil ikke komme op mere.
Hvad snakker du om? Man kan
Der er
hoppe op.
der er nogen lige nede os.
Jeg har et flere stød.
Så brug hammeren. Jeg kan lige så altid komme over hos mig.
Og den er brugt.
Det var kun 2. Vi kan den her.
Og så har jeg meldt over til det hus herovre. Kom.
Jeg er lige lige op. Nej, jeg kan komme. Jeg kommer bare fra, så kan det op bagefter. Nå, den der.
Der er den her et eller andet sted. Der går over i huset.
Der er en lige over mig.
Ja, det er der, ja.
En down.
Så lige at tage et større for hvis du så bliver skudt bagfra.
Ja.
Kommer.
Men hjælp os over. Kommer. Fuck, tænk.
Hvor er
Ah! Åh, det gule hus. Ja.
Ja.
Jeg ser den. Ham med ind i vinduet. Den er oppe på 70.
Prøv at tage.
Hjælp
Tag
mig!
min tænd til hammeren.
Hjælp mig!
Hvad må have en cigar?
Er der noget et eller andet?
Han vil hjælpe mig.
Ja, hjælp mig. Det er hvad det skal.
Okay.
Godt prøvet. Prøv lige at gå ud og spille. Jeg er gået til lobby. Jeg skal lige se, om jeg har den rigtige på.
Den rigtige hvad?
Dash, which you can't see.
Vi spiller squad, derfor. Vi spiller med 3 personer. Ja, vi er 4 personer mod 4 personer.
Bare.
Nej.
Jeg fandme også, de var dårlige sidst på dag, og så bare også der elendigt.
Ja.
Det tror jeg er Martin.
Jeg skal lige finde ud af, hvem jeg skal have på her. Oh my god, what the hell is this? So. Okay, det er Wednesday maker. Ja.
Nu må vi ikke mere.
Nej, man kan sige, det er i hvert fald det bedste i det spil her, det er at skinne så fucking danse altså. Jeg redder. Vi prøver at se, om vi kan vinde i spil, bare ved at køre med den her.
Meld, du fander mig aldrig.
Hvad er du? Fanget. Lad os gå derned. Ja.
Prøv at lade mærke det en til. Vi starter alt det med blod ind hernede fra næsten.
Jeg ved ikke om det, hvor meget vi gør det, men vi i hvert fald et par gange gør, hvor vi kommer op fra isstedet der. Hvad er om den her?
Den er...
Hold kæft, der er lige ulve der.
Ja. Der er nok, så vi kan dræbe en hver og få en hver. Jeg fik skjoldet. Jeg ville ellers have haft, hvad hedder det? Jeg ville have haft... Kan man med nogen? Nej, jeg dræber en ulv. Nå, okay. Der er ikke nogen af den ved det store bærhæt, eller hvad?
Den ved jeg, om der er en ulv, der er min.
Du skal feed den.
Den spiste, der var på jorden.
Så kan du gå op på den.
Det kan jeg ikke.
Jo.
Så har jeg ikke gjort det ordentligt.
Hvis du har givet den en, og så den har spist det, så kan man sætte op. Nogle gange kan man sætte op på den bare ved at være der.
Jeg gav den ikke, jeg gav den spiste en, for jeg dræbte en ting, og så spiste den der op i jorden.
Nej, det er ikke sådan, det fungerer. Vi skal egentlig prøve på biler lidt med. Jeg vil lige sige, hvor gode tror I biler er i forhold til alt andet. Altså. Jeg tror, biler er rimelig gode. Skal vi bare sidde på, skal vi sidde på en, hvad hedder det? En ting hver. Oh my god. Så, det er min. Jeg har min helt egen ulv nu.
Jeg skal lige finde noget meat først.
Der er noget mit herovre. Hvor bliver det? Hvor ligger det her?
Jamen, jeg stod den ene ulv.
Jeg skal også en.
Jeg skal også en.
Hvor? Vi havde så mange ulve, hvor jeg altid gør dem. Vi skulle skyde en.
Nej, der var ikke så mange ude. Der var nogle af dem, som
Der var, hvad hedder det, gris.
Nå, du skal bare dræbe grisen i stedet for, jo.
Det er det, jeg gjorde.
Ja. Nå, hvad så som fandt ulv? Så når jeg hjemme og fandt den.
Har en ulv.
Hold da.
Yep.
Simpelthen bare Christian. Jeg kan ikke angribe med ulven. Ui. Nå, jeg mister en smule liv. Sorry, Dago. Det var faktisk rimelig hurtigt på ulvene. Det er næsten hurtigere end bilen.
Han kommer af en ulv. Nej.
Nej, han blev noget dør nu.
Nej, jeg leder efter ulve.
Hvor den var der først der.
Hvor længe kan man dø, når man leder efter ulve, eller? No.
Jeg føler ulven stadig efter mig, hvis jeg har ikke med.
Er der nogen, der stod lige over hovedet på mig?
Kommer. Hvis jeg løber hen ad døren, men faktisk aldrig løber hen ad døren. Men faktisk vil jeg sige, at biler er bedre end ulve, fordi ulve kan du nemt blive ramt på, hvis når du er og står om på den. Hvor er de henne? Fuck, der var en derinde. Der var en, der døde helt, men der er stadig flere her.
Jeg har sådan en sniper, så...
Jeg er på huset.
Fuck, bitch.
Han hitter om på.
Ja. Der var faktisk en ult. Jeg tror faktisk en ult er noget til angreb på dem. Ja, der.
Han kommer. Han er mig. Han er inde i busken. Han er i busken. Han lige der.
Ah! Jeg kan se ham!
Gå på.
It's so dark in here. Alright, so I'm not horribly familiar with these Chevys, but I stared at this long enough.
Var det med det ult, den angriber, fordi den var hyret til dig?
Fork.
Yeah.
Basically, I'm gonna shove this fork in this little slot and push it all over.
Hvordan har du kun... Jeg ved, at du har gået forbi du gik forbi en SMG, der var blå SMG.
Det var fordi, jeg havde så meget liv op til den, så...
Det behøver ikke.
Der har jeg stået, jeg stod her plads til at finde ult.
Jeg kød er fint nok. Altså en liv op ting, og så våben.
Så man skal have en til at live op, en til at live skjold op. Og så skal man have et stykke kød, så skal man have en hammer, og så har man kun et våben.
Altså der er en til at live op, så skal man have en til at live blå op, og så skal man have en til at live bedre op.
Nej.
Så, prøv at se, manden. Kan han se, jeg har en hund om bagved.
Hvor er du henne? Jeg er sgu ikke derhenne. Hvorfor siger du se, Martin?
Jeg tror, det var dig, der spurgte ved siden af mig.
Du kan jo se navnene.
Jeg så Christian, men de var ikke nogen af jer, der spawnede ind, jeg troede bare altid.
Spurgte ved siden af.
tror jeg også, men
Kan du
jeg ved ikke,
gætte
at
for
du
det,
ikke
mand?
kan se navn. Ja. Det skal være den der, det skal hvad hedder det, den der fra...
Det siger
Er det den der
Thieves.
fra Sea Thieves?
Ja, det ligner lidt den,
Jeg
men
tror,
det
det
er ikke
er
sikkert.
den. Den hedder Rufus. Prøv at se på den.
Nej.
Kom igen. Nå, Friendly Fields. Den gang vinder vi. Skal vi lande over ved husene? Jeg synes altid, at du lander over ved husene. Vinder over os.
Sure.
I don't give a shit.
Jeg så lige en video på Facebook, hvor tager man sådan en rovfugl, og der sidder en anden for sig selv også. Flyver op med 200 rovfugl. Prøv det bare lige i hovedet af anden.
What?
Du lader den der i stedet for, eller
Ja, det synes altid, de vinder dem, der lander der, så derfor lander vi bare den af.
der er i hvert fald 2
Der er
teams.
en, der lander før mig, mand. Der er to, der lander før mig.
Jeg lander mega hurtigt. Eller hurtigt.
Yes. Metal!
Tag våbnet. Bare, du kan stå op våbnet, Christian. Nej, det var Mikkel, der har okay. Sorry.
Come
Der er
on.
en shotgun. Hey, se dem, der lander i huset, vinder altid.
Kom her, boys.
Og jeg kommer. Hørte du, hvad jeg sagde, Mika? Der er et skjold her, hvis du vil have det. Dem, der lander i huset, vil jeg altid, men vi begge to lander i huset. Alle begge teams lander i huset.
Nej, det tror jeg ikke nok. Hvad kommer så?
Nej, no. Men jeg kan sige, dem, der er bedre, vinder så. Hallo? Jeg synes, jeg hørte en chest eller noget sted. Har I taget den? Der var han.
Det ved jeg ikke. Maybe.
Det kommer.
Hvor?
Det er dem, der lander over ved tingen. Der er sikkert også nogen.
Og jeg kan se ham, ja. Han rammer 50.
Der er en down.
Jeg kan ikke se ham, mand.
Der er en lige ved siden af dig. Han er også down, de
Nej,
døde.
de er døde, ja. Jeg synes også bare, når vi spiller med Samuel, så har jeg altid mange spørgsmål. Hvad er der med spørgsmål? Jeg gider ikke svare på alle de spørgsmål. Det er ikke rigtig, kom til på mig.
Men det bliver mest irriteret over det der med, at han bare lige kommer i deres... Man lige åbner en tis, man står lige og... Så tager han bare lidt ind på en hoved, men vi var den her. Fuck off,
Det har
bitch!
du altså også gjort, Christian.
Nej, men der er ikke
Det er
sådan
jo for
sådan
sjov,
en
når
spot
man
med.
siger.
Ja, ja. Og jeg har også noget,
Ja, men det er bare... Så står man med en hammer i det også, hvor man lige står ved at live op, eller tage en slurp.
Vi tager den her med jer.
Men der...
Ja.
Nå, han er faktisk med langt væk. Han kan jo dæbe, når vi er ikke der.
Hej Christian, kom her ind.
Lige ved nu.
Nå, så giver jeg bare mig.
Han er også en del liv eller hvad.
Er der noget steder, man kan
Kan
løse?
du se våben op?
Så har jeg lige brugt en helvedes masse af... Det er lige her. Jeg er lige level 3, min våben er helt op fra grøn til dul.
Nej, venter lige til.
Jeg har...
Og mange penge mindre på det.
Jeg tror, det koster 250. Jeg har 5.000 så. Ja, nej, jeg er nede på 1800 dul.
Oh my god.
Det var det hele værd.
Ja, definitely.
Det var lige meget, hvis du lige ville bruge det til noget ellers.
For helvede, prøv lige stop med det der.
Hvad fanden?
Der skal over dræbe ham med manden, der vi mangler. Hvor er der en bil?
Eller I tager den også? Nej, I tager den nu. Tag I.
Nej, ikke hvis jeg har en. Men en af jer kan sidde på motorcyklen. Der er to, der kan
Nej,
sidde
der
på
er kun en, der sidder,
motorcyklen.
ikke det?
Ja, det tror jeg ikke. Maybe. Det kommer an på, hvad det er, men...
Jeg går ind og skubber der area.
Jo, der er en bil herovre. Jeg kan se en. En bil, vi altid kan være af.
Jeg var det der lige kommet på M på torter.
Ikke noget. Kan vi Christian med os? Tryk E. Christian.
Jamen, er de lige på mapper?
Ja, I don't give a shit. Tryk E. Skal det have en...
Ja, vi skal lige over vandet nu.
Ja, nok en god idé. Bam. Jeg vil vinduet. Nu har reloadet alle jeres våben. Sådan at I er sikker på ikke at... Nå, han er død, eller hvad? Ja, vi kan bare dræbe den og dræbe ham.
Så tilbage.
Nej! Jeg kan ikke gå til hele vejen tilbage, bare for...
Vi står bare
de er
her.
til venstre, de er til venstre der, de er til venstre, de er til venstre.
Hvad så? What?
Okay, hvorfor drejede vi ikke bare?
Den ene ramme for næsten altid liv.
For helvede!
Hvad er det, du laver i bilen?
Jeg prøvede ligesom at køre derhen, og vi kom ned.
Ja, bilen stod fast.
Ja, det vidste jeg sgu da ikke, for du sagde ikke noget.
Nej, men tror du, jeg ikke kan gå videre, hvis den ikke gør?
Åbenbart ikke.
Den ene er meget, meget tæt på dø.
Vi der med at død. Hvad fanden er du her? Kan jeg hjælpe mig her? Hjælp mig her.
Okay.
Jeg hammer over.
Den ene har ikke noget skjold tilbage.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Er de tæt på, eller hvad?
Nej, de er sgu der, hvor de hele tiden har været.
Okay, jeg tror, jeg er sikker på, at de ikke kommer tæt på sådan der. Det
Og så siger jeg bare, det er der, hvor de hele tiden har været. De kommer! Christian her. De to grønne, en af dem har ikke kommet lige tilbage.
Fuck.
Fuck!
Ja, dit over til den der liv op, den for jeg hørte, du ville løbe ind op. Dræb jeg en derovre. Jeg troede ikke, du klarer den. For den svære Peter!
Det er dem, vi var skudt efter først, dem vi begyndte at dræbe andre.
Jo, men det var også dem, men de var dog fra livet ind og smidt op, var helt døde, jo.
Jamen, hvis vi nu dræbte dem, vi kiggede efter først, så...
Det går nok.
Nej, men det går ikke.
Det er et spil, Martin.
Ja, det er et spilmaker, men det er et spil... Alle folk kan godt lide at vinde spil, okay?
Okay. Så vent.
Always trying.
Der er flodbold.
Ja.
It's not happy.
Min. Jeg har fået en par brune.
Oh, it did not like it. It did crank.
Så er det en film med ham der.
Martin. Prøv til hamsteren.
I bruger et Snapchat dag.
Jeg har det godt installeret, men jeg bruger det aldrig.
Hvad er det?
Jamen det er fordi efter en ny telefon, så før der havde Snapchat sin egen lyd. Det har den net med, det er pisse irriterende.
Sin egen lyd?
Har vi bare en generic lyd, eller er det bare sådan ligesom de andre?
Hvad?
lyder den bare ligesom alt muligt andet shit på telefonen, eller hvad?
Mhm. Det er fint, ja.
Der er nok en eller anden måde ændre det på. Så jeg går ned bare nedenunder, eller hvad? Hallo?
Det er vi godt. Okay.
Han er bare i det hus der.
Men den der.
Nice. Der er en team, den har.
Mhm.
Eller er højere end dem der.
Det gør jeg ikke. Og der er en anden, den her, hvor jeg skulle lande. Så jeg ikke lande der. Der er Beerus.
Jeg kommer ind op fra, der hvor du sagde du ville lande. 2.
Der er en bag dig.
Fuck.
En nede.
Han down.
Mikkel, hvorfor går du ud af døren?
Jeg åbner døren, så jeg kan se, hvor de er henne.
Det er lige over mig, boys.
Ja, der er en lige der. Skynd dig, Martin!
Han løber op på de der.
Skal du lige tage min chat?
Har jeg ikke godt det? Jeg lever lige droppe ham så med de sidste sådan 3 skud her tilbage. Nå, jeg var lige med at trykke på den. Der kan jeg se.
I 2 sekunder, så skiftede jeg lige hen til, fra Christian hen til dig, hen til Christian igen.
Flask.
Nej.
Du er sikker, fordi det lød som en sport.
Hey, Metal, driv!
Du er greb.
Hold lige stop det der. Yeah, shit. Jeg skal nok forgætte mig, hvad giver shit, man. Nå, jeg trykker den der.
It's nothing personal. It is! It is personal!
Let's go them bitch. Hvor nu det kommer fra mig der. It is personal.
Så.
Hvad tror du?
I don't know. Det der var
Det
spor.
er godt så.
Jeg skal være sikker.
Det er hekses eller manga.
Et eller andet sammen med Martin. Stop. Hvad fanden er det, jeg har taget med dig, Martin?
Græn, det er de der fucking, de der ting der, det ved jeg ikke, det er bare et eller andet, det er bare en anden opgradering. Nogle gange står der bare borrowed from, og jeg ved ikke lige hvorfor, men...
Hey, der er nogen, der lige fundet ud af en raid herovre.
Ja, vi har en person, vi skal søge, vi skal igennem herovre, ja. Jeg kan se en.
Jeg ser ham også. Han er nede i vandet, right?
Mhm.
Der er et uld nede i vandet også.
Ja, det gør
Jeg er oppe på 29. Kan man gøre det nede i vandet, mand? Fucking
Ja.
fucking hacker.
Men det hus der nu.
tror du 4 shotgunskud nok skal dræbe ham. Han får flygte.
Ja, 4 er nok til at dræbe ham. Hvis du rammer ham med alle de 4. Så ja. Der var den anden her, der var en anden sådan lige her.
Der var en deroppe på bakken der. Der var en oppe på bakken.
Kom lige herind, boys. Jeg skal lige have noget liv.
Jeg har fået liv.
Jeg synes, det er noget.
Ja, det gør det bare selv.
Han bruger nok.
Kan du høre ham?
Nej. Fuck.
Dobbeltvåben med metal tier. Jeg er enig, der var lidt to.
Var det dig, der sagde?
Nej, vent, vi er stadig efter ham. Hvad er der noget? Hvad der? Han prøver at flygte igen.
Op med 29. Op med 29 igen. 28.
Jeg tager mig nu, boys.
Han lever sig op.
28 igen. 57.
Hvor præcis er han? Peng.
Han gik op der til højre. Jeg kan ikke se ham længere.
Han har, jeg gør ham. ...27. Der er 2 derhen.
Nej, der var... Ja. Bare det.
Han er her.
Der er en, der er de døde.
Han havde tænkt sig dig, Mega.
Hey, var han bare lige så stille? Nej, det har jeg ikke.
Hvor? Så er den på lige se det våben her.
Han har en hammer til dig.
Har jeg ikke ham? Har jeg hammer, eller hvad?
Prøv lige se det våben her.
Ja, hvad er det med det?
Nice.
Hvad er den definit?
Lidt skin?
Nej.
Prøv lige at smide det. Jeg vil lige se, så, hvis jeg, så ved jeg i hvert fald det er.
Det er fedt, en af de der syver.
Og du har en shotgun skud,
Jeg tror, det er en af de her ældre våben, der plejer at være engang. Hvad?
Den er fucking awesome.
Shotgun skud, de ikke bruger.
Jeg har en. Og hvordan er man skidt det halvdelen?
I don't know.
Drop split set. Nå her.
Rigtig split nogen.
Nej, det er fint. Vil du ikke have den, eller hvad? Så er den bare.
Nej.
Hvor er der en ting, vi kan tage, gøre sådan, vi kan se folk?
Jeg kan også opgradere vores våben, man.
Jeg kan ikke bruge for at opgradere mine våben mere.
Man kan altid have brug for at opgradere sit våben.
Jeg tror
Det er
måske...
der, taber, det bliver aldrig opgradere dit våben.
Ja, det er faktisk godt være. Men det tager tid at opgradere mine våben, jeg har ikke tid til noget igen.
Jeg har ikke råd til at gøre det ved. Nej, jeg har råd til at gøre det med shotgun dog.
Men jeg har jo ikke nogen penge overhovedet.
Jeg har 45 tilbage.
Ja, her er det shit, når man får den slår sig selv ud.
Jeg bruger ikke særlig, jeg får ikke særlig mange i år.
Vi har ikke
Og vi har ikke taget den
her.
endnu, faktisk. Den er ikke blevet taget endnu, den der.
Nice, jo.
Kom på nogle flere skud. Til min,
Men hvis du mangler liv, så kan du få liv her ved mig.
Kommer nogen. Der er du også.
Kan den så komme over til mig, eller så står vi sammen med folk, så vi kan hjælpe. Så de kan hjælpe mig, men du gerne vil dø alene.
Eller er det Metal, der bruger den der?
Jeg ikke brugt den, men det kan godt være, der var en anden.
Så er det bare Metal.
Der er godt at bruge nogle flere assault rifle skud. Eller hvem er den, der bruger jeg ikke sikker på, hvad det var skud bruger.
Har du nogen? Hvad sagde?
Den her.
Ja, det er assault rifle her.
Hvor mange har du?
Men jeg vil bare gerne have dem, der kommer herfra så. Nå, det er fint nok. Fint nok, du får bare her med.
Det er boys, Jan.
Jeg kan rigtig mange
Han
liv her.
vender med dig.
Nå, det skal
Det er en boss ride.
Jo, det er en der ting der.
Jeg vil slå ham væk.
Det var ikke med vilje.
Nej, det var ikke med vilje, det trykke venstre klik.
Nej.
Der er en, der bruger det ikke også fra.
Ja, der er en anden der. Der er en anden lige ved siden af.
Fald ned, boys, jeg dommer.
Hvor er det?
De er hele vejen ovenpå.
Hvor blev ham der anden?
Der er 2! Det er fucking Stormtrooper.
Hvor er de henne?
Nej!
Åh, helt
Jeg faldt
oppe!
ned!
Hvor er helt ovenpå, tror du?
Jeg vidste ikke, du sagde helt ovenpå.
Det er nok helt ovenpå.
Det er han drev mig helt, han er her på mig. Nej,
Jeg faldt ned, boys. Hvordan tager man ud af det her pisser?
Ud af hvad?
Hammer.
Du kan ikke... What? Men de er begge to derinde. Og der har tre, der har tre.
Luk væk min kamera.
Hvad laver de lige, var?
Jeg er død.
Nå, hvor er du henne?
Jeg tænker,
Jeg faldt ned, helt ned i bunden.
Hvorfor gjorde du det? Hvordan gjorde
Fordi
du
det var et hul
Nej.
ned.
Hvordan gjorde du det her?
En af grunden til, at det var, at jeg ikke kunne gøre så meget, det er fordi, at de kom, så havde jeg brugt alle skud på den der boss der.
Okay.
Altså, så jeg skulle lade med
Du godt, man kan reload, ikke?
Jeg skulle lade med alle
Hvad
våben.
med, at jeg bruge dem alle sammen?
Jeg tænkte på, at der dræber mig hurtigt, så jeg bruger først det ene våben, så bruger jeg det andet våben, så bruger jeg det tredje våben til at dræbe den hurtigt.
Okay.
Så de kom, så havde jeg ikke
dumt.
Det ved du så, du ikke skal gøre næste gang.
Jeg faldt ned af stolen, eller hvad?
Hvad?
Jeg snakker ikke til dig.
Ja?
Kommer nok op med en bedste og tips, når den er færdig med det, Pjat.
At least not for getting it running here. I think we need to change
Kan du nå
gears
tipse
to
om
get air in the tires and try and get this thing out.
gør ikke, det
so
gør
we have more tools, more.
Jeg skal stoppe og lave tambo, mand.
Mm. 150. Kun halvdelen af 150. 75. 75. Nej, jeg sagde, det kan godt være. Det kan godt lade sig gøre. Jeg kan godt sige fejl. Det er ikke umuligt. I am human.
Her the skinniest YouTuber. Apart from her makeup tutorials.
Og så lidt af Jappers mund.
Jeg er så lækker at se lidt af Jappers munder. Hvor var den der mest, ja? Nej, hvad?
Hvad skal du gøre der?
I don't know. I don't know, I'm gonna get shit.
Okay, so I'm gonna be posting.
Christian er
Jeg hopper ud.
Ja, jeg hopper ud.
Hvor er han gjort?
Det bliver alligevel, jeg lader lige tæmpe først, sådan I der ser, at det er jeres skyld, vi taber.
Så du kan komme tilbage og så ikke hjælpe igen, for du falder ned. Du flygtede.
Hov.
Vi er alle sammen ved, at du flygtede, Christian, okay?
Det var fordi, det startede med, at jeg ville efter den der...
Det var dig, der kæmpede med ham der først, du er nødt til at hjælpe os med at kæmpe med den der ting der. Du kan ikke bare flygte bagefter.
Jeg må så ned og finde den der, hvad den hedder. Hvor man spotter folk.
Okay, den er god, men
Og
så
en
god er den
blue
heller ikke.
sniper.
Den er god, men så god er den heller ikke, altså. Ja. Prøv ikke lige frem at gå efter dem, så, men der var allerede folk der, jo.
Det giver ekstra penge, Martin.
Synd.
Martin på C. Hold da tæft, mand.
Martin kan ikke lige have det sjovt, vel, så.
Funny.
Hold da tæft, man får meget fart på noget button.
Ja, Christian, du prøver ikke sige noget, så Martin kan ikke lige have sjovt spil.
Jeg kan lide, at det er sjovt, men jeg synes bare ikke, det er særlig sjovt, når man taber.
Jeg synes heller ikke, det er særlig sjovt.
Tæft, man får meget fart på noget, Tæft, man får meget fart på.
Okay. Den ask.
Du kommer videre med leder.
Er der ikke sådan en ting, man kan ikke have her?
Jeg kan se mig med en fucking ting.
Hammer.
Ja, hammer, ja. Jeg er efter, om jeg skal have en hammer.
Den er...
Martin, der er en white heroppe med, eller nej, ja. Vent.
Nå, vent.
Mm.
Oh my god, han førte helt... Hammer, han døde.
Hvad er det, vi kommer lade vandet? Nej.
Åh.
Okay, så.
Jeg blev skudt, hallo?
Hallo.
Hvor mere hvad skete der? Du kan ikke se dem derfra.
Tror du det?
Men du kunne have kastet en granat over på dem.
Er der med en?
What the hell?
Jeg har dræbt down in middle.
Der var en mere med en hammer.
Jeg ser om han er en mig. Og nej,
Det kan være først, der er to.
Hvor er den sidste han?
En med mig eller andet sted.
Han var hen her før.
Med lov ud til der Batmobil.
der er sgu.
Straf selv.
Oh my god. Har du hammeren?
Ja. Jo.
Den er dulsnap, den er ordentlig, sådan 2 stud, så de døde eller sådan noget. De opdagede jo metal. Så jeg stod og stod dem fra bagfra næsten. Den er fucking awesome.
Kommer snart, mand.
Den er.
Hvad for en gul film?
Dulsniperen, autosniperen, hvad man kalder den.
Ja, ja, sniper.
Ja, men i går. Jeg kan godt lide dem. Jamen, jeg fucking sjak.
Jeg må så sige, de var altså heller ikke ret gode, dem der.
Nej,
De er dem bedst på
det er
alt.
sådan nogle 5-årige børn, der spiller på det. Fucking
Telefon.
Mor, dræb mig!
Mor, jeg vil gerne have den nye Mr. Beast skin.
Kom, vi tager vinden heroppe, Dren.
Okay.
Vinden.
Ja, vinden.
Nå, vinden.
Det må sætte den anden vej.
I don't know. Så bare vinden.
Ej, det var et. Den der hoppe ud i den der.
Hvor er han? Han er
One way.
langt ind nu.
Lad os bare gå ind mod tingen.
Ja, der er en ulv herovre.
Ah! Han er rimelig langt væk.
Ja.
I am blow hunted. Boys. Someone is hunting me.
Nej, det
Bare vi drop, der er en jump pad deroppe.
bare, jeg løber bare.
Er der et flag af mit ind? Nej, det er taget et.
Ja, der er noget vind her.
Hvor er metal han?
Jeg vil lige bare
Dræb en lama.
Gå ned til mig.
Det er så awesome, der vent. Men så er det virkelig, når der er tagen, man. Det er sygt.
Altså, hvis vinden er kraftig nok, så kan du nok godt.
Ja.
Men jeg vil ikke gøre det.
I don't know how sicker that is.
Vi var faktisk rimelig tæt på ham.
Nej. Nej, ja.
Nej. Kirsten og jeg.
Kommer.
Der er biler, ikke? Ja.
Og kan man køre i den bil der? Kan man gøre den der?
Jeg skider efter den her.
Nej, det kan man ikke.
Længere tid, når tæller den kommer ind på minutter, jo mere indsnævret bliver. Så man vælger move fast over wall eller bow speed.
I don't know.
Hvad for nogle har I fået?
Jeg har taget den der bil. Når jeg tager en bil, så bliver den bedre.
Er lige trains eller byttet for free? Så fik den anden mulighed. Slut det larm der.
Nej, det er fint nok. Jeg vil gerne, så længe den kører over dem, ikke sidder fast med den, og kører over dem, så er det fint nok.
Jeg skal sgu da ud af bilen.
Lige snart man kommer derhen.
Nej.
Man skal.
Altså, det skal man, men man skal lige komme over først.
Nej.
Jo.
Skal
Han er lige der.
Jeg sidder fast. Ikke til ham.
Men ved jeg, hvor nummer, mand.
Du er lige efter dig.
Jeg skyder efter mig.
De skyder efter mig.
Skyder efter mig. Jeg har set os bare, da jeg kan bruge min hammer.
Jo, de har set det også. Bare gør det. En af jer har ingen liv tilbage nærmest.
Der er ham, der gemmer sig.
Der er en close på mig.
Ja, han er lige her.
Men down. 3 mere.
Han er deroppe.
Ja, fik ham.
Han er deroppe.
Skal 3 mere.
Fuck,
Hjælp
han
mig,
skal
hvor? Du er død. What?
Martin. Jeg skal skide af helvede til.
Så går jeg skide.
Det kan jeg ikke ved at spille.
Du er død.
Okay.
Vi vil løbe deres venner op.
Yep. Jeg er i relativ sikkerhed.
Og jeg tror, du er i live, så derfor prøver den at stå i lejret.
Ja, hvad mere?
I temper mod nogen.
Ja, hvad er fint nok. Det ved jeg har.
Fuck. Det er bedre, men de spotter mig, end der er ass. Sådan død, der ramte mig på 175.
Fuck.
Close.
Gå lige ud på lobbyen.
Hvorfor?
Må ikke på FF, ja. Jeg gider ikke at sidde, inden jeg bare venter på, at han kommer tilbage.
Ampage and way more light. Let's make that happen.
Så vil jeg hellere vente ud i lobbyen, så kan jeg også danse og sådan noget.
I had good luck with tires out here, but maybe this one will be different. Yeah, this is what we want. The frame doesn't have any massive holes, so it looks like the body definitely went first. Well, it's not moving at 20 psi, so I'm gonna call that good. Well, for the first time on the property, all 4 tires took air. So, we're gonna back the truck right in here and winch this thing on the trailer and hope that the plow comes out of the ground, because you can't see it very well, but it's buried over there. Welcome to Junkyard Digs, now with cool vignette visual effects because the camera lens froze. Let's see if this thing comes out of the hole. I'm gonna put my money on no, but I don't have a choice, so. There's enough weight on the front of this damn thing with that plow. We're wondering if 3 dudes we can get it bouncing and just bring it over. Absolutely done it. Well, that absolutely sucked, and it was about 115% of what our winch could do. But it's up here, and our waiting is terrible, and it's gonna be a really fun drive home. Is that topper bolted down? Did we ever check that?
Should be good.
Oh. Alright, well, we're on the road. More vignette effect here, as you can see. I'm gonna dump this sumbitch out in the trees somewhere, and we'll be back to it in a number of months, because that thing was a pain in the ass to get on a trailer. I'm not doing that twice. We'll work on one tomorrow, probably. See you guys then. Alright, it's been a year. I have no idea where we left off with this truck, but today we're gonna start working on the K10 again, because I finally figured out what to do with it. Or, more appropriately, who to have what to do with it. Does that make sense?
No.
If you guys aren't aware, this right here is Dalton from Pole Barn Garage. He's an up-and-coming channel, good friend of mine, out of Missouri, just 3 hours south, down by Kansas City area. And he is a big Chevy guy. He's come up for the weekend to play with some cars, and we decided this is the perfect candidate, because then when I'm done with it, it's your problem. I don't know if we really even looked at this truck, so we should probably start with that, I suppose.
Maybe a walk around.
This is a 77 Chevy Sport, supposedly. At least the stripes are. It's not really easy to verify that. The hood, the doors, this fender all have what looks to be original Sport decals on it, and that makes this exceedingly rare. If you Google this, you'll find one picture of a black and white 77 Chevy Sport that is hand-drawn in a brochure. And if you scroll way down, you'll find a second picture of an actual truck.
Oh.
Oh, wait, do that again. Dude, it moves the whole cab.
I could probably rip this truck off. Like the Incredible Hulk.
It does have seemingly an okay frame.
Yeah, it
A
looks
350 four-wheel drive step-side truck in and of itself is pretty valuable, I think, maybe.
The mags are pretty cool.
The mags are cool.
They're slick.
It's got a Holly on it, so it's already looking up.
It's a performance machine, you can tell.
Yep.
You know,
Probably means it's gonna have stuck needles in seat and not work with the
100%
crap.
gonna be just pouring out of the vent tubes.
Blown power valves and
What's this?
accelerator pump.
Oh.
That's original GM good wrench power steering fluid right there.
It's still in there.
It's got a really nice microphone on it. I'll hang on to that. I'm gonna say it right now already. Make sure you subscribe to his channel to see the rest of this build.
Oh. Is this what you're in? Yeah, factory lightweight, actually. Drag truck.
Oh, it's a sport model.
Yeah.
It's a stripper. Yeah, this thing is very rough. Like, you'd probably need to put a whole new truck on top of this frame and then call it a sport. I don't know. It's not something I do. You do a bit of body work, so that's...
I think it's restorable. It's just take a little bit of everything. And it's got cruise control.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty high
Pretty
option
well
truck.
optioned, yeah.
It would have had AC, right? Is that the bracket for it?
Yeah, AC, power
4-barrel.
brakes, power steering.
Yeah, this would have been an awesome truck.
Oh, it's already, somebody's already...
Yeah, they've braced it already?
Said that. Those are
Whoa.
that's supposed to go under the hinge. They braced it in the wrong spot. It kinks back here, not
It's
up here.
right here where it's kinked. Well, we've got a battery. Let's hook it up and see what happens.
All right.
Oh.
These, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. Give it hell.
Give her hell.
I mean, it's probably got oil in it, right?
I can check. Suppose I should probably do that. Oh, the dipstick's rusted in place. Oh, I can't get the dipstick.
Okay.
Here.
Mr. Pliers.
Nothing.
Nada.
You need power? Try some lights or something, maybe?
Headlights on.
Nothing. Alright, let's try another battery. Alright, different battery. And we have headlight.
It has no oil. I did manage to, like Excalibur.
The dust cloud that came
Bare
out.
bare lige skriv dit mareridt på dansk, tror jeg.
Email 1000 har arbejdet Stompa Street Food.
No,
Rema 1000 har arbejdet Størmberster 46.
Ja.
23. 3 pakket.
Nej, det er fint. Dit mareridt. Nå, ikke de der fucking ting om bagved, men ellers.
Mareridt.
Son of a gun, dude. This thing's it's a runner.
Practice cherry.
We're gonna be moving snow within the hour.
Hell yeah, we will. Oh, I am so bad at this. Will we get her fired? Oh no.
Oh,
that is used.
That is used oil.
Oh my god, I'm dumping it everywhere. Well, it's good enough for this.
Yeah, I mean, perfect for this scenario. I don't know what's wrong. It's probably breaking oil from something that's gonna blow up.
You know how sometimes you miss?
This one of those times?
That's one of those times.
It went right through the header, so we're good. It's fine. Well, let's try it again.
Okay, no. Give it a wiggle.
Yeah. Oh, your wipers.
What the? No. Don't do that right now.
No, we got a pretty loose terminal here. Maybe. Oh damn. Try that. Oh man. What the hell? She wants all the amps.
Oh my god.
Oh dude, the starter. There's magic smoke coming off the starter cable.
Dang it, we let the smoke out of it. It
We
ain't
let
ever
the
gonna work
smoke
now.
out. I don't love the noises it's making. Also, would you pull the plugs and throw some oil down the cylinders?
Probably the smart move.
It's raining out and it's 30 degrees, but
Well, this is your channel. If it's my channel, no, we're cranking it. Get her lubed up so she spins better.
okay, let's do it. Pull some plugs. All right, first one's out. What do you think?
Well, you know, the outside is bad, but the inside is really what counts. Look, Carbon, it's not that bad, I don't think.
You know, I saw something on TikTok the other day. A guy ohmed all his plugs because he had a weird misfire under load, and one of them came out to be 80 ohms while everything else was 5.
No kidding.
And that was his problem. Everything else in the car was fine. I wonder how many hundreds of ohms these are going to be.
Look at this is the heat shield for the spark plug. Wow, my. Look how white that is. That's brand new.
These men.
Oh.
Was that a good pop or a bad pop?
That was a bad pop.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
What the hell just happened? It disintegrated.
Well, there's some other Chevys or something else out here we could probably get right. It snapped off before the threads. Well, we know we got everything out. There's nothing that dropped in the cylinder.
No, yeah.
It's just a ground strap and some threads hanging on there.
No, it's not going anywhere, I don't think.
6 left now?
6 left.
Or 6.5?
6.
Yeah, that sounded good.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
Chevys will run on 7, no problem.
I don't know if you can tell, but it's raining out, and the camera doesn't love it. Full fog. Hey, come up to Iowa.
Yeah.
In January.
Yeah.
This is the content you get.
The angle of the dangle here is...
Så du tog det der dope simulator.
Hvad skal du bruge
Those all
kort
looked-
Det var altså bare fucked up. Det er en af de der spil om, bare den der.
I du ud af
Why?
spillet?
Det fører lige venner. Hvis man er lidt at spille. I need to do something. Then I have to close it. I have to close it down.
Don't go to the hospital, and we still got the carriage to unload. Oh, hold on a sec. This is ridiculous. If we get 4 on each side, I mean, we just need to move it back a little bit. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Prøv at se mit nye navn, Martin.
Hvad?
Look at my new name.
Jeg kan ikke se det på nyt navn, nok fordi at jeg skulle ind og ud også. Og jeg kan også bare lige ind og ud så. Do it harder, make it stronger, wanna have no matter longer.
Lidt nye 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid. Og det er efter min viden den første Plaid leveret i Danmarks historie. Selvfølgelig er Gran Turismo Cars. Og så tænker jeg, det gider jeg sgu ikke se det her. Den Tesla, så lad mig lige skære ud for jer pap. Det her er verdens hurtigste serieproducerede bil, som hedder det samme som det gamle ven bruger til at sove med. Plaidens performance er næsten uhyggelig og burde være ulovlig. Fordi en Bugatti Chiron Supersport tager en 0-100 på 2 sekunder. Den Ferrari S5 2,5. Porsche 2 2S 2,6. Tesla siger, at Plaid er i stand til at gøre det på 2,1. Og jeg har set, under de helt rigtige omstændigheder, med en mand bag rattet, som har et lille hoved, og vejer ikke så meget, og dækkene er varme, og temperaturen er perfekt, kan den klare det på 1,9. Altså under 2 sekunder.
Terrible for me.
Ligesom alt.
Det er fedt.
Ja.
Det der. Det er en helt ny bil fra Tesla, men der er ikke super meget nyhedsværdi over dens design, og den ligner stadig den gamle Model S. cozy bed one storm night, I came across this glorious product. An exhaust jack. Supposedly lifts up to 4 tons. Warning,
Is
keep
this
clear of
entertaining?
underside of the
Simpelthen nyt navn, Metal.
Nej, jeg kan ikke se det nye navn. Det er mig, hedder det bare det samme.
Fatter dig.
Okay.
Present med a bitch. Så vil jeg prøve at sende en snap til mig. Du har sendt en eller anden snap, er det åbent og blevet med bevis? Så vil jeg prøve at sende et eller andet til mig.
Og prøv at se på min ryg.
Det er lidt snemand.
Det er en pingvin.
Og det er en pingvin. What the hell? Ricky Diggy Duda Grime. Skal vi gå ned?
Nå.
Wee, Doggo is falling! Doggo is falling!
Altså, jeg sletter ligesom ven og ansøger igen.
Okay.
Doggo is falling! Ja, deroppe. Der er et andet team, der lander her. Bare var klar til at dræbe nogle bitches. Der er nogen, der lander sammen i huset. Nej, de lander der. Nej, der ikke kommer liv tilbage. Og en bag dig, Mega. Jeg tror snart, jeg død af ilde.
Jeg er down. Der er en herinde også.
Der er for meget ild, jeg kan ikke komme hen og hjælpe.
You're a nightmare.
Ja, jeg kan godt se, det hedder nu.
You're a nightmare. It doesn't surprise me. Ricky Diggy do that Grimes.
Kom her.
Jeg kommer til på Christian. Doesn't surprise me.
Der er en guldting. Der er en guldting heroppe. Hvad er der en
Hvor er
ting?
den hen? Nå, vi skal ind her. Der er der en bil, der kører.
Hvad for noget?
Jeg skyder bare på gulvet, så jeg kan få fat i...
Så var det.
Nå, okay, nu, hvis der er nogen, der vil have en skjold, så er der skjold der. Jeg kan ikke lov til skjold. Skal have en bil, så vi kan over til ham der vores fjende. Dræb. What? Den er nede under? Og der har en i det her ting her. Og der var. Lad os finde en bitch. Lad os finde en bitch. What I'm bitchin'. Nobody else. Nobody else. Oh.
Ham der poached.
Ja, han døde. Så bare kom ind så.
Har du også Christian hedder Your Nightmare 1?
Ja. Jeg ved ikke lige,
Så bliver det.
Du ved,
Så bliver det. Nej, der var nogen, der allerede taget det.
Skal du have your dark nightmare, ikke? Your only nightmare, your...
Your worst nightmare nok.
Jeg synes bare, jeg sætter på, at jeg laver mellemrum imellem. Men...
Der er mellemrum mellem inden og mær, men ikke de andre.
Det skal være mellem UR. Ja, det er der.
Nej.
Hvad fanden? Doesn't surprise.
Men er det den, der går om 14 dage, den?
Ja.
Nå.
Det var fedt, den der jeg fandt ud af i Fortnite. I Minecraft, der hvor jeg fandt ud af, hvor du ændrer navnene. Fuck, det var fedt, jeg fandt ud af det, mand.
Du må godt få den, mand.
Må jeg få det?
Det var bare der, lå det ind på nappens navn. Så det er jo den server, vi laver for den fuldstændig op.
Jeg kan huske, den server, hvor det er, at vi laver...
Hvor vi laver vores egen spawn og laver vores egen hus. Det var
Det
fedt.
var mærkeligt, vi lavede det om bagefter. Det var bedre.
Ja, vi lavede det bedre, mand.
Men i den, det var også en fucked up måde, at du bare låt ind på den sådan andens navn.
Det var på grund af, at vi brugte den der anden client. Vi brugte den der hacker client.
Nå, nu slår dig godt. Også bag mig, der er en, der kommer bag mig. Deroppe.
Nå, vi skal lige have nogle våben her.
Ja, mere våben. Jeg har fuld våben. Jeg siger dem, der er en.
De kommer!
Det ses boys, jeg stiller derfra jer.
Der er en lige der.
Hvordan kommer man derop, mand, hvor du er?
De var oppe på trappen.
Ja.
Og nu leger man en ting herude. De kommer hen nu.
Og en lige ved siden af os.
Det er nede ved dig.
Ja, der er en.
De kommer op.
Ja.
Nice. Hammer.
Jeg overvejer.
Jeg er nødt til at lige vælge op.
Ja.
Drop den ene.
Hvordan her man tager man en op?
Den ene flyver op af den. Tit op. Han hopper ned til jer.
Fuld liv, Christian, døden, så hold os.
Jamen, så pas lige over til jer.
Hvad var det, Martin?
Det var ikke meningen, sorry.
Det var ikke meningen.
Nej, det var meningen, jeg var bare ødelægge ned under mig, så jeg ikke kom væk.
Ja, god undskyldning.
Du laver så mange fejl, det er helt vildt.
Han tager morgen på det pisse her.
Spiderman er her.
Spiderman?
Spiderman lige her foran mig.
Er der ikke noget skjold tilbage? Næsten ikke noget liv.
Jeg prøver at flygte. er. Hvor på Spiderman er. Han er i den busk her. Han foran mig.
Han er ikke noget, han rammer på 40.
Den rammer jeg mig ikke lige mere. Prøv at flygte.
Der er en lige der.
Ja, det er Spiderman. Han er
Ja,
inde i
lige her
bygningen
til
her. Han er i
højre.
bygningen her. Spiderman, han dræbte mig. Har du ikke flere skud tilbage? Nej, jeg skal lade Christian. You make love first. Har du ikke flere skud tilbage?
Jeg havde skuddet, men det er fordi jeg havde... Jeg kommer aldrig til at
Men hele de der... Det er irriterende nogle af de der bamser, man har på ryggen. Det er.
Hvad?
Hvad siger du, Christian?
Hjælpemiddel. Jeg siger, det er træls, de der bamser, som der på ryggen, de dør og larmer, som der. Jeg havde på tidspunkt en lame på, så sådan... Så var han sagde noget, hvor lamer, hvor lamer.
What the fuck?
Ja, der er en lille sniper her.
Det var fucking... Det var meget chaotic, det der. Jeg tror, der var hammer heroppe, hvis der er nogen af dem. Eller så er der nogen, der mangler.
Jeg har en hammer.
Har du en hammer med?
Ja, nærmere. Ja.
Åh, okay. Ja, jeg tror også, der var et heroppe, så jeg går lige op og kigger.
Der er et sted
Der er
her.
noget, man kan leve sit våben op.
Ja, jeg har ikke brug for det med våben. Jeg tror, vi har snakket om det her. Husk nu at løbe over... Nej, Christian er fuld liv, okay. Jeg skal sige, husk nu at løbe Christian, men han er fuld liv. Det er første gang, jeg har set ham gå og se ham, og så bare se, der var fuld liv og alt muligt.
Det næste er 2 hammer eller en bazooka.
Ja, bare en suga. Jeg tog hammer virkelig det værre.
Hvad?
To hammer kun det værre, hvis man skal flygte med dem. Jeg vil sige bazooka.
Hvad for noget?
Doesn't surprise me. Michael, har du noget, du kan få liv med, eller hvad?
For noget?
Jeg synes ikke
Kom
noget
ud
mod
heroppe.
Jeg synes ikke noget mod
Der er noget her, der er noget heroppe. Hammer en white.
Nej.
Det er lige ledet en op.
Har de ikke det så? Eller hvordan
Nej.
fungerer det?
Ja, nej,
Jo.
han danser. Nej, det var en person. Det var en, det var en...
Nå.
Hvad fuck laver du?
Ja, da. Er du okay, Christian?
Det var det morgen, ham blev tips, så var jeg bare lige lydet med at tørre hals.
Nå.
What?
Fedt næst.
Og hun tager nogle tips til mig. Og så var hun bare dårs, så var jeg lige ind til ham med sodavand.
Nå.
Ja.
Emotional blackmail,
Så
Christian.
sagde du lige hej. Og så sagde du lige tak for det. Fordi du er en sød.
Lav hunden.
Hunden?
Bare til ham med, han ved, hvad jeg har på livet. Ah.
Gretten løb ikke med efter ham. Jeg kan ikke se, hvor mit hammerskud der var bilen her. Ja. Hammerskud, men hammer charges, I guess. Med accurate.
Hvem fanden må det tage tornado efter mig?
Det er også.
Der er lige en tornado lige her.
Hvor mig lige.
Det her. Du fandt mig det ene af jer.
Det var ikke
Det
mig.
er ikke mig.
Så er det nok ikke noget også, vel? Hvis det ikke er det. Og der er en bil der til højre.
Det er nogen yderligere herovre.
Nice.
Stod bilen, så den eksploderer.
Jeg tror ikke, ud af den.
De har både. Der er kun en, der ud af.
Døde jeg med det samme.
Tag det op nu.
Jeg skal på den anden side, Christian.
Der er faktisk været lidt noget. Jeg tror faktisk, en, der skyder herovre fra.
Hvor er der nogen, der døde herovre?
Nå, vi skal ind i cirklen. Så skal vi finde et sted, vi faktisk skal være. Vi kan gemme os. Husk nu at reload deres våben, hvis I brugte nogle skud.
Der er nogen, der lige hopper derop.
Let's go. Hmm.
Ja.
Yep.
Ja.
Ja, fuld.
Vi skal bare op.
Okay. Og det er mega.
Yep. Hvor gik dine ting
Ja, jeg tænker bare, jeg går op på det her, Christian. Jeg går op der. Nej, det var ikke mig, der gjorde det. Det var dem.
Nej,
Ja,
det
om
var
på
det.
huset. Så kan vi se, at vi kan skyde dem op fra high ground. Oh my god. Hvorfor kan jeg ikke komme op?
Ja, derovre bagved.
Og vi går op på bakken der. Jo, pas på her. Jo, man skal.
I did not made it.
Man skulle, hvad hedder det? Man skulle have sprint.
Jamen nu må folk.
Der er nogen, de skyder ned her på bakken. Jeg kan se dem dernede.
Peng.
Ja. Ja, de ser mig.
Nej, lige til højre for mig. Oh my god.
Jeg tænker, at vi skyder for
Ikke
langt.
brug den for lang afstand, Gren. De rammer aldrig dem der. Du kan ikke bruge dem for lang afstand.
En down.
Ja, okay, lige mig op. Jeg tror ikke, der er flere. Nå, der er en med der. Nej, han blev taget. Han lever hans ven op.
Træk ham ned og hjælp.
Christian er død. Så det bliver lidt svært.
Kom ned og hjælp, Christian.
Han kommer.
Ja, fuck.
Ja, nej, det er fint. Åh, fuck, close. Sorry, det er min skud. Du måske bare dræbe ham i stedet.
Ja.
Man kan virkelig kun bruge, hvad hedder det, de der fucking, man kan ikke bruge, hvad hedder det, rocket launcher som en, som en long range våben er. Det går alt for langsomt. De kan undvige for meget hårdt.
Kan man sagt mig, det er jo bare det til at skabe forvirring.
Look at these soners.
Hvor er det lige hammer?
Der er ikke forvirring, bare en fucking rocket launcher kommer
Hvor er det lige hammer?
Ja.
Hammer on the bitch.
Jo, man, fordi så tænker de, skal vi skyde, eller skal vi undvige den her?
Nej. Nå, mens vi
Jeg
løber ind i
forstår ikke,
næste,
hvorfor
så skal
det
vi
var.
tisse.
Jeg forstår
My
ikke,
God.
at der var en, der skød derhenfra.
Hvor du blev skudt fra. Nå, ikke for lidt.
Har du lige leget bold med ham? Har du lige leget med ham? To the Batmobile! Kom så, dreng. To the Batmobile.
Bare tænder lige på lidt.
Round on the bus, go round and round.
Og man kan ikke komme om på det der. Man kan ikke komme over.
Prøv op til Martin, vi hopper. Og det er sjov.
Den trækker busje bare.
Så må du middel. Det ser ud til et eller andet
Der er nogen,
andre.
der lander her. Der er en, der lander her.
Hvor?
Han er lige der. Bang pistol.
My God.
Han driver mig! Han driver god til ham!
Han er god til at ramme, siger han. De er to, der er et team mere. Der er en lige der.
Der er ikke der mig! En down.
Jeg fik lige en duldron.
Han er lige der. Bananermand. Han kommer op til jer, han lever sin ven, han tager sin, kommer over bag, han er også sin ven, han er oppe i sin ven. Han er over jer.
De har duldroner, dem her.
Ja. Har du taget din guldkrone, Mega?
Nope.
Ligger der.
Jeg kan gå ud for, at man kan tage mand en.
Ikke på runde,
Nej.
tror jeg faktisk ikke, du kan.
Kom bare, så dræb dem her.
Jeg er alligevel lige op.
Nej. Du kommer med.
Ude jo, fuck.
Jeg gør.
Mega, please.
Jeg lever op.
Nå, vi kan dræbe dem, vi kan spise dem her, mens man ikke løber op, så. Christian, bare blød mig at spise dem her. Der er en, der skyder mig venstre bare.
Den er...
Lige der. Han er oppe bag sten, Christian, han er oppe bag sten.
Sæt den der en shotgun. Bitch.
Hvor er du hen, Mega?
Kommer. Jeg må vælge op.
Han er ikke shipper du bare ved.
Så.
Mikkel!
Jeg kommer.
Jeg kan ikke ramme.
Han er der.
Han kan ikke ramme mig. Han kan ikke ramme mig. Jeg ligger over jorden. Han rammer mig, okay?
Hvad er problemet?
Det var vist godt, du lyder op, ellers var jeg død der.
Exactly.
Ja, hvis det bare kommer samtidig, det er bare mega brug for det.
Det kan godt være, men man kan aldrig vide det.
Jeg vil gerne. For jeg ved det.
Nej.
Doesn't surprise me.
Man kan ikke holde med en. Der funk.
It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. Gonna kill myself today. Man, no, mommy, nobody here. Er det godt, du, Christian? Mikkel var der ikke til hjælp.
Hvor der er en skyder.
Hvor?
Han er.
Nej, der hvor vi kom fra. Lige der. Der er en bag
Efter ham.
der.
Ham på dig før.
Der er en tæt på, en længere væk.
I
Jeg tror, man har
peger jo i
sten herinde.
vandet.
Hvad så er det?
Der var en
Der var
med,
en
der
længere
skød på
hen.
mig.
Ja.
Bare lige der.
Er det en hemmeler?
Ja.
Han er der, Metal. Hvor tager man den fedt?
Der er to.
Hvad fuck er der 2?
Det er 2 forskellige team. Tabt en.
Der er faktisk du reload! Der kommer en derfra.
Jeg vil løbe op, Mika.
Der er en herfra.
Det er fint nok. Jeg er nødt til at leve op.
Det kan være, det er ved mig. Han er våben, hva'?
Ej.
It doesn't surprise me. Jeg har noget til at læse alle sammen op, men jeg kommer over til mig. Vi går til Christian, men han går aldrig med.
Der er en her.
Ja, hvad så?
I know.
Men vi kan alle sammen dræbe ham, når vi har fået et liv. Eller hvad?
Det er ham. Han vil altid sine venner op.
That's fine.
Se om vi kan dræbe den, mens de er oppe i luften. Jeg ramte ham. Der er også en der.
Okay.
Ramte mig. Han har ikke noget liv. Han er down.
Jeg skal lige ned og have et våben
Ja,
hernede.
han er oppe i bag.
Han er helt død.
Nice, okay, han er der. Hans venner kommer nok og hjælper ham med sig. Nå,
Ja.
gik han tilbage for at tage sine ting?
Det ved jeg ikke, måske. Men der var en hemmelig ting, og så var der en, der fløj længere hen til højre eller sted.
Ja, top. Han er måske nok.
Der er nu, boys. Jeg skal lige have et våben, og jeg skal fik lige en nøgle. Så nu siger du ikke, fordi jeg er der.
Der er en i huset her, mand.
Er du død?
Kom tilbage.
Hørte du, hvad jeg sagde?
Hvis ikke det er, fordi du ikke er der. Jeg dræbte ham. Jeg gør med det samme.
Gør han det?
Ja.
Weird. Og jeg har en bil, vi er som kan se. Der er nogle bitches. Jeg tror det er, vi går forkert. Vi kører ikke nok i biler, og går over og dræber folk, okay? That's what we do wrong. Woohoo!
Så jeg lige landet med dig i den, men lavede hvad det der.
Ja, det er bare, jeg tror, det gør ikke rigtig noget med andre folk. Det betyder, der står bare borrow.
Jeg tror, det er et eller andet, man kan sætte på, sådan det er, at man vælger noget specielt.
Nå, det er faktisk godt være, ja.
Jeg ved bare ikke, hvad man gør.
Hvad for noget?
Det er fordi, de har opgraderinger. Det kan man åbenbart, jeg tror, man kan åbenbart tage dem på, sådan at man kan sådan endnu.
Så det kun er specielt, man får.
Men jeg ved ikke,
Men hvorfor står der dit navn så?
Men det er fordi,
Det er
at
fordi,
Mikkel
det
har
er den,
det.
jeg har. Det er den, jeg har sat på.
Hmm.
Eller blevet sat på automatisk.
Ja.
Yes. Der er sådan en ting, vi kan finde en
person, vi skal tage. Au.
Er der rigtig nogen grund til at tage den her, hvis vi alligevel ikke tager tingene rundt omkring?
Ja, for man får ting ud af den.
Ja, ja.
Der er nogen til at tage den.
Skal vi tage den anden?
Gider du lade være med det der?
Nej.
Jeg vil smadre bilen.
Du skal ikke smadre bilen, vi skal køre væk i den bil. What? Hvor kan du ud dengang?
Ja. Kom med, Christian.
Jeg må bare dreje med musen, det tog det bedst.
Nej, jeg bruger begge dele, når jeg kører. Oh my god, jeg har, hvad hedder det, jeg har en indstilling til bilen, så gør den gør hurtigere. Det gør bedre. Gå. Greten, hvad laver du?
Hvad hoster du?
Nej. Jeg har bare en indstilling, der gør det kører bedre. Hvor tror jeg, han er henne? Nå, her.
De er lige der. Nu er vi jo fucked.
Hvordan er vi fucked? Fordi vi ikke
Fordi high ground.
Kan du skyde?
mig?
Nej. Jeg siger bare, så er vi ikke fucked, ja.
Tror han er derovre nu.
Han er der, han gik den vej.
Gå videre derhen.
Han gik den vej. Og han er deroppe igen. Hvordan er vi fucked, bare fordi vi gør lidt rundt? Det er ikke fordi vi er døde, er vi?
Hvor er det, du vil? Er han ikke
Det er sådan, det er alt efter noget. Hvad har en sted der for en rum
Tryk
shit.
R, Martin.
Ja?
Ja.
De bruger hjemlejnen.
Åh, ja.
Ret.
What?
Hvor fanden stod I der?
Nice.
Der er en anden, der skyder.
I kan lige mig op, hvis der er.
Ja.
Nej, det kan jeg ikke.
Nej, gå op ad stenen.
Jeg kan ikke gå.
Nej, kravl så.
Jeg kan ikke kravle, når Christian står i vejen. Hvorfor kom der lige til en masse ved at dræbe anden team?
Vi tabte
Fordi
den
vi blev huntet.
Well, they do everything.
Nej, jeg ved ikke, jeg overgår ikke mere.
Well, there's 2 out of 4.
Yeah, it looks better already though.
It does. Speaking of looks, we're standing here looking at this thing while the tire was airing up, and you noticed something.
Yeah, so the truck is orange under the black. Right here, it's
Jeg
got
så faktisk sådan noget på YouTube den anden, der er faktisk sådan nogle programmer, hvor Don Ramsey går tilbage til de forretninger, hvor de har været i.
pack painter would do is mask off the sports stripe and then spray the black on it. And most places here, the black is
Jo, det
actually
gjorde.
higher than the white, and it's got overspray on it right here.
You can see that on the camera from here.
Yeah, so they must have laid their tape on here, probably ran a razor blade down it to keep the stripe, and then Earl shived the thing.
Still don't know if this is truly a sport or not. I'm sure you might be able to figure it out when you get it down to your place.
Maybe it's like 10 different trucks. So
It could very well be.
most of these are.
Yeah, that's the ag hitch. So you're pulling your, grain trailers with your whatever the hell this truck's supposed to be. You should be able to pull locks right here, in theory, and then move it side to side. You back up to your trailer, you're off a little bit, then you swing your hitch over, and then when you pull forward, it locks itself back.
Hey Mikkel, henter du lige den anden energidrik her?
Det kan jeg gøre.
Hvad?
Det må du gerne gøre.
Sten og Pia.
Nej, du gør det.
Sten og Pia.
Jeg kan stænge op her.
Er klar?
Ja.
Sten, saks, papir nu. Saks.
Hvad?
Saks.
Sten.
Ikke fucking skid. Okay, jeg er klar. Sten og papir, eller hvad?
Ja.
Okay. Sten, saks, papir nu. Papir.
Sten.
Godt. Det er dig.
Saks.
Shut that up.
Bitch, fuck in your ass.
Is that same? I don't think that's orange paint. I think that's that red oxidized primer. Yeah, it's all over that spring.
Oh yeah.
Or shackle right there.
Ja, det er en bil, du skal
Well,
se,
we got
Mark.
3 out of 4.
Mikkel,
Kan du på Discord?
har du set den der hvor hun siger, "You just know how to shoot a deer," så der er sådan en lille dreng, der siger, "Yes, ma'am, but I only been used to it."
Ja.
Og så ser du bare en rådyr, der falder til jorden. Har du set den, Mikkel? Hvad, Mikkel?
This is a nice
Har du set
looking
den?
base. Alright.
Det tror jeg ikke.
Alright, so it looks like we got to see.
Hvad er det med
Jamen,
den
sure.
der? Er det sjovt?
I don't online, only offline.
Hvordan sjov?
Sjov.
Ooh, it's alright. Okay, kind of profit. Alright.
Kind
See?
of profit.
Alright, now we gotta raid. Yeah, TC here. That's 400. Box number 1. Oh, and number 2.
What the?
That's profit.
Oh my god.
4 tires.
We got 7 out of 8 cylinders.
That's true. I'm gonna stand back a little bit so I don't get sprayed.
Hvad laver du?
Oh, dude.
En video. Spiller noget Raid Shadow Legends.
Det var der var ingenting. Men
Altså Mikkel han skal lige have det.
Hvad
Det ved jeg ikke, men.
så jeg har aldrig set Rush Academy, så jeg kan ikke vide om det er rigtigt. Men...
Hvordan fuck? Så jeg er rimelig sikker på, at der er nogle af Ross Academys raids, der er fake. Men jeg tror også, der er nogle, der er rigtige på vejerne. Jeg tror bare, fordi han lægger en video ud hver dag, så tror jeg ikke, det er sådan, you know.
Det er det jo ikke, fordi men det er Fortntie 4, han som det jo bruger.
Ja, men han spiller på en 10x server. Han spiller på sin egen server også. Så jeg ved ikke, om han har venner andre folk, der hjælper med at samle ind.
Man synes bare nogen, at det er fandme meget for en person at samle.
Ja, jeg tror også ikke under mig, at han har nogen, der samler ind for ham eller noget. Men nu spiller han også på en server, man kan nærmest finde det. Han spiller på sin egen server, man kan nærmest finde dem alle explosive i sådan i de her fucking... Shit, you know.
Han har lavet lootbox, og han selv det var der bare 10 millioner.
No, maybe. Jeg er ikke helt sikker. Der er ikke nogen, der er ikke noget, der er confirmed, så I don't know.
Ja, det er bare besat til at have nogle af de baser, hvor du står over 20 dage og vent, mand.
Folk, der lavede sådan en Rust Academy rating be like.
On all 7.
Do we want to put some brake clean in the cylinders to flush out that oil, or do you think she'll still light? She'll still light?
She'll still light.
Okay. Maybe hit her one more time and flush a little more out. That's good. Let's put plugs in her. Well, I don't have any more plugs, but here's some sandpaper. Don't use it all. That's good sandpaper. That's my points cleaner.
Exposed.
The budget's pretty tight around here.
You think we make money off this shit? A combined total of $1,200 of cars around us right now.
Oh, cleaned up like new.
Holy crap, those are worn.
They gap themselves.
Maybe just tap them on something.
Yeah, right. I mean, we close that electrode up, it'll be fine. It only has 7 of them anyway, so I mean, it doesn't really matter.
All right, our remanufactured spark plugs. Would you call it that?
Yeah, we could call them that if it makes you feel better.
Putting that in, we looked at our carb a little closer and got a list number off of it of 7002-1, and that is you want to tell them?
Well, yeah, it's Spreadbore Holly 650 carburetor, which is a direct-ish replacement for a Quadrajet. So
I've only ever seen, I think, one other Spreadbore Holly. That's an old school performance part.
It is.
Hey, Megan.
Der er en, der skriver her. Raid 100 of massive clan bases never once get attacked by anyone. They are just elaborate scripted unboxing videos.
Hvad mener han, når det bliver... Dem, der siger, at det har aldrig nogensinde set en Rush Cam, fordi der er fandme mange videoer. Der er mange videoer, hvor han bare beklæder hele videoen igennem, på grund af, at han er blevet ved med at blive raided hver eneste fucking... Han er blevet ved med at counter-raided hver eneste fucking gang, hvad er det? Han raider. Okay. Også fordi han raider bare på de her tidspunkter. Han raider sådan klokken 3 om natten, eller sådan noget ved hans tid, så det er altid, hvor folk er offline.
Ja, en offline narrator.
Ja,
Online narrator han aldrig var.
nogle gange. Bare meget få. Jeg går for, hvis han gerne vil have mange videoer ude, så er det nok en god idé bare at rate alle de baser, han kan i det tid,
Hvis det, jeg ved, nu har jeg ikke
Vil du
set
se et
det,
eller andet?
Men hvis en red,
Ja, jeg vil
har
gerne
ikke,
se noget selv.
jeg har
Jeg kan
ikke
godt
lyst til at
snakke
se.
lidt, men jeg ved ikke, jeg ser bare sådan
Jeg har
selv.
ikke lyst til at se noget.
Nej.
Du må godt se noget, Christian.
The gameplay is smoother than my mental health. Seriously, the mental health.
Nå, så der hunden lidt, så var det bare om 10 minutters tid.
Seriously, the game is really polished. From Stardew Valley to most ARPGs, you can find anything here. Find any.
Just gaming.
I was 16 years old. It wasn't a solid toilet. He wanted to eat it. He ate the pig. Now he got E. coli. Hvad fuck er det? He wanted to eat it. He took it from the toilet. Now he got E. coli. Nej, det går ikke, det er rigtigt. Don't have the same. No. Hey, Mikkel, hvis vi bor ude ved Skalborg, hvis vi flytter ud til Skalborg, der ikke? Og så skal vi helt klart gå ind på, hvad er det nu der gul og rød, sådan hver dag tidligt. Og så ser man, der er folk, der så de er...
Hver dag, ja.
Hver dag, ja. Når de ikke er, andre ikke er på arbejde. Når de andre er på arbejde, så kan vi gå derind. Toilet. We got equalize.
Tror du egentlig, at Frankie i Water 7 kunne have slået Bruno?
Bruno?
Det var ham der, som løb kæmpet første gang med Skiers sekunder.
Ja. Han har fucking kraftfuld laser, mand. Jeg tror, at den der mini-laser...
Jeg mener, på det tidspunkt.
Nå, på det tidspunkt? Nej.
Ja. Tror du ikke det?
Nej. Fordi at han kunne lidt ikke blive ramt, jo. Men det var virkelig kun sådan nogle stærke sager, der kunne ramme ham. Måske hvis han havde et eller andet våben, han kunne give, jeg gætter nu. Han har måske et eller andet våben, han kunne bruge. Eller han måske kan bygge en stor anvåd over ham. Toilet. I was 16 years old.
I was questioning that charger, saying that battery is full.
I don't think it is.
Nope. All right, new battery. We're not messing around. We put the booster pack on already. Go for it.
Ja, så bare lige sige det,
one more
klikker
booster pack. Alternate ground. Second booster pack. Hey, oh, there's smoke.
お取り込み中失礼お嬢さん2人が中へ入れてくれなかったものでてめえらここで何やってんだ
でっこい
ああなんだこらおいブルーノてめえ一体どういうつもりなんだそれ生意気な俺を誰だと思ってる誰に喧嘩売ってんだよ
Oh my god. Jeg tror bare fordi, for hverken tror jeg, Bruno han blev overrasket over, hvor stærk han var.
Ja.
Jeg tror hvis Bruno han er gået fuldt ud fra starten, så tror jeg ikke noget problem,
Barnley tror jeg ikke, Bruno er så stærk.
Nej, jeg tror han spillede, hans speciale, det var egen body, var det ikke?
Jeg tror jeg kan ikke huske det.
Og det var helt klart hans stærkeste ting, right? Men det var han ikke engang så stærk igen.
Sandy,
Luffy,
og I can't feel anything, og så værste gang han blev ramt, så det var den, oh shit.
Umiddelbart var han, Han var stærk,
Game is
han kunne
Crinus.
slå alle
Review
bossfight,
written by
men
Tranor.
jeg tror, han fik nogle uheldige, hvad hedder det,
Ja.
jeg tror, sådan nogle, selv Nami og Usopp kunne slå ham nu jo, hvis de var
Ja.
easily. Men jeg kan godt lide, at Usopp, han blev, jeg ved ikke, om du har set det, men du at hende der ulti, for endnu, ulti,
Ja.
hende der, den der dinosaur-ting.
Ja, jeg ved godt, hvem det er.
Han blev slået 3 gange i hovedet af hende med en headbutt.
Ja.
Og jeg tænker bare, at han er stadig i live, mand. What the
Ja.
hell?
Det er det, jeg tænker på, at Nami og Usopp har altid været rigtig meget durability jo.
Ja.
Men,
Nami, hun blev også ramt.
Nami, hun blev slået 1 gang, tror jeg, i hovedet af hak, mens hun brugte hakket. Og det gik op mod Luffy en lille smule, så det jeg tænker sådan, men en del mere durability, end jeg troede, de havde.
Ja, definitivt.
Eller jeg troede, Nami havde på hvad.
Ja.
Men Nami sagde så også, at hvis hun blev ramt, hun sagde også, at hvis hun ramte igen, så ville hun nok dø.
Ja, men det
men man ved så Usopp har helt klart mere, hvad hedder det, endurance, durability end
probably, ja. Altså, vi har jo ikke set, at det blev ramt af det, så I guess.
Nej. Vi så, at hun blev ramt en gang, og rimelig fucked efter det, så. Hun var ikke fucked længe, men.
Hvis du forstår, hvad jeg mener.
Coming out of the battery. This thing's just about broke all the way off.
Can they?
We got a new terminal in the truck. Do we want to cut a bit of the cable back?
Probably wouldn't hurt. What you got down in there?
They were pretty corroded.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
Little green.
White, even.
Ooh.
It was just powdered.
Nice. Pablo Escobar would be proud.
Maybe this was his truck.
It could have been.
Marketed on marketplaces as if it was.
It's Pablo Escobar's 76 Chevy sport truck.
Thankfully the rain stopped. It is better, but I still can't feel my fingers.
No, it's miserable. It's like hell if hell was cold.
Hell? No, this is Iowa.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright. Let's see what that doesn't do.
Hey Megan. Prøv lige en video, jeg lægger ind nu. Han har det mest majestic hairstyle, beard, ham jeg sender ind her nu. Mest fucking hairstyle, beard, mest majestic hairstyle, just a beard i verden, eller. Jeg lægger også en anden meme ind bagefter, men det er bare den der meme, jeg allerede havde vist. Den der med mental health, eller
There we go. That might do it.
Jeg kommer ind i Discord, og så tager det tid.
Nå, ham der fyren for The Walking Dead.
Er han fra The Walking Dead, ham der?
Ja, det er Walking Dead, det der.
Ja, jeg tænker, det er Walking Dead, men...
So you won't mind telling us exactly where it is?
Hvem er han? Hvor du kommer han?
Nej, jeg har ikke set
You're not going to find anything in there. It's in there, huh? I'd be more than happy. Go on, kill me. Return me to the earth.
Fuck man, mest majestic beardskræs, der er fucking herre, altså. Han ligner en fucking løve.
Ja.
Hey, Nate. How's...
Han er åbenbart, han er rimelig toxic eller noget.
Det er toxic ud.
Eller, jeg giver det ikke af, for at se klip af det.
It popped once, I swear. Alright, tighten her up a little more. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
What the hell?
So I'm thinking
Alright,
maybe
well,
I
let's
should
go
move out.
scavenge every damn booster pack we have on the farm.
Jump them all together.
Yep.
This has gotta work. I mean, for sure, right?
Alright, we got 2 booster packs. What we assume is a full battery. What the charger told us was a full battery, but I don't touch that thing anymore. If this doesn't work, it's a cable or a starter. Maybe a little throttle? It tried once. Yeah. God damn. Oh, it is smoking from down there. Starter. Oh, it smells. It's an electrical fire. I didn't really want to do this, but it looks like we're crawling under.
I think we're going under. Hey! It plows!
Alright, it took a little finagling, but we've got our plow off. And we've got a jack stand? I don't know what you want to call it.
Safety third.
Yeah, there you go. Dalton's under here. He's pulling our starter out. We got a new starter. We got some cable. All the goods. How's it working?
Rusty! Piece of shit! God!
Going good.
I'm gonna get hold of that guy with the baboon though.
Oh,
And see if he'll take that Dodge truck.
What?
I mean, I don't think the baboon is worth a Plymouth Roadrunner, but it's worth a D100. I think that's fair.
For context, Dalton was selling his rolled runner, which was a rolled Plymouth Roadrunner. He finished it and was selling it on Marketplace, and some guy messaged him, "Will you trade this for a taxidermied baboon?" And it was straight up a taxidermied baboon. It wasn't $3,200 and a baboon. It was just this monkey on a wall hanging on a stick.
I probably should have taken it. They're hot right now.
Alright, new wire.
Og set en video med Junkyard dæksmækker.
Er det den der 22 år gamle bil?
Ja, den der Chevy.
Ja, jeg har set den. Den er meget sjov om
Jeg
den
vil se den. Ja, jeg har ikke nogen måde at arbejde meget med nogle gange. Men hvad hedder det? Jeg synes, de snakker om, at han, ham der den ene, han solgte en bil, og så var det en, der skrev, om han ville bytte den for en taxidermy baboon.
Det kan faktisk godt være noget værd, som taxidermy ting.
Ja, så godt. Hvordan fuck siger man til taxidermy?
Taxidermied. Det ved jeg ikke. TAX, tror jeg.
Taxidermy. Taxidermy. Nå, her fandt jeg.
Hvordan staver man til det?
TAXIDERMY.
Taxidermied animals. Hvad var taxidermy? Hvad var det?
Hvad er taxidermy?
Taxidermied hvad?
Baboon.
Baboon.
Oh my god, den der koster $2700.
Ja.
Jeg ved, om de har på eBay. Det er nok,
De skulle have slået det op.
Men jeg gætter måske, hvis man vil bytte den for det, så kan det godt være, at han ikke kunne få solgt den, fordi det er dårlig kvalitet eller... der er jo forskellige kvalitet af... Oh my god, man. Der er en large baboon full shoulder mount taxidermy. $2,000 inde på eBay. Og måske skulle lige tage sold and
Der er en bamboo full body life size taxidermy mountain log, der blev solgt for næsten 10.000 kroner.
Oh my god, man. Der er en bamboo skull.
Ja.
Der er næsten 7.000.
Ja.
Oh my god, 6.100. Det er så danske kroner der.
Great condition.
Der er...
Great condition, man.
And the new starter, which I definitely did not steal from Mook. Which, I mean, I bought this. It was on the Nova. There you are.
Thank you. The other starter was staggered bolts.
Is this different?
I don't know. They might have both. Some of them, only have straight, and some of them are staggered.
Oh, so this isn't gonna work.
Han ligner lidt ham der han arbejder med, ikke?
Ja.
Han ligner lidt, som om at de ikke, oh my god. Ja. Hans krop ikke kunne finde ud af, om han skulle være Down syndrom eller ej. Det kan han blive udviklet.
Yeah, let
This
might.
got 2 bolt holes.
Yeah,
in the
some of
bottom.
them are double drilled. But you want to look for
boot
this,
like
you want to count the
it.
key.
That's
As long as the other hole's there, it'll be fine.
Story of my life. Well,
6-cylinder starter is different, apparently. And the nose cone is too big.
Og har han taget den der Epic Game ting, det kan jeg ikke huske.
we're out of daylight at this point, so
Yeah.
and it's getting cold fast.
It
so-
is
Har set den der meme, har set hvad jeg skrev under den der meme der. Ma. Ma.
Ja.
Prøv at se, hvad jeg skrev under de her meme, du sendte.
Det er like anything do like. Boot, but the ball like. Did you do the good duck? Der kan det gå low luck. See what the boop with the boop up. That's right. Dweety doop in a more right. The boot the boop in the ball light. Shadow tactics.
Har du set, at hvad hedder det? Hvad er det, han hedder? Er det Chris fra Mr. Beast?
Ja.
Han har fået sådan, han har langt hår og negle. Jeg ved ikke helt om, om det er noget.
Han har et barn.
Yeah, I know.
Jeg synes godt nok, han har langt hår, men jeg ved ikke, hvorfor han har langt negle. Måske en challenge af en eller anden art. Skånder mig.
Hey. So I'm seeing you tonight.
Yes. And you would have, even if you hadn't told me that.
I was just wondering, you're a masseuse.
Brandy.
I'm sure I'm imagining this, although not as sure now that I know her name, but she seems a little, how do I say this? I don't know. A bit slutty.
She's a hooker. She's not slutty, she's doing something wrong.
What? Did you have sex with her?
Yesterday? Ah, you're getting confused by the hooker thing. Oh, of course not. I'm dating you.
But you used to have sex with her.
Well, that was a massage plus happy ending sort of thing. Now it's more of a sad ending. Because of you. I've tried 15 different massage therapists over the last few years. I don't know why, but she's the best I've found. Makes my life feel better.
So you really think that I would be okay with you getting a massage from a hooker
That's right.
you used to have sex with?
I'm right.
You don't
I'm
mind the
right.
massage part.
That's right.
You mind the sex part, which doesn't exist anymore.
I know a great physical therapist. I will give you her number.
Why would I give up one who definitely works for one who might work?
Because I asked you to.
Well, that's not really an argument now, is it?
I won't see you until you stop seeing her.
That's an argument. Let's say you had a really fantastic handyman.
I was hoping you'd interrupt my cooking to ask about handymen. Do go on.
Would Sam ask you to stop using him because you might have had a sexual relationship with him in the past?
Ah, yes. The age-old hooker massage conundrum. Cuddy might have mentioned something about it. Let's say you're right. Completely right about everything. Give in anyway.
This is not a point of pride. This is a point of principle.
Right. You're the Rosa Parks of hooker massages.
The principle is she's being irrational. Like, give in on this, it sets the stage for the whole relationship.
Putting up with irrationality is the foundation for every relationship. I agree with Sam when she's calling her father a monster. I agree with her when she's calling him a saint. And in exchange, I get to have sex with her. And I'm sure she has similar trade-offs with me. Relationships are hard. You have to make sacrifices. So, sacrifice being crazy. Go get her a gift and apologize.
Finally made a good point.
Which clearly you've misunderstood based on how quickly you agreed.
Kitchen's burning.
I am Felipe.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Dr. House was worried how you left things. He's giving you massage.
But as an admission, he was wrong?
Yes.
Well, tell him thanks, but
Men ved du, hvem Demetrius DeMarcus er?
Ja, Demetrius DeMarcus.
Bartholomew the second.
Jeg ved ikke, hvor du får det.
Hvem er det, der snakker sådan?
I don't know. En eller anden bitch. En eller anden. Jeg vil bare spille med.
As you would say that. And to say, no you don't.
Well, tell him he needs to stop canceling my
Fordi jeg vil
appointments
gerne
because I will
have
just
en egen
schedule
kanal, eller?
Hvad?
Har han sin egen kanal, eller hvad?
Oh, maybe, I don't know. Det er ikke de alle, som der har dem, I guess. I don't know, ikke sikker.
As you would say that. And to say, that Dr. Schatz is a fat, lonely moron who, in an effort to have contact with human female, makes the same exact complaint about parking spaces every month. And you know you have to stop enabling him. I have great fingers.
Demetrius DeMarcus Urban Dictionary.
That's so nice.
The former leader of Ohio and defender of Earth.
How long have you been a masseur?
Demetrius was a young African-American soldier who stumbled upon the stone of the Beyonder and used it as a fight against the corrupt Ohio forces to defend Earth in
I
what
just
was
mean
what has come to be known as the Shuffle of 1812.
Get your hands off me.
Demetrius ended up ruling
Seriously?
Ohio for a great
A
many
massage
years
from a
and
male
eventually
hooker?
set his clone back in time to complete the
was?
founding Ohio time loop that our reality is built upon. As for right now, Demetrius is no longer living in Ohio and instead spending his final years on Earth as a normal human.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
Bother me at all. Guess we both learned a valuable lesson.
Except that I didn't used to have sex with him, you idiot. Plus, he was a gay hooker.
Have you any idea how hard it is to find a straight male hooker? Oh, come on, it's a massage. I don't care who gives it to you. Why not treat me the same way?
I'm sure that some part of you believes this idiocy, but you can't possibly be stupid enough to think that you could convince any part of me. And that can only mean you're trying to sabotage this relationship.
Why would I do that? We're doing fine.
Because the next step from fine is serious and you can't handle that.
Yeah,
so
we
you're trying
gotta
to keep
do
me
it
at arm's length
now.
with all this crap.
How about you?
I have been completely open with you.
You won't let me sleep over. basically have him introduce me to your daughter.
But do you want to spend time with her?
Honestly, before this, I'd have said no. But, yeah. How are we ever gonna be a couple if you keep hiding her from me?
How's... I need to protect her. I let you into her life, and you go away.
I call it what it is. I'm not the only one who's holding back.
Getting pretty cold out here.
I say we pack our stuff up and
Get it
enjoy
tomorrow.
New Year's Eve. Today's video was able to help me earn cash back on that gas bill. Today's video, 1 out of 4.
What the hell?
Dude, what just happened to my brain? I felt like my eyes were literally vibrating because of that. Hey, you started doing it, I was like, I can't see.
Before we get into this absolute dumpster fire of a video,
You like can't like figure out where
you
you're going.
can't see the address.
Yeah,
I
you
like
have to
you
turn
lose your
down the
ability to
music.
read.
Why do we do that as humans? Like turn down music.
You're overstimulated.
And that's exactly what just happened there. I was like, I got this. I was like, I can't see. Somebody turning on a leaf blower in your ear, like the most obnoxious sound. Don't mind me.
ooh, you're covered in leaves, man. I gotta get them off you.
We're in a ghillie suit at his desk.
Hey, you still got that
We're in a
focus
ghillie
thing.
suit for my
Is it sturdy?
immersion.
Is it sturdy? Is it fake? Is it sturdy? Because my kid has autism. He's freakingly strong. He broke the last year.
Bro, that'd be real unfortunate. Like the Captain Price mission, some Mexican just walks by with a fucking leaf blower.
Just tries to run you over with a lawnmower, but you're prone. Just on one of those.
Look at me! I
mowers.
say it's my job.
It's hard work out here, my friend.
That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Tango 6.
It's like a Family Guy bit.
Stay low. The Mexicans are coming.
That's not even the Russians.
I should make ramen tonight. I don't think anyone should eat ramen at any point in their lives.
Ramen. It makes no sense.
I don't know.
Stop smelling it.
What's in your cup? I can't help I have a fucking nose,
It's
man.
not even it's not even his water cup. It's just like his baseball cup from high school.
All right,
Yeah,
shit
go
snap
shit.
time for the boys.
Go take the shit.
20 minutes later.
You, me, blank now. You, me, oh, the button calendar. You, me, oh.
It's too late.
What is your name?
Yummy, oh yeah.
It looks like some Indian reservation name that I don't know how to pronounce, but I'll probably say it wrong and then look racist.
I'll give you the pass. Go ahead.
Yummy, how are you?
Oh, you wrong for that. What the hell?
Welcome back to Cards Against Humanity, everybody.
Oh my
if you
God.
enjoy and want to see more Cards Against Humanity videos, please be sure to
What's
let us know
going
by
on,
leaving
guys?
a like,
Today we're playing Cards
comment,
Against
and
Humanity.
subscribe.
You good dog against you.
Hey guys, howdy folks. Welcome back to the
It is too early.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Hello, guys. It is me, Smitty. Video time. Here we go.
What the fuck?
Oh, I need to open up my complimentary incognito tab.
Oh yeah.
I don't even go incognito. You guys are pussies.
Incognito has the N-word pass.
So you're just looking up how to make a bomb.
Yep.
In normal tab.
Fuck you.
Dude, if
No,
you
no,
murder
it's the
someone in
loophole.
incognito, it's technically legal. So.
That's so dumb.
Look, I'll type in how to join ISIS right now.
I wouldn't do that.
Rather than giving money, I prefer to give blank to charities.
Let's see
What
here.
does Soup want to give to charities besides loaded bombs?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
All right, rather than giving money, I prefer to give
Oh.
Oh, baby.
Oh.
An arsenal for them to defend themselves. That's good.
I prefer to give asbestos to charities.
New blank for women.
Alrighty
As
then.
the authority on women, I got this one. I know what women like.
Yeah, you do. Because you like the same thing. Big old cock up your ass.
That's right, dude. I speak for my race.
Yeah.
New. I don't know how to describe what I'm looking at.
Use your best context clues to describe what you're looking at.
Gay Indian.
How do you know he's gay? What if he's just wearing a Fortnite cosplay?
What if he just in the battle pass?
We should have skipped this prompt. This prompt was ass.
Nah, give me the win, bro.
Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. It's already on his hard drive. Yeah, get these people the fuck out of here.
There are some things money can't buy. For blank, there's MasterCard.
I don't like how you
I don't.
said
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Just the inflection you used.
I don't even know what reflection means. There are some things money can't buy for Whoa! What is that?
I think you brought this card upon yourself.
What is that? No, I'm hiding that one. Editor, blur that.
That's not illegal. I mean,
It's not illegal.
What do you mean it's not illegal?
is that against YouTube's rules?
Slavery? What are we talking about?
Come on, Yummy.
That's not even my card. What the fuck are you talking about?
Come on, Yummy.
Hey, you know exactly whose card that is.
Money can't buy. Kermit doing crack. Do you think he got that from the cocaine monster? Okay.
Oh, playing to the czar. That's not even fair, bro.
She's kind of bad, though.
It looks so real.
She looks like she's
It
about to
is.
make a mean crock pot macaroni and casserole.
That's what I was gonna say. It was macaroni casserole. It's exactly what it looks like she would make.
The fuck?
All right, I'm going for the Clinton casserole on this one.
Of course.
Let's go. Clint casserole is probably babies and other stuff, but close enough.
Blank the movie coming to theaters soon.
This has an iFunny watermark. I'm scared I'm gonna get judged.
Haunts in a suit in the movie coming
Fancy
to
horse.
theaters soon.
Fancy horse.
I live in Texas. What? Why Matt Changbad Greta Grugberg movie coming to theaters soon? What is Satan's ass is
She's
that?
like a caveman or something.
Look at caveman just in a residential park.
The grass is all mowed and everything.
I know. You can see a street on the top left.
She probably just ate it all.
Dude, cavemen had streets. Come on.
Sal.
The movie.
Stretched resolution. Movie coming to theaters. Yeah, whatever this thing is.
Let's go! My iFunny meme works!
I came from iFunny. Can I take my vote back?
Hi, we are from the Church of Blank.
Don't
Do you
care.
have a moment to talk about blank?
Didn't ask.
Yeah, that's when I slammed the door and grabbed my fucking loaded gun.
Okay. Hi, we are from the Church of Islam. Do you have a moment to talk about Jihad Joe? A real American Zero? Wow.
Who is that?
Wow.
God,
That's Jihad Joe.
That's Jihad Joe, dude.
You know that's been posted on someone's Facebook.
No,
Oh,
this is
unironically,
like-
yeah.
This is like 4 years in the future. This is what we're going to be seeing.
Do you want this as your president? Vote Trump.
9/11.
All
We
right.
have a moment to talk about Disney's planes.
Oh my god.
Maybe
You
this one
spoiled
should have been.
that movie for me? I haven't seen that.
This one should have been reversed. I think.
Did the
Hi,
Disney planes get hijacked?
By Jihad Joe.
I don't know how the fuck you found that, but that is awesome.
I typed in terrorist Joe Biden.
Oh my god.
You, me, blank now. You, me, oh, Joe Biden calendar. You, me, oh.
It's too late.
Eating blank is totally acceptable if you're a freak. Well, there are some great choices here, gentlemen.
Terrible.
The menu is looking spicy tonight.
Dog, man, child. What you want?
Can we dedicate a round to only pictures of The Rock with his fork and knife?
Okay, yeah, hold on.
All right. And on the 8th day, God was going to create Child Labor Tycoon 3.
What the fuck?
Good meme. Nothing like eating a fat stack of pancakes to some child labor. God was going to create Tide Pods.
Bro.
The second one is definitely the winner.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Bro, how did you
I'm not even
find that? How did you?
I kept clicking and kept clicking.
Went down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it got worse. There was more of them about. There's a lot of Child Labor Tycoon 3 rock memes for some reason.
What?
I don't know
Weird
why.
niche.
My New Year's resolution is to stop. My New Year's resolution is to stop. Ah! No! No!
Oh,
no!
wow!
No,
it actually
no,
took me a second to get what that was.
Oh
okay.
God! No! Blur everything about that. Don't show
that out of
anything.
existence.
That is a cock that is painted like a minion.
Yeah, that's what that is. Okay.
That is an editor-only moment. Enjoy it.
What
Jeg har
reminds
fundet
you
ud af, hvem
of
det er, Martin.
home?
Demetrius, DeMarcus, Buffalo Jr. the third. The third junior.
Ja, hvem er det?
Han hedder Spencer.
Har han sin egen YouTube, eller hvad?
Ja, han har 2 millioner, han har 2 millioner subscribers. Lige over 2 millioner.
After a few thousand people made the same request that I cover every episode of Better Call Saul, I came up with a groundbreaking idea. I'm going to cover every episode of Better Call Saul.
It's showtime, folks.
Saul Goodman was introduced in season 2 of Breaking Bad as the kind of sleazy lawyer that only lowlives and criminals would use. All the stereotypes were there. The comb over, the snazzy suits, the general aura of tacky showmanship of his environment, and audiences loved him.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights? The Constitution says you do.
This love and interest to explore his character more was shared by show creators Vince Gilligan and Peter Gould. And before Breaking Bad had even finished airing, the planning for Saul Goodman's spin-off series was already underway. Fast forward to today and we have a complete story to work through. So let's explore each episode of Better Call Saul so we can enjoy the highs, the lows, and everything in between. Remember the Granite State episode of Breaking Bad when Saul Goodman said this?
From here on out, I'm Mr. Low Profile, just another douchebag with a job and 3 pairs of dockers. If I'm lucky, a month from now, best case scenario, I'm managing a Cinnabon in Omaha.
Well, that best case scenario is exactly where he's landed, as we see in this flash forward opening to the first episode. But he doesn't seem all that happy about his situation. He's constantly paranoid, thinking someone's looking his way, and later at home he's watching his old Better Call Saul commercials on a VHS tape, clearly missing his Saul Goodman days.
I'm Saul Goodman, and I'm here to tell you that they're wrong. It's never too late for justice.
And luckily for us, we get to see those glory days right now. So we get to see Saul Goodman in court, which isn't something we got to see in Breaking Bad. And this first case gives us a great insight into Saul's persuasive skills as a defense attorney, and also the type of clients he represents. In this case, he's defending some dumb teenagers who did a very dumb thing.
If I were held accountable for some of the stupid decisions I made when I was 19, oh boy, wow. I don't think they deserve to have their bright futures ruined by a momentary, minute, never to be repeated lapse of judgment.
Well, I'm all of a sudden feeling more forgiving, but what did these teenagers do exactly? Oh, they had sex with a severed head of a corpse. Welcome to the show, everybody. Saul collects his crappy pay, hops into his crappy car, and tries to exit to meet the next client. But he gets stopped at the parking barrier by Mike Ehrmantraut for not having his parking validation.
Thank you for restoring my faith in the judicial system. Now you either pay the $3 or you go back inside and you get an additional sticker.
We'll come back to this happy chappy later. For reasons which I'll explain later in the video, Saul Goodman isn't called Saul Goodman yet. He goes by his birth name, James or Jimmy McGill. So we'll call him Jimmy for a while. The next client Jimmy meets is very important to this part of the story. It's a soppy cuck vibe fella and his ballbuster wife, the Kettlemans. So basically, this guy called Craig, god damn it, stole $1.6 million from the county treasury, and his wife insists that they aren't guilty of anything, and therefore don't need a lawyer right now, which means that Jimmy has lost out on his potential client for now. Did you know that Better Call Saul is a horror movie? Cause this next part shit me up.
Well, no, it's paid up. Run it again.
Now I've removed my testicles from my lungs, we can move on. So these bozos are trying to pull a scam on our boy, not knowing that he grew up being called Slippin' Jimmy, and he smells out scams like he's a Nigerian prince on Hotmail.
Does this steaming pile of crap scream payday to you, huh? The only way that entire car is worth $500 is if there's a $300 hooker sitting in it.
So they scamper away, but they'll be back in the story before you know it. Jimmy pays a visit to HHM, a law firm he used to work at as a mailman, and it's clear that most of the people still working there view him undesirably.
Oh, Sir Francis. Well-groomed as always. Okay, all right.
He's here because the firm are sending his brother Chuck, who was a founding member of HHM, small amounts of money by check, but Jimmy believes they owe Chuck more.
No more penny-ante checks designed to make it look like Chuck still works here. He doesn't. He never will again. It's time to do right by him and cash him out.
This is just one of the ways in which Jimmy goes to great lengths to protect his brother. The most notable way is that Chuck has a weird mentally induced reaction to electricity, so he can't be exposed to the outside world, and his entire house is cut off from electricity, practically living in the Stone Age. So Jimmy brings in his groceries and does his best to protect Chuck from anything electrical entering the house. Back at HHM, Jimmy is prepared to leave morally victorious, but then he overhears Betsy Kettleman signing up for legal representation after she rejected his proposal that morning. A massive kick to his ego, followed by this iconic kicking the crap out of a bin scene. And this is followed by the proper introduction of the second most important character in Jimmy's story, Kim Wexler. A woman who somehow looks both 21 and 41 at the same time. And Jimmy's slipping it in her, if you can believe it. And I know what you're thinking, she's way too good for him. But just give it time and you'll see the full depth of their relationship. Triggered by Betsy's betrayal, Jimmy hires the scamming skater scruffs to do the same car accident scam on her, with the payoff being that Jimmy arrives on scene to settle the matter, which should convince Betty that Jimmy is the lawyer that she needs in her life. Problem is, Skater Scruff 1 gets hit by the wrong car, and they follow who they believe to be Betsy all the way to her house when she makes a run for it. It turns out to be an elderly Latina who barely speaks any English, so she leads them inside to talk to her grandson. Jimmy is hot on the trail and manages to find where they went, and then when he knocks on the door he gets greeted by a gun and a familiar friendly face from Breaking Bad. I love the opening to this episode. What Better Call Saul lacks in excitement compared to Breaking Bad, it more than makes up for it with excellent filmmaking. The carnal sounds and rapid cutting of this tomato, revealing to be Tuco making a delicious meal for his grandma, makes for the perfect juxtaposition to give us the vibe that he's a family man, but also a deadly man. Well, I guess we already knew the latter part from Breaking Bad, but still, an amazing way to open the episode. So we see the scamming story from Tuco's point of view, and these two insufferable idiots are quick to offend the worst man you could ever offend.
The crazy old biznatch who ran over my brother. It hurts so bad. It hurts so bad.
Biznatch. What a great word. But yeah, he ain't gonna let that slide, and he knocks them down real hard.
No.
Biznatch.
Then he goes to greet Jimmy, who's banging at the door, and points a gun at his head for answers. Luckily, Jimmy's golden tongue convinces Tuco not to shoot him yet, saying that he's going to take his clients and simply disappear, without a single word reported to the police.
Wow, you got a mouth on you.
Thank you.
Skater's Graph 2 quickly rats on Jimmy, despite him essentially saving his life. And this triggers Tuco into taking them all out to the desert for a good old-fashioned interrogation. Jimmy pleads that this is a case of mistaken identity, and confesses that they were running a scam against a different woman. But Tuco has trouble believing him.
I smell lies.
Luckily, his smarter nephew Nacho steps in to advise that killing a lawyer isn't a smart business move. But as for the other two, yeah, they're fair game. Now this is the first moment that really took me by surprise. Once again we get to see Jimmy's brilliant negotiation skills. Instead of walking away and allowing them to be killed, he reasons with Tuco to reach a deal that in order for them to spread the word that Tuco isn't to be messed with, they need to remain alive. But to offer payment for the insult to his grandma, he can break one leg of each man.
They can't skateboard for 6 months, and they're scared of you forever. To show everybody that you are the man, but that you're fair.
Watching Jimmy's face, hearing their legs being broken, is the first scene of his character entering a new chapter. Like it or not, he's now a known man to the cartel, and this won't be the last messed up thing he's involved with. Later that night, we get more excellent carnal sound design, as Jimmy gets PTSD watching these breadsticks being snapped, just like leg bones. Jimmy gets drunk to overcome the fresh memories of what happened and crashes at Chuck's place. And the next morning is where we see the troubled past of their relationship, where Chuck wants Jimmy to move away from the Slippin' Jimmy days, yet he finds the hospital bill that Jimmy paid for the skater scruffs.
I know how this looks. I'm down to my last dime and suddenly I'm paying for broken legs, but I'm not backsliding. This isn't Slippin' Jimmy.
Fine.
It's also hinted that Chuck's condition is connected to Jimmy's history of wrongdoing, in that Chuck's negative opinion of Jimmy drives his mental condition into this strange coping mechanism. Honestly, it's super interesting, and I'm glad that this is part of their story.
Take off the space blanket. I didn't do anything wrong.
It has nothing to do with that. It was your phone.
Take off the space blanket.
After an entertaining montage of watching Jimmy's typical work week, including an ongoing battle over parking validation stickers with Mike.
Like a troll under a bridge. You must have the stickers or you won't pass.
We see Jimmy go back to his rundown office in the back of this nail salon to finally call it a night. But then Nacho comes knocking with a business proposition that he steals the money from the Kettlemans and cuts Jimmy a slice of the money, and all Jimmy needs to do is figure out where they stashed the money away. An offer which Jimmy turns down, not wanting to be involved in this level of crime.
For when you figure out you're in the game.
The episode opens up with a flashback to a time when Chuck was getting Slippin' Jimmy out of jail time. We see the disappointment in Chuck's face and the desperation on Jimmy's face to be given another chance.
Do not make a fool out of me. Promise I won't.
Jimmy, feeling sour about the Kettleman still and contemplating Nacho's offer, rings up Kim to see if he can dig up any dirt to find clues as to where they might be hiding the cash. But he accidentally airs out the idea that they could be in danger from criminals seeking out the money. He plays it off to Kim as a drunken ramble, but then he spooks himself with the belief that it might actually happen. So he calls in anonymously to warn the Kettlemans that someone is coming for their money.
Your whole family's in danger. The money.
You have a terrible connection.
Kettlemans, you're in danger. They're coming for your money. Bye.
And this phone call triggers off a series of unexpected events. The first is that the Kettlemans disappear from their house, and then Jimmy finds out that Nacho has been arrested and has requested that Jimmy be his legal representation. But the biggest surprise comes when he reveals that he never entered the Kettleman's house, and that the only person he told his plan to was Jimmy, which makes Jimmy the only person that could have ratted him out. And so Nacho gives Jimmy 24 hours to get him out of custody, or he's going to be a marked man.
You miserable piece of shit. You get me out of here today, or you're a dead man.
You'll have noticed that I'm skipping over certain details, but if you know me and my principles on content creation, you know that when I make these recap videos, I focus mainly on the points that drive the plot forward, which allows you to go watch the original for yourself, so you can discover the other cool stuff. So please keep that in mind before leaving angry comments. So, for some reason which I question the legality of, the police officers allow Jimmy to go to the crime scene to see if he can come up with a credible explanation for the disappearance. And when looking at the daughter's room, he notices that her dolly is missing, suggesting that it was a planned exit and not a kidnap like the police suggest. On his way back to Nacho, Mike won't allow him through the barriers for skipping out on paying the last time.
Screw you, geezer!
So Jimmy gets all up in Mike's face, which ends very badly. And when Mike is about to press charges, he overhears Jimmy's theory on the Kettlemans and decides instead to offer him some advice.
It's human nature to want to stay close to home. And if this Kettleman figured out how to do it, that's what he did. Nobody wants to leave home.
And sure enough, after a fairly lengthy trek through the forest behind the Kettleman's house, he stumbles across their tent.
Let's do this.
Here's Johnny! Hey, Warren. Hey, Jojo. Sorry about that. I'm your Uncle Jimmy, all right?
I love you, Bob Odenkirk. Ballbuster Betsy resists the idea of going back home, and during an altercation, all of the money which they definitely didn't steal bursts open. That's pretty much game over, right? Well, let's continue watching. Opening with another flashback to Slippin' Jimmy days, Jimmy is pulling the scheme on this guy, and he's working with his friend who's pretending to be this drunkard laying on the floor here. It was obviously a scam right from the moment where this guy finds a random wallet, so the reveal came as no surprise to me and my humongous brain. It was great to see some of Slippin' Jimmy's rebellious cool guy days. You can tell he's cool because he has long hair and does drugs. Maybe we get to see more of this backstory in the animated Slippin' Jimmy show, but that looks like trash and I refuse to watch it.
So, you bring a sled for me? Nope.
Back with the Kettlemans, they offer Jimmy a bribe to keep his mouth closed about the money, an idea of which he initially feels that it goes against his morals, but turning down that kind of cash would take the piety of a saint, so he files a good chunk of it as expenses, and then uses the rest of the money to do something only a devious mind like Jimmy would think to do. So with his bitterness against Howard Hamlin, he pays for a suit, a haircut, and a billboard to look like an exact carbon copy of Howard and the aesthetic of HHM, with the end goal of getting under Howard's skin.
What the hell is he thinking with this?
Really, he's, you know, a free spirit.
Which seems extremely petty, and perhaps it is, but the plot thickens later, trust me. Naturally, Howard sends a cease and desist, and the judge immediately sides with Howard, seeing how silly this situation is.
I don't see any other reasonable explanation.
Your Honor.
Jimmy, wise up. The billboard must come down within 48 hours.
Still, was funny to see Jimmy cosplaying as Howard.
Yikes. Yikes. From the man dressed exactly like me. Your Honor, I feel like I'm in the mirror routine with Groucho Marx.
Determined not to be shut down without winning, Jimmy stages a local hero moment by saving a guy who quote-unquote fell while taking his billboard down, knowing full well that this rescue would draw a crowd and the attention of local news.
This whole thing was a publicity stunt. It's gotta be.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Later that night, when Jimmy arrives back at his office, he finally has some clients on his answering machine, and you can't help but feel satisfied with this moment, after watching him be so disheartened with the lack of messages up until now.
You have 0 messages.
One thing he forgot to account for with this PR stunt is the fact that Chuck is an avid reader of newspapers, because that's his only news source without electricity. So Jimmy hides Chuck's copy of the Albuquerque Journal, which is a real newspaper. I don't know if that's interesting or painfully uninteresting. But anyway, Chuck simply can't do without this newspaper, and pushes his physical and mental limits by venturing outside to steal the neighbour's copy. I really like this effective sound design and frantic editing to portray Chuck's perspective on this hostile world, and then it comedically cuts to how it looks to outsiders. Needless to say, Chuck discovers what Jimmy was hiding, and the episode ends with Chuck wrapping himself tighter into the space blanket. Chuck's neighbour snitched on him for stealing the paper, so 2 cops roll up demanding that he opens the door, and when he refuses they bust open and tase him. We'll check his pulse later. Until then, we have Jimmy following up some leads generated from his billboard PR stunt. The first one being this wealthy sovereign state wannabe, and he's quite possibly the wackiest one-off character in this show.
We are going to be America's Vatican City.
Yeehaw! 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 Yes, we are doing this!
Jimmy gets excited when this man offers him $1 million, but that balloon bursts when he sees that this man meant $1 million of his very own made-up currency. The second client has an even sillier proposition. He wants to patent his invention, which is a toilet that gives compliments when children take a fat shit.
Gosh, you're big. You're so big.
Amazing. Third time's a charm, it seems, with this next client, as she's using Jimmy's services for a straightforward wheel, with the slight gimmick of her wheel including these Hummel figurines.
I found the Alpine Shepherd boy.
This next scene of Jimmy painting Kim's toes is significant for 2 reasons. The first reason, and I wish I was kidding, is that while doing some research I was made aware of a seedy subsection of the internet that has turned Kim's feet into a sexual thing. But out of the darkness comes light, as we do have some hilarious memes. This gif being my absolute favourite. Me when I accidentally delete my Kim Wexler feet folder. The more significant event in this scene is that Kim gets a call to say that Chuck is in hospital. So if you can prise yourself away from her feet for a second, we should go check in on Chuck. Jimmy explains to the nurse that he needs all of the electronics out of the room, and she immediately suspects that Chuck needs psychiatric evaluation. When the nurse suggests this to be the case, Jimmy and Chuck argue that Chuck is a clever boy, and can therefore tell the difference between a mental condition and a physical condition. But they wasn't aware that this nurse had a tuna sandwich for lunch, so her brain is freshly juiced with omega-3, and she turns on the power to his bed in this Chad move to prove to Jimmy that his condition is in fact all in his head.
That was a dirty trick.
That wasn't a trick, it was a demonstration.
Back home, they discuss the connection between Chuck reading the newspaper and his hospital visit. And Jimmy explains that the PR stunt was simply to get the ball rolling on his business, and that he's going to do things by the book from here on, deciding that he's going to specialise in elder law based on the one successful client he had earlier. Chuck doesn't quite believe him, but he does miraculously seem better now. Next we see Jimmy slip in some promo pots of jelly to elderly folk, just so that he can drum up more business. And I just chuckle at the idea that one day when I'm old and dying, having only one thing to look forward to in my day, and that's my jelly, only to have my pot of jelly remind me that I'm gonna die soon, so I should probably write a will. Towards the end of the episode, we see Jimmy and Mike talking, and they have this amazing banter with each other.
What you reading there? The complete annotated book of rules for parking validation?
No. The rules for parking validation are actually pretty simple. Most people get it on the first try.
We then follow Mike around for a while. He swings by this lady's house, and we'll discover who this is in the next episode. And then later at home, he gets a knock at the door from the police.
It's a long way from home, aren't you?
You and me both.
Calling it now, this episode is peak Mike Ehrmantraut. If Jonathan Banks was to win an award for any episode, it has to be this one, because his acting is god tier. We get a flashback to see Mike arriving by train in Albuquerque to make this state his new home. But why has he run away? We'll find out later. He's picked up by this lady who turns out to be his son's wife, and she has the world's most annoying daughter. Trust me, just wait. After he and his daughter-in-law get into a disagreement over the circumstances of his son's death, he goes to a vet to get his mysterious gunshot wound treated. Let's rewind to see how he got this boo-boo. So Mike is at a cop bar to cope with the loss of losing his son, Matty. He drunkenly staggers over to an officer and a sergeant who Matty worked alongside with, and Mike knows for certain that they killed Matty for not accepting dirty money.
I know it was you.
He confronts them with the truth before wandering off, leaving them panicking about what Mike might do to get revenge. They see him walking the streets after the bar closes and offer him a lift, with the end goal of killing him to keep what they did a secret. But it turns out Mike was faking being drunk, and he takes them both out.
He's drinking himself to death. We're doing him a favor.
Smart. That's what I would have done if I were you.
Honestly, this sequence is so perfect, there's no way I could do it justice without simply just showing you it. The next thing we see is Mike basically confessing what he's done to his daughter-in-law, Stacy. To sum up what's said here, Mike reveals that he always held his son to a higher standard than he did himself, and he was very proud of Matt's straight-laced approach to enforcing the law. So proud he was that even the suggestion that he might have played dirty sends him into a rage.
He wasn't dirty! God damn you! You get that through your head! My son wasn't dirty!
In Matt's last moments, Mike told him over the phone to take the dirty money for the sake of saving his own life. But by that point, it was too late, and the other cops killed him out of fear for him ratting them out. Mike is heartbroken at the idea that he tried to corrupt his son, and in the end it wasn't even worth it. Which means their final conversation as father and son is when Mike tried to ruin his son's integrity.
Broke my boy. I broke my boy.
This is why Jonathan Banks deserves an award. You'd have to be made of stone not to choke up right now. Naturally, the cops assume that Mike is behind the murder of Matt's colleagues, and during the interview process, Mike demands that he sees his lawyer, one particular lawyer who owes him a favour for helping him out of trouble. Chuck is feeling useless to the world being out of work, so he's training himself to endure longer periods of pain, being a part of the world outside of his dark and depressing den. My face when no hentai or Discord trolling. Jimmy sees an opportunity to capitalise on Chuck's boredom by leaving behind some case files, fully expecting that Chuck won't be able to keep his grubby mitts off. But what's the end goal? We'll see soon enough. Jimmy is still doing well with his elderly clients, hosting bingo nights to get further into their good books. I'm amused at the idea that one day when I'm old and dying, I have only one evening a week to look forward to, and that's playing bingo with my few surviving buddies. Only to have my bingo card remind me that I'm gonna die soon, so I should write a will. I sure hope they serve jelly after we play bingo.
Bingo! Oh, we have a winner! Lady Luck has struck again.
Jimmy gets a call from the Kettlemans after Ballbuster Betsy refused to listen to the good advice Kim gave them. The advice being to give the money back, which will reward him with less jail time.
It includes the stipulation that you return $1.6 million in misappropriated funds.
Give back the money.
But there is no money.
There's no money.
We told you Craig is innocent.
It's so funny watching Craig become a softer lump of spineless clay as he allows Betsy to dictate what choices he makes. And there's so many subtle things to remind you of his weakness, like him wanting coffee but allowing Betsy to unknowingly decide for him.
We've parted ways.
I've seen cum socks with a tougher spine than this man. Jimmy wants to refuse them as clients, knowing that Kim will be punished for losing them. But they remind him that in the worst case scenario where they have to give all the money back, they will need him to return the bribe they gave him. Now this is where Jimmy's cunning mind comes to play, in one of my favourite schemes in the entire series. He knows that he's kind of locked into this situation. He has no choice but to accept them as clients for their mutual benefit. But this gives him time to come up with a plan that frees him from their control, and also gets Kim her clients back. And this is where Mike steps back into the scene to help. So Mike sends the Kettlemans a bundle of cash sprayed with a UV liquid, so that when Betsy puts it with the rest of the cash, Mike is able to break in later with a UV light and trace exactly where she's been hiding it all. The next day, Jimmy comes knocking and tells them their cash is on its way to the DA's office.
Might I suggest that you go check on that money you insist you didn't take? In the upstairs bathroom, under the sink?
This forces them to take the deal which Kim worked so hard to set up for them. So right now you'd be thinking that Jimmy feels pretty good about himself. But the problem is, with all of that cash back where it should be, and out of the Kettleman's cupboards and Jimmy's pockets, he can no longer afford this swanky new office he's been eyeing up. Meaning for the time being he has to remain in the crappy nail salon. Flashback time. In this one we see Jimmy working in the HHM mailroom, and Kim reveals the good news to him that he passed the bar exam, so now he gets to be a lawyer. With his tail wagging happily, he goes to Chuck to seek his approval, and possibly to get a job as a lawyer for HHM.
Are you proud of me?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
While Chuck acts happy for him, you can tell that something is bothering him about this. And the next episode, we'll find out what his problem is. We get another impressive moment of filmmaking with this next scene. So while Jimmy celebrates his qualification, Howard walks in and asks for a moment of his time. And instead of letting us hear what's being said, we are only given their body language. And from this alone, we can tell that Howard is denying him the position of lawyer under HHM. Something of which is confirmed when the door opens.
Let's reassess in 6 months. Thanks for understanding, Jimmy.
This clever scene configuration allows us to feel how trapped Jimmy is by boxing him within the frame into the mailroom, and the constant noise of the photocopier gives us the sensation of repetition and mundane environment. And we see Howard asserting his dominance from the start, insisting that Jimmy sits down while he remains standing, and he almost seems proud of giving Jimmy the bad news. I'm not going to spend too long talking about the amazing filmmaking of this show, as videos covering this subject already exist. I'll just be pointing out the moments that impressed me the most in this regard. In this episode, Jimmy discovers that the retirement home of his clients are controlling all of the residents' money, and then taking out more than they should be to pay for supplies. Jimmy takes his suspicions to Chuck for advice. We hear in this scene that the reason Jimmy deliberately left all his files here was so that Chuck would be tempted to process some of the wills for him out of boredom.
Don't thank me. This was a one-time thing. And don't think I don't see what you were doing here. You need help? Hire a paralegal. Stand on your own 2 feet.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
Chuck also helps him research the different trade laws potentially violated by the Sandpiper retirement home in their attempts to maximise company profits, or something along those lines. When Jimmy comes by to see his clients again, he's stopped at the door by a clearly panicking secretary and her security team, preventing Jimmy from poking his nose into their business, while another sus member of staff seems to be shredding documents. Jimmy tricks the secretary into letting him use the bathroom so he can write a demand letter on a piece of cardboard and toilet paper. A crude method perhaps, but it is a legally binding document.
This is a demand letter informing Sandpiper Crossing of pending litigation for defrauding my clients through systematic overcharging. This here, this makes it official, right? If you don't stop shredding right now, that's destruction of evidence. Spoliation, that's what it's called.
Jimmy then waits for nightfall to go sneaking around the shadows like Batman looking for clues. Clues in the form of whatever they managed to get away with shredding earlier. It's super funny when he dives into the gross bin, only to later realise that the documents he's looking for are in the recycling bin. With the tireless efforts of Jimmy and Chuck piecing together the evidence, they fax it to Sandpiper's lawyer to show how screwed they are. Jimmy and Chuck have decided they're a team on this case.
What? Did we just become best friends?
Yep.
And Chuck knows they have a strong enough poker hand to demand a settlement of $20 million. The Sandpiper lawyers of course retreat from this proposal, knowing they've got to find a way to get out of this hole. With Chuck's confidence at its highest point since the illness started, he walks outside to get some files from Jimmy's car, and it's only when he's made aware of the fact that he's outside that he stumbles in shock, leaving Chuck more confused about the cause and validity of his condition. Richard Schweikart of Schweikart & Coakley, the firm representing Sandpiper, is throwing all sorts of small counter cases at Jimmy, knowing that if their firm keeps adding to the pile of paperwork, it might deter Jimmy from continuing the case. Jimmy is determined to keep going no matter how big of a task, but Chuck insists that they refer the case to HHM.
And what we're facing here, a case this size, it is not a two-man job. We need help. No.
Jimmy finally caves and agrees to the referral, but Chuck senses there could be a problem, so he sneakily calls Howard to have a private conversation. And when we find out what was said in this conversation, it's pretty brutal. Looking to earn some extra cash, Mike takes on a protection job with two other supposed tough guys, one of which being Stephen Ogg, who is most notable for being the voice actor of Trevor from GTA 5.
Take off your pants, cowboy, alright? Let's fuck.
Stephen Ogg tries to intimidate Mike, seeing him as a weak link for coming to a protection job with no weapon, only carrying this pimento sandwich for lunch. Mike shows him who's boss by disarming him and slapping him in the throat, and the Man Mountain runs away in fear.
I'm the Juggernaut, bitch!
So the protection job is for this nerdy guy who we'll call Lester because he reminds me of Lester from GTA 5. Lester is selling pills to Nacho, and from here on it's quite apparent that Nacho is going to be an integral character to this series, and he is without a doubt my favourite character, for reasons that I'll explain as we go forward. Back to Jimmy, he's expecting to be offered a position working with HHM as a reward for referring this massive case, but Howard refuses, leaving Jimmy perplexed and angry.
Go to hell, Howard. I'm not giving you my case.
Jimmy notices his phone battery is dead, which is very unusual as he always turns it off overnight. He then appears at Chuck's house after he discovered by calling his phone company that Chuck used his phone to call Howard and ask him to not give Jimmy a job at HHM. But why, you ask? Well, it turns out Chuck is majorly bitter about how Jimmy became a lawyer.
You're not a real lawyer. University of American Samoa, for Christ's sake? An online course? What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am.
I can kind of understand Chuck feeling the firm would be cheapened by Jimmy being their lawyer, but that's still a massively shitty thing for a brother to do. Given their history of Chuck getting him out of legal trouble in the Slippin' Jimmy days, and Jimmy doing everything he can for Chuck while he's mentally ill, you can understand the anger from both sides, even if emotionally we feel more empathy towards Jimmy. Jimmy, feeling deflated and hurt, accepts Howard's deal to be cashed out, feeling he will never be taken seriously as a lawyer. He hands Howard a list of things that Chuck needs delivered on a daily basis, and it's nice to see Howard genuinely impressed by Jimmy's commitment to look after his brother, showing that Howard does have a heart.
I always liked you, Jimmy. Remember? I used to call you Charlie Hustle.
Yeah, I remember that.
Jimmy tries to carry on with his day as normal, hosting bingo for the old folks, hoping to drum up more business, but he struggles to keep his mental state in check and eventually bursts open.
What is it with this place? It's like living inside an easy bake oven. You know what? Any of this stuff you want? Come get it.
Jimmy decides it's time to pay his hometown a visit. If Slippin' Jimmy is the only thing Chuck will ever see him as, why not go back to his roots and enjoy himself? And enjoy himself he does. He meets up with his friend Marco, the wallet scam guy from earlier. They share some drinks, pull off another scam, sleep with some women.
You are not Kevin Costner.
I was last night.
And then they pull off one last lost wallet scam, with the excitement of one more scam being too much for Marco as he just dies. Back home, Jimmy gets offered a job at a law firm called Davis & Main, who are working with HHM on a sandpiper case. So finally, Jimmy has a chance at the good life. But as he's about to go meet his new bosses, he touches the ring that Marco left him, and he feels like he's betraying the person who he really is deep down. So he drives away, proclaiming that he won't be tied down anymore. And that's the end of Season 1. This opening flash forward is purely here to show you that even though Jimmy has a new identity, he must remain as low profile as possible, meaning that he cannot be in the presence of emergency services, even when he himself is in need of these services, which happens to be the case right now as he's trapped in this room. Speaking of low profile, Lester is doing the opposite by splashing his criminal cash on shit like this monstrosity. Mike says no way are they doing business in that thing, so Lester fires him.
Well, I'm sorry, but this is the gravy train, and it's leaving the station.
Without Mike's protection, Nacho smells blood in the water and circles around Lester's car, pretending to be impressed by it when all he really wants is to find out where he lives.
That's good.
Jimmy slips into a beach bum lifestyle, feeling liberated from the chains of legal work and trying to impress Chuck. Kim comes along to see what's up, and they end up working a scam together on some douche type character in the bar. And then there's a really intense moment where Kim and Jimmy stumble out of the bar drunk as skunks, and she looks at him like he's a juicy steak that she wants served rare. Drunk Kim has no business being this attractive. Lester gets robbed by some mystery man who stole his cash as well as his baseball cards. So, like an idiot, he calls the cops to report the baseball cards being stolen. When the police arrive, it doesn't take them long to sniff out something fishy going on here. What with the flashy car outside and the carpet suggesting that something was hidden behind the sofa. So naturally they pretend not to notice this while they investigate this serious case.
Okay, I know, right?
Jimmy realises that he can't live this lifestyle forever. Cocktails cost money. So he decides to take the job at Davis & Main and give the corporate lifestyle a shot. But within 5 minutes he's already breaking the rules and dicking around by turning off a switch that tells him not to. Chuck is in a state of distraction, thinking about the Jimmy situation, which is causing him to mess up his Piano Hero session. Howard then comes along to deliver the wonderful news that Jimmy is now a real lawyer. And then Chuck is like, so what? Not even bothered. I'm actually happy for him. I don't even think about him anymore. Whatever. Jimmy is starting to enjoy some real lawyer benefits like a nice new Mercedes, which is the perfect car, with the slight nagging detail that the cup holder isn't big enough for the thermal mug that Kim gifted him.
Must be metric.
I only mention that part because this cup acts as a plot device in a later episode. Mike spots Lester visiting the police, and when he finds out that this guy is actually reporting a crime, being a criminal himself, he tells the idiot that he's being an idiot, and that he will sort out the missing baseball card problem himself if Lester agrees to go home right now and not speak to the police. Much to Nacho's surprise, Mike rocks up at his dad's business pretending to be a customer, and after some pretend shopping, he gets down to business. And he tells Nacho that if he doesn't give Lester's cards back, he's going to tell Tuco about his little side hustle. Now obviously Mike doesn't expect Nacho to give them back to Lester for free. He's going to get Lester's disgusting looking Hummer, which he would then sell for scrap value.
I'll make sure the boys at the chop shop are real gentle with her.
Wait. Well, why?
You think I'd be caught dead driving that thing? It looks like a school bus for 6-year-old pimps.
Jimmy is trying his best to move on from being under Chuck's shadow, but Chuck decides to join a meeting between HHM and Davis & Main, reminding Jimmy that for as long as he's working for a high-end firm in Albuquerque, Chuck will be swimming in the same pond. So when Mike rings up for a favour, Jimmy has no hesitation in continuing to do shady work on the side. For this particular job, he's trying to get the police to close the case on Lester, as he now has his baseball cards back. With the police not being satisfied with the story that he simply found them using a PI, Jimmy convinces them that Lester is involved in fetish videos, and an unsatisfied customer stole the cards after a dispute. Now the trick here is to make it a fetish so strange that the police would never think that Jimmy would make it up.
Squat cobbler. What's a squat cobbler?
He sits in a pie, and he wiggles around.
The episode comically ends with Jimmy and Kim eating pies, as Kim airs her confusion as to why Jimmy would be doing shady work on the side, now that he's got a good job.
I was doing a favor for a friend.
Risking disbarment? That's some friend.
It's fine. It worked out.
Jimmy is dressed up like a cattle ranch tycoon to hop aboard this bus he paid to have suddenly break down. He does this so he can solicit more clients without needing to pass the security at the Sandpiper residence. A dirty trick which wins him a tidy amount of new sign-ups. Naturally, his detractors, Howard and Chuck, question his methods to see if they can sniff out anything unethical, but he scrapes by for now, with the support of his new boss who still believes there's good in him. Hungry to keep those client numbers rolling in, he brings in the film crew from the billboard stunts, and they film a commercial using one of Jimmy's old clients.
They told me they'd take care of everything, but then one day they said all my money was gone. How could that be?
And as you would imagine, this emotional manipulation got those wrinkly old fingers dialing just as fast as their arthritis would allow. Only problem is, however, Jimmy didn't run the ad by his boss, and he is pissed. Just another example of Jimmy applying a saying that my grandfather taught me. I'd much rather beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. I don't know where he got that quote from, but man, it stuck with me. And doesn't it just sum up Jimmy perfectly? At the end of the episode, Nacho summons Mike to assist him on a side quest. A quest to slay a mighty dragon who is causing him bother. And he will be rewarded with gold. I don't really know why I scripted that part like this. I'm just tired and feeling a bit loopy. Jimmy gets his one and only warning from Davis and Maine. Kim, however, doesn't get off so lightly. See, in the eyes of HHM, she witnessed the commercial before it went live, and therefore had a responsibility to report it. But Jimmy didn't tell her that this commercial wasn't approved, so this doesn't seem fair at all. And now Howard's punishing her by making her work down in doc review. Rightly so, she's pretty ticked off with Jimmy right now. Jimmy tries to strike a deal with Chuck that if HHM stop punishing Kim, he will quit the law. Chuck stands steadfast in his ethics and refuses to agree to what would basically be extortion.
Say quit and I will quit, but I need to hear it from your mouth.
You want me to commit a felony? Because that's what you do, right?
Back to Mike and his quest. Turns out the dragon he must slay... Alright, I'm gonna stop that now. Nacho wants him to kill Tuco, but Mike tells him that doing so will have the cartel on his case, and they won't quit digging until they find out. The better alternative is to have Tuco arrested, and man, the way in which Mike pulls this off is hilarious. He crashes into Tuco's car and pretends to be a dozy old man who antagonizes Tuco to the point of violence.
Let go!
I love that even though Tuco just beat the living hell out of him, Mike provokes him just a little more in front of the cops.
That all you got? Get on the ground!
Now Mike's all beat up, and Nacho still can't understand why he would go this route instead of the easier option of just simply killing Tuco and letting Nacho handle the fallout. I believe Mike explains at some point that killing a man is always his last resort. You'd have to cut his life into pieces before he gets to that point. In this episode, we get a brief moment with the original basement buddy, Crazy 8. It's cool to see him again. He's basically the founder of the Basement Buddy Discord, link in description. In this flashback, we see Chuck was actually in a relationship at some point with a woman named Rebecca. They have Jimmy over for dinner, and Chuck seems constantly on edge about Jimmy making a fool of himself or being crass, whereas Rebecca is pretty chill about it and humours Jimmy's lawyer jokes.
Wait, I think I know one.
Oh, bring it on.
Yeah. What do lawyers and sperm have in common?
Oh, it's just...
1 in 3 million have a chance of becoming a human being.
When Jimmy goes home, Chuck tries to make a joke too, but it falls embarrassingly flat.
What do you call 25 attorneys buried up to their chins in cement? Not enough cement.
What?
It's important to show you this because it demonstrates that Chuck's disapproval towards Jimmy veers into the realm of frustration, as Jimmy is able to charm people into seeing him in a better light than Chuck does. And in this situation, Chuck has failed to convince Rebecca to adopt his perspective.
I don't know what you're worried about. Jimmy's great.
Yeah.
Jimmy is desperately trying to get Kim out of the doghouse, but Kim is fed up of getting caught up in his shenanigans and vows to get back into Howard's good books on her own terms. To do this, she spends a long time calling up potential leads for a big client, and finally, she gets a call back from a huge client called Mesa Verde.
Thank you, Paige. Me too. Okay, bye.
Kim is on top of the world, expecting this new $1 million client to be her way out of doc review. But Howard acts like it's not a big deal and keeps her where she is.
I'll put Francis on that. You've got enough on your plate in doc review.
Oh, it's okay, Kim. Would you like a foot rub? The next morning, Kim has a sit down with Chuck, where he gets a chance to express to Kim that he doesn't believe Jimmy is a bad person. He's just addicted to bad behaviour. This is one of my favourite minor conversations in the show, because even though it's not very dramatic, it brings a new level of understanding to Chuck, where he tells the story of how Jimmy used to steal from their dad's business, but Dad wouldn't believe Chuck when he tried to tell him about it. And then when their dad died, Jimmy cried the hardest at the funeral, which would have you believe that he was the more devoted son. So that little story does give some rationale towards Chuck's resentment of Jimmy. And in terms of moving the plot forward, at the end of the conversation, Chuck says he doesn't want Kim being wasted down in doc review, so he gets her back to her desk.
Good job with Mesa Verde.
To end the episode, we see Hector Salamanca pre-wheelchair, and he's come along to passively threaten Mike into taking some of the blame for the Tuco situation, so that his jail time can be reduced.
I would like for you to tell the police that the gun was yours.
Would you?
Because we didn't get to hear Hector Salamanca talk very much in Breaking Bad, hearing him talk here is very satisfying.
I'm looking for the best possible outcome for everybody.
Jimmy can't get to sleep in his swanky new apartment, so he goes back to the nail salon where he's already paid rent, so technically speaking he can still be there. This strange choice further reflects how Jimmy feels out of place, trying to live this corporate lifestyle. Mike gets pressured once more to take the deal when Hector sends in his henchman with the world's worst haircut to intimidate him, but Mike isn't willing to play ball.
Respectfully, I'm gonna have to say no.
You sure about that?
I am.
Mike knows this won't be the last time he sees Hector's goons. Swish transition, and yes, as predicted, he sees that the goons have stepped on his welcome mat, meaning that when he goes inside, he's likely to be jumped. But because this is Mike we're talking about, he stealthily checks every single room but one, and then he has a clever way to draw them out. When that didn't work, the intimidation levels get ramped up, with Hector's silent nephew twins ominously looking down from the nearby balcony. Finally taking the hint that things could turn ugly, Mike decides that it's home time for Kaylee.
Kaylee, honey, it's time to come out now.
Just a few more minutes.
No, you do what Pop says.
This is where Kaylee takes her crown as the most annoying kid ever to be put on TV, as this is the start of her "just a few more minutes" catchphrase.
Just a few more minutes.
I swear she says this like 1,000,000 times throughout the show. And just to prove how unfair I'm being to her character, I'm going to slap a counter on the screen. Mike goes directly to Hector, and instead of taking the 5,000 to take the deal, he demands 50,000. Hector, seeing that this man is no pussy and has big huevos, respects him and agrees to the new deal. When Nacho delivers the cash that evening, Mike surprisingly gives half of it back, respectfully acknowledging the fact that they're Their previous deal didn't go to plan, and Tuco will be back sooner than they hoped. Kim gets offered a job at Schweikart & Coakley, and while contemplating her future, she gets approached by a man trying to get laid, and she sees an opportunity to pull a scam with Jimmy.
So Giselle was telling me you two are starting a business.
What exactly did she tell you?
When they wake up in bed together the next morning, it's clear that no matter how different these two pretend to be, they still find comfort in being scheming lovers together. When they part ways to go back to work in the morning, Jimmy again gets frustrated that his corporate car doesn't accommodate his favourite mug that Kim gifted him. So he commits what some people would consider to be a sin by smashing the cup holder of his brand new Mercedes to make it fit. Jimmy, in his urgency to return back to being himself, goes to quit Davis and May. But realises he will have to pay his bonus back if he does. Later on, he drives past this wacky waving inflatable arm tube man and feels inspired seeing his bright and garishly colourful suits. And it's here that he realises his best move to exit the firm while retaining his bonus is to be fired for being too different to the firm's image.
Hi, Jimmy McGill. Jimmy, this is Al Newman of Allied Funeral Homes.
Great to meet you, Al.
Nice tie.
Thanks.
When he brings in a noisy juicer and then starts playing the bagpipes, he pushes his boss into firing him.
Hey, Cliff, for what it's worth, I think you're a good guy.
For what it's worth, I think you're an asshole.
He then proposes that Kim joins him to become partners of their own law firm. But Kim has the intelligent foresight to see that would be a bad idea, considering how reckless Jimmy can be. She doesn't say this out loud, but that's my interpretation of her thoughts. After her interview with Schweikart & Coakley, she thinks about his proposal again and comes up with a new idea, that her and Jimmy share the cost of one building while practicing as separate lawyers.
I don't know what to say. Say yes.
Kim quits HHM, informing Howard of her plans to set up a new office with Jimmy. And just as Jimmy predicted he would, Howard is immediately on the phone to Mesa Verde, trying to get them to stay with HHM, knowing full well that Kim will try to take them with her, as she's the one who did the hard work in the first place to get them as clients. Meanwhile, Jimmy is scamming a military base by pretending his client is a veteran, just so that he can get a cool shot for his commercial, using this old aircraft called Fifi.
This machine was used in the Pacific, where the Japanese are.
Why don't you shut up and learn to take some direction?
After a day of scheming and filming, Jimmy comes back to see that Kim is all sad, because thanks to Chuck, she lost Mesa Verde to HHM. A play so taxing on his condition that Chuck goes into full baked potato mode back home. I won't take credit for that joke, Jimmy said it first.
And don't get mad at Ernie. He spent the better part of a day watching you do your impression of a baked potato.
While Chuck is in recovery, Jimmy decides to mess with the Mesa Verde files, changing the address on every document, and this action has massive consequences in episodes to come. We get a scene where Kaylee is helping to drill holes into this hose pipe, and when it's time for her to go home, of course she protests.
Well, Pop-Up's gonna have to finish this project on his own because we have to go.
Well, we're not done yet.
No, I'll finish up.
I know she didn't technically say 5 more minutes or whatever, but I'm counting this still, because I'm a horrible person. So, what's the hose for? Well, it involves a bunch of nails, and we'll find out why in less than 30 seconds. Mike uses the nail hose to burst the tyres on Hector's drug trafficking truck so that he can steal the money stashed away in the tyres. He guessed the cash would be hidden here from the audio clues he gathered while scoping out Salamanca's business, which we saw in the previous episode. Mike celebrates what he believes to be a perfect crime.
I'm buying around for the house.
Hey, listen up, everybody. This gentleman's buying around for the house.
But then Nacho pulls him up and tells him that Hector shot a good Samaritan who found a tied up truck driver, a necessary action to prevent the guy from telling the police. So for as harmless as Mike tries to be, he can never account for the butterfly effect of stealing a huge chunk of cash from the cartel. Chuck, Howard and Mesa Verde are at an official application meeting to open their next branch for their bank, but the board notice that Chuck's filing address is wrong, and he gets worked up, adamant that he never makes mistakes. It's kind of arrogant, but we do know he's right in this case.
You are mistaken, and with all due respect, you're muddying the waters here.
Muddying the water?
It's 1261. I know where my own damn bank is.
Oh, let's just all calm down.
Instead of even considering the idea that he messed up, he compiles a conspiracy theory in his head about how this would be Jimmy's doing. But then when he calls him out in front of Kim, it doesn't go quite how he expected it to, as Kim defends Jimmy by saying that A, Chuck doesn't have proof of this act of fraud, and B, Chuck is a dick.
He's capable of this, you know he is.
I know he's not perfect. But you're the one who made him this way. He idolizes you. He accepts you. He takes care of you. And all he ever wanted was your love and support.
This speech is the biggest Kim W by far. You can tell from the way she acts afterwards that she knows he did it, but she still defends Jimmy knowing why he did it. Later that night, she subtly suggests that he should go and cover up all of the evidence of what he's done, as Chuck isn't likely to let this go. Turns out she was right, as Jimmy sees Chuck's assistant, Ernesto, asking this print shop guy if he was in here. Knowing that Chuck will come in to confirm this information for himself, Jimmy has a few minutes to go inside and change the print shop guy's mind about what he actually saw.
And he's going to ask you the same question. Did you see that guy the other night? Well, the answer is no. You feel me?
When Chuck arrives and the guy has changed his story, it sends Chuck over the edge. On the plus side, Chuck's mistake earlier made Mesa Verde go back to Kim as a client.
Hey, what did I tell you?
Sometimes the good guys win.
Chuck is like an onion. Onions have layers. Chucks have layers. Peeling back this particular layer reveals that Jimmy wasn't there when their mum passed away. And before she passed, the last person she called out for was Jimmy. Chuck resents this so much that he didn't tell Jimmy what her last words were upon receiving the news.
Did she wake up? Did she say anything?
No.
The opening of the actual episode makes you feel sorry for Chuck once more, as you see him basically being tortured by hospital equipment. The upside down camera placing us in his world of disorientation.
Do a very simple CAT scan.
No CAT scan.
Calm.
No CAT
Can we
scan.
just get some restraint?
Jimmy sticks with him until he's better again, taking him back home to rest up. But instead of resting up, Chuck gets to work on a crafty scheme, which we'll come back to. Mike is following Hector and his crew to a location where they are set to kill off the truck driver from earlier. Bit harsh, innit, mate? Mike is taking aim at Hector, but Nacho is in the way, so he can't take the shot. Mike's car horn then sets off on a constant honk, and Mike is alerted to the fact that someone is watching him. And this mystery worked on me too, because other than Nacho, no one knows that Mike has it in for Hector Salamanca, and there's no way that Nacho could have done this. When we get to the reveal, it might seem obvious, but for me, the mystery here works, and that's all I care about. Chuck sets up this elaborate hoax, pretending that he's going crazy, quitting his partnership at HHM, covering his house in space blankets, and being vulnerable to Jimmy, telling him that he feels like he can't perform his job anymore because the mistake he made earlier proves that he's losing his mind.
It's this goddamn electricity. It's wearing me down. It's wearing down my faculties. My brain.
Jimmy, not wanting Chuck to suffer anything more than the loss of Mesa Verde, confesses that Chuck isn't losing his mind and that Jimmy was behind the fraudulent documents. And the whole time Jimmy was confessing to this felony, Chuck had a voice recorder hidden under the pillow. A cold move, but you've got to respect the play.
We don't want you to get into trouble.
Nothing super interesting happens in this one, apart from Mike spending the whole episode trying to find out how his car was being tracked. And when he does find the tracker in his petrol cap, you feel the same sense of accomplishment after you just had to watch him tear this car apart. Later that night, he wears down the battery on the tracker so that it alerts the owner to come and replace it. This trick allows Mike to start following this mystery person. On the subject of batteries, one more thing to mention is that Ernesto accidentally plays the tape recording of Jimmy while he was helping Chuck to change the batteries.
Turn that off! Turn it off!
It all went
Turn it off!
exactly.
You did not hear that!
Honestly, I feel really bad for Ernesto. He's always trying to help Chuck the best he can, but he barks at Ernesto like he's his personal butler.
Can I get you something?
Ernesto, come in here, please.
Just take it easy.
Ernesto!
Well, you had me at old people. Hey, here's a question. Can you start today?
Mike spends the entire episode following the GPS tracker to find out who's keeping tabs on him. And it's a sequence that feels like it takes forever, with a painfully slow pace. And I guess that's the point. You're meant to feel the time passing like Mike does, but still it kinda makes for a boring watch.
1990.
The highlight of this is when he hires Jimmy to go inside Los Pollos Hermanos. This is one of the places where the GPS carrier stops, and Mike wants Jimmy to pretend to be a customer so he can take note of what the guy does while he stops here. His terrible attempt at acting casual is super funny. Especially watching him pour about 9 sugars into his coffee, then still having to drink it to not raise suspicion. Jimmy and Kim interview a secretary called Fran, and we already see that there are conflicts with Jimmy's full steam ahead attitude and Kim's cautious approach.
Hey, here's a question. Can you start today?
Yes?
Fantastic.
No, can you just give us a second, Francesca?
Later on, Ernesto tells Kim about the recording he heard, not knowing if he would be in legal trouble telling Jimmy directly. Kim then forces Jimmy to give her some money so that she can tell him what she heard as his lawyer.
Jimmy, there's a tape.
What?
There is a tape recording of you talking to Chuck.
Jimmy tries to not let this betrayal get to him, and honestly, he shouldn't be that mad. He did the wrong thing first, bear in mind. But families are complicated, and reason kinda goes out the window when feelings are hurt. Jimmy kicks in his door and demands the tape, furious at the trick he pulled.
For this, you destroyed our family? You have me now for what? For nothing!
Little did he know, Chuck was expecting this visit, so he hired a PI to be on site at all times so that he can be a witness to the break-in. The episode ends with Mike finding a phone with the tracker, signalling that he's been spotted by his target.
Yeah.
What? No. Yeah.
Gus arrives on scene to reveal himself as the mystery tracker. He likes that Mike hurt Hector's business, but he demands that he stops his attempts to kill him. Gus's interests in keeping him alive will become clearer later on. From here, they agree that Mike will continue to hurt the Salamanca business, with Gus watching over what he does. His first trick is to fill some shoes with drugs, and then he throws them over some power lines in the place where the truck stops. Then Mike shoots holes in the shoes to allow the drugs to sprinkle down on the truck. At the border, sniffer dogs will pick up the trace amounts of drug that hasn't been blown off by the wind, and that's job done. Chuck is pressing charges on Jimmy, and while he awaits his first hearing, we get to see Jimmy having some banter with his old fellow defense attorney.
I'll see if I can work some magic, but those decisions are really above my pay grade.
Oh yeah? When did they start paying you?
When Jimmy is out on bail, he talks to this guy again, and the way he eats his food really bothers me. He's sitting here with 2 different bags of crisps, pressing the packets together like he's eating a 2-flavour sherbet dip. And what the hell is this face he's making? It's so strange. Please stop eating like this. And then when Jimmy sits down with his burger, he looks at Jimmy's chips like he's a starving seagull and swoops in the second Jimmy offers him one. And then to top it all off, when Jimmy doesn't want to eat his burger anymore, he practically snatches it out his hands. His name's Bill, by the way. I'm pretty sure he comes back into the show later on, so kinda needed to know his name. Jimmy refuses Kim as his lawyer. lawyer, as he doesn't want her wrapped up in his mess. But Kim insists on showing her undying love and support, and he's going to need it because Chuck is trying to get him disbarred instead of simply having him in jail, which if Chuck is successful, this will be the worst case scenario for Jimmy.
Now we take that PPD and we shove it right up Chuck's ass.
There's a meeting between the dons of the cartel, and Hector's contribution to the head don, Don Eladio, is dwarfed by Bolsa's.
Todo esto en solo un mes.
Él es un genio de la distribución.
¿Ves, Héctor? Está impresionante, ¿no?
¿Eso qué?
¿Eso qué? Me parece que alguien está un poco celoso.
And it's here that we see Hector getting angry at Gustavo's success, being the lead distributor under Bolsa. As we know, Hector's contribution is smaller due to Mike's sabotage, and while Hector is powerless to do anything about this, not knowing who's behind it, he can try to muscle in on other territories, naturally picking on Gus Fring. This scene of him demanding to see Fring inside of Los Pollos Hermanos is simply amazing.
Sir, you're not allowed back here.
The intimidation you feel, despite him not doing anything physically threatening, is a credit to his character and the acting skills of Mark Margolis? It's one of those. Kim is painstakingly ringing every repair company in the area to find out who Chuck has hired to repair his door.
Okay, that's a good one. Culver City, California.
Keep an eye on this gentleman. Not seeing positive signs. Leaving the cart there actually makes it harder for him to open his own door. And he's still doing it. All right. Light him up. The one good one.
This is a good one.
Hey,
I love that he's got the fucking wand. Yes, the wand
He
that
has a
lights
vest
up.
on, too. Sir, you left your cart right here. That's not where the cart goes. Pick it back to the cart corral area. Carts don't go right there. They go back where the cart returns are. There's one over there. See where that guy just came from? Or over there where I just came from over there? I just came from one. I'll show you where it is. I'm at the cart narcs.
That's great. That's great job.
And like, you're even blocking your own door from opening. You'd think you'd understand how that could block someone else's door from opening, right?
You work for that?
No, we are a highly trained. That's not our siren, by the way. That's an ambulance. We're a highly trained organization of narcs.
Narcotics, like drugs?
Hold on, wait for this ambulance to go by. One moment, if you don't mind. Quality siren. More in the common usage of it, like narking someone out, snitching on them.
Oh, okay.
Like, not narcotics, like, essentially, yes. So what we do,
That's great.
so we show people the error of their ways, and like that gentleman
You know
just...
what? I got up at 3, 4 this morning.
Uh-huh.
I've been working all day nonstop. I think they pay for a guy to do this every
Ah,
day.
see?
90% of the time I put it back. 99%.
But you're very tired right now, and it's causing an error in your judgment, lazy bones. No, sorry, let me explain. Here, I got these, we have these bumper magnets for you. I'm gonna put it right here on the side of your truck. There you go. It's got our hotline number on it, so you can call that for counseling about how not to be a lazy bone. Oh, what's going on? What are you doing, sir? Why are you approaching me?
Why am I approaching you?
Yes.
This is yours. Take it back.
No, it's got our number
Take
for
it
you.
back.
It's a present for you.
Take it
To
back.
teach you how to not be a lazy bone.
Take it back.
No, sir, you keep that.
Take it
my
back.
gift to you. Why are you?
Take it back.
Why are you running after me?
Because you're a fucking asshole.
I'm a nice guy, sir.
No, you're a fucking asshole.
Luckily, I have good blocking skills. I blocked your attack.
You're an asshole.
No, I'm a narc. Let me explain.
I don't give a shit what you are.
Yeah, you do, because you're running after me, trying to throw stuff at me. So clearly,
I don't care. What I care about is you. I have rights. Leave me alone.
yeah, I know. And what I'm saying,
Leave me alone.
I'm having a small.
Leave me alone.
I'm trying to have a polite conversation, sir.
No, I don't want to play. Leave. already.
Sir. See, she's
On her.
I'm a guy, actually. I'm a man.
On her. Call the cops on him.
No,
Leave me alone.
No, I'm a nice guy. I'm having a polite conversation about how to be civil to your fellow customers.
Oh, go fuck yourself.
The reason they had the cart corral, which we're at, by the way, we are right here at the cart corral. You could have brought it back by now. Is because carts.
You walked over there. You could have put it there.
Well, sir, then you would have alerted
You are this close to being on the ground.
Why? I'm not on the ground at all, sir.
Leave me alone.
So I don't think you can catch me, number one. Number two.
You know what? What? Because I'm a fucking fat asshole?
No, sir, because
Is that what it is?
Because I'm highly trained in running. We train for this because we see sometimes people get angry.
You know what? Go get the manager to.
Why?
Right now. Go get him.
What for?
Because you're bugging me.
I'm not bugging you.
Come on, let's go.
Sir, I don't
Let's
want to.
go.
I don't want to go there. I want to have a polite conversation, and you hopefully.
I don't want a polite conversation.
That's all. No, you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Leave me alone.
He didn't take his cart back. He's being very antsy about it. I don't know why. He's trying to.
Because you're abusing me.
You know what abuse is, sir? I'm having a polite conversation.
No, you're not. When somebody says they don't want to talk to you, you turn around and walk away.
But sir, you caused.
You're following me.
No, sir, you chased me halfway through the parking lot first. Sir, you left your cart out where it's an obstruction to other customers. That's all we're talking about here, sir. And let the record show I did not call you fat. I'm a nice guy. We don't body shame.
This guy, man. I'm gonna get the manager.
What is he gonna do? Are you gonna tell him what you did?
Tell you to get off his fucking property.
Are you gonna tell him what you did with the cart, though, sir?
No, I will.
Okay, good, because I don't think they're gonna like that.
You work for. Sorry, I left my car. What? Tell him to leave me alone.
I just said he shouldn't leave his cart right there. All I said.
love your videos.
Thank you, sir. This guy is being very lazy bones. He left his cart right there, and he couldn't even open his own door all the way. Now he's screaming at me and chasing me around the parking lot. I don't know why.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Cart narcs are here to protect and serve.
It's like getting
I'm gonna take his cart back
recognized
for
in
him.
the middle of this. I would have put a magnet on the other side of his car. It wasn't looking.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey!
Thanks a lot.
The manager wants to talk to you right now.
Sir, I'm afraid you. This man is trying to. He said he would be violent with me. I don't feel safe near him.
Wants to talk to you.
Well, he's okay. I don't want to talk to him. I'm leaving right now. We've achieved our mission.
You the shit out of me and now you're leaving.
No. All we did was we had a very polite conversation with you.
No, not a polite.
I was very calm.
This guy's
low.
lost it.
How was I impolite? I didn't use any cuss words.
You.
What? I was very polite.
No,
I said.
You put something on my car. You had no right to do that.
It's okay. It was a. Sir,
you had no right to touch my car.
Sir, he's threatening. We don't want any kind of violence. He left his cart. Yeah, we're headed out. I'm sorry?
Do you have a business card with
We're with the cart narcs. You can find it. We have a Lazy Bones hotline. This has our phone number on it if you'd like.
All right. Yeah, because this is a private property.
Oh no, I totally understand. Totally understand. I was just.
This is. I don't want this to get escalated.
Oh, me neither. Me neither.
Really? Then why didn't you walk away when I asked you to?
Because you didn't understand what I was saying.
I speak English. I'm a cart narc.
Right.
You should have taken your cart and put it away. You should have done this.
And he has some excuse about waking up at 3 a.m.
You're a mean person.
I didn't say that at all, sir.
Can I get your information?
Yeah, there it is, right there. Sorry, it's got a phone number on it, and then it's got an email address there too. If you.
I can run faster than you. That's what you said.
Right, because he threatened to put me on the ground. Is what he said.
No, that was after you said that. You are this close to being on the ground.
Why? I'm not on the ground at all, sir.
Leave me alone.
Sir, I don't think you can catch me, number one. No, he said,
No,
I'm going to put
you
you on
know
the
what?
ground. Sir.
No, don't. First of all, don't call me sir. Don't use nice words
but I'm
to
being,
me. You're acting like a jerk.
No, I'm being a nice guy.
No, you're not.
Because what he did
when
is...
somebody says they don't want to deal with you, don't want to talk to you, you have enough respect to turn your ass around.
What if they're doing... But you didn't understand my message.
I get your message.
Well, let me explain real quick.
Yeah, I know, but this is our customers.
Yeah, I'm trying to de-escalate.
But no, you're making the situation.
No, you're escalating it by just not turning around and leaving.
I'm happy to leave. I don't want to make your job any harder.
Well, just go ahead and walk away.
I will.
That'd be great.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead and do that.
Sure you don't want this? I'm leaving. I'm gonna just double check. You got one too. Oh, I can't get it to you because it's got a number on it.
Okay.
That's a private number, only for like lazy bones.
Okay.
But I tell you what, you send me an email, I'll send you some stickers or something.
All right, appreciate it.
Just at Cart Narcs on anything. You know?
I've seen you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey.
Where are you going? I'm leaving like you asked.
No.
Wait, you told me to leave, and I'm
You're
leaving.
making a YouTube video.
No. What are you doing?
making a video?
Sir, this is for my protection.
Are you making a video?
Sir, it's for our protection.
Are you making a video?
Sir, this is in case someone tries to hit us or something, which is might be happening.
Are you making a video?
Sir, this is a body cam for our protection. Uh-oh.
Holy
Let's test
shit!
out the running skills. Okay. So far, so good.
He has wasted this guy's time so bad.
I told you, you're a pretty fast runner, sir.
Now he figures it out.
What?
You know, a lot of things you can do during the day. That is unconscionable what you're doing.
Well, what's unconscionable is to leave your cart blocking someone else's spot.
You're videotaping me, right?
Because sometimes people will lie.
Lie?
Like what you said to the store manager, so we need to have video evidence.
Lie?
Well, look, you mixed up the timeline a little bit. Not a big...
putting that on YouTube.
Sir, it's not important.
No, it is important.
Why is it important?
It is. Give me your name. Give me your name.
My name is Agent Sebastian.
No, give me your name. Write your name down.
My name is Agent Sebastian.
No, give me your name. Write it down.
Would you like one of... I got her phone number if you want it.
You put this on... You put this on the video on the internet. I will fucking sue you.
Sir, we have a great legal team. It's headed by...
That's great. I have a good legal team, too.
It's headed by Darren Kavanoki at 1-800-NO-CUFFS. Call 1-800-NO-CUFFS or 1-800-NO-CUFFS.com. But he already represents us, so what we're doing is perfectly legal. There's video cameras everywhere.
Legal to push people's buttons and videotape.
Sir, there's video. You just walk by 20 video cameras inside that store.
They're not going to use it. They're polite people.
So am I.
No, you're not.
I'm helping out my fellow.
You accosted me.
Oh, sir, I don't think you know what that...
No, verbally accosted. I'm not saying it physically. You verbally accosted me when I told you to leave me alone.
I had a polite conversation, sir.
No, you weren't, because a polite person would do this.
Yes, he would. Because I'm...
You know, people are listening to this and really interested, aren't you?
What he did is he left his... Let me explain real quick. He left his card out in the middle of like a spot.
I got in my car. I was going to turn the camera away from you.
Well, sir, you brought him into the conversation. I'd like to explain.
No, you got him in by going, no, I'm going to get hurt.
You said people were interested, and he agreed. So what happened is then I said, hey, sir, would you please take your card back? And he said, I woke up too early to take my card back. And so I gave him one of our hotline numbers.
It's so funny because he
slammed it on the
There's no slamming, sir. I've got proof.
The guy's so mad.
How would I not have heard him?
He's like,
right here
damn,
inside
the
your
fact
truck.
there's not more to
There
that
you go.
story pisses me off.
Sir, you're making that up because that's all I did like that. Just like that. Sir, it's on video. That's why I have this, because people lie. This is why we have the video, because we have people who fib and tell, fudge the truth.
I'll call your lawyer tomorrow.
1-800-NO-CUFFS. Darren Kavinoki.
Yeah, we will meet up again.
Sir, I'm happy to talk to you if you'd like.
No, I want you to talk to me this far away from me.
Well, I feel like you're going to try to hurt me, though.
I'm going to hurt you.
That's not very nice. Wow, card narcs. That was narketeers. That was very interesting. Again, people say, oh, you're going to meet the wrong person one day. They're going to knock you out.
This is a genius
Card narcs
idea.
are trained in conflict avoidance. We do sprints,
He's so
agility
good at fucking
maneuvers,
making people mad.
Krav Maga.
Absolutely.
Weights, running. We do all these things. So when people like this, lazy bones, get all anxious and upset.
Absolutely.
Just wasted 15, 20 minutes.
Well, unfortunately, they have our hotline number on them, which we can't give out. This is only for people like that. But I tell you what, hit me up on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, and I'll send you one.
I mean, my whole thing was that, like, I kind of see what you were doing already. Like, this is like kind of like you got a body cam on, you're doing like a YouTube thing or something, which is totally cool and fine, and you're doing your thing.
Well, it's mostly for protection, because people will make up stories about us. They'll say we did something that we didn't do.
Right.
So it's kind of proof. Like he right there, he said, "Oh, you slammed my truck." I was like,
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Like Uber drivers with their dash cams.
Exactly. So it's we use it for that.
Yeah.
We've been doing it about a year and a half, 2 years here in LA, and
what's like the purpose of it? It's like masks.
well, it's because we have
Again, I'm calm and collected.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. People, the reason you guys have signs, and many people have signs that say please return carts here, not responsible for damage, is because we've been damaged. We get messages from people who's, they show us fenders, paint jobs.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Or the worst one we see is they'll leave it, how the handicap spots have these blue lines here instead of white. Yeah. They'll just toss it there, and then someone pulls in with a chair, and they gotta get out, move the thing. So it's common courtesy, and 90% of the time people are like, you know what, you're right.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, we get something like that, which is obviously not the desired outcome. But you got to deal with it. So it's.
What happened with that?
He comes back.
He just.
Oh my God. He comes back.
Oh, totally. And that's why I told. That's why I do everything I can, not to.
I think you should just go on home and forget the whole.
Sir, it's public property. We're on a public sidewalk right now.
Over there.
Sir.
Yes, sir. The same way if a cop pulls you over, I can.
Inside your house or your car or something.
I fell for it.
At the time, people, I couldn't even.
Common courtesy. Things you could do with your time.
Sir,
there's a lot more benefit.
We can cure the common cold and we can cure cancer. Just because.
Do something useful with
we can
your life.
This is like picking up litter, basically.
Do something useful. This is not like picking up
Very
litter.
similar, sir. You littered the.
Both ways,
This is like.
They're not idle. They're not idle. He will. They're not idle. He came after me, so he will act on them. I'm getting away. Yeah, again. You don't see me pulling up on him. Or I'm just.
Our biggest concern is that let's
Oh.
escalate any further.
Yeah. No.
You're hurt, you're doing your thing.
You did really 30
like that
with him.
When she finds the right guy and cancels the appointment, Jimmy hires Mike to act as the repairman, with the mission being to take pictures of Chuck's living conditions, the purpose of which will become clear very soon. The pre-prosecution agreement meeting is underway, and Jimmy looks very hurt to be sat here while his brother finalises the terms. To add salt to the wound, the court lady insists that Jimmy verbally apologises to Chuck right here, right now, and the way in which he words this apology is very clever.
I regret it all of it, more than you can imagine, because you're my brother, and no one should treat his own brother like that. Not ever.
Notice how he said this in a way that makes Chuck seem equally as guilty as he is. At the end of the meeting, Kim fishes out information confirming that Chuck has a backup tape recording from the one that Jimmy destroyed. So now they can prepare for the next steps, knowing that Chuck will be submitting the audio in evidence.
Bingo.
You think this is bad? This chicanery? He's done worse.
This may well be the most important episode of Better Call Saul. It's certainly up there as one of my favourites. The majority of the episode takes place inside the courtroom, where Jimmy's lawyer licence hangs by a thread. At first, things aren't looking too good for Jimmy, as the court hears his confession tape in evidence. Chuck argues that there's no way Jimmy can claim the voice on the tape is not his, and Jimmy agrees to this. But then he puts forward the idea that he only made the confession to calm Chuck's mental breakdown.
You think your house is normal? Can I call your attention to Exhibit 9? There's a lantern on top of newspapers. You call this normal?
And that even though he was playing up his condition at the time, he still suffers from a mental condition rather than a physical condition. Now here's where Jimmy's genius strikes again. He hired Hugh Babineau to bump into Chuck on the stairwell and slip a phone battery into his pocket.
What do I have to do to prove it to you?
I don't know, Chuck. Could you reach into your breast pocket and tell me what's there? His name is Hugh Babineau. He's on our witness list. You bumped into him in the stairway. He'll testify he planted this fully charged battery on you over an hour and a half ago, and you felt nothing.
No, it's a trick. It has
Enough
to.
isn't.
Then Chuck really damages his case by blowing up in court over how much he resents Jimmy.
And he gets to be a lawyer? What a sick joke. And you have to stop him.
This whole thing was amazing to watch. Of course, this doesn't mean Jimmy is off the hook, but this brilliant defensive play massively lowers the punishment he will receive. Closing out the court case, Kim gives an awe-inspiring speech about how Jimmy has served the community by helping the elderly make better wills. And it's inspiring to listen to because she's right. This emotional plea works on the judges too, as they don't revoke his license. Instead, they give him a 1-year suspension from practicing law. So Kim and Jimmy celebrate in style, with champagne and coffee mugs. Rebecca, who Jimmy flew in to be at the hearing, is concerned for Chuck as he's not answering the door. But Jimmy doesn't care to hear about Chuck right now and shows no concern for his well-being.
Jimmy, he's still your brother.
Not anymore, he's not.
Jimmy gets to work, calling all his clients to inform them of his 1-year absence, and in doing so realises that he still has a TV ad running, which if not taken down immediately will land him in trouble. The problem with pulling the ad, however, is that Jimmy will have essentially wasted his money, as he's already signed onto a contract. So he brings back the film crew and goes around selling airtime to small businesses. Jimmy, realising that he can't advertise airtime under the name Jimmy McGill, switches to using his favourite pseudonym, Saul Goodman.
I can make you a TV star for a price you can afford. Call me, Saul Goodman. The world needs to know about you and your business. Call me now.
Hector is rubbing people the wrong way again, forcing Nacho to involve his father in the drug trade by insisting that they use his business as a front. And he also manages to annoy Gus by having Nacho collect more product than he is typically supplied with.
Give it to him. Sure. Give it to him.
Nacho notices that whenever Hector has a temper flare, he has to take his heart medication, and this will come into play later. Gus is scoping out an industrial laundrette for sale. Breaking Bad fans will already know exactly what this place becomes. For the rest of you watching, it will be a cool reveal. The episode ends with Chuck pushing his limits to get to a nearby payphone so he can phone a doctor. It seems the defeat in court has pushed him into realising that his condition is a mental one.
I need to see Dr. Cruz as soon as possible.
Jimmy faces the reality of his situation in this one. He begins his community service, but doesn't get his time signed off because he was on the phone for almost the entire time trying to sell airtime.
That's not enough time.
With that business venture, he's having trouble getting people to buy a substantial amount to make it worth his time and effort. Emphasis on the word effort, as we see him rushing between community service and filming, having to use wet ones to wipe off the trash stains. The final client flat out refuses to pay for anything, so Jimmy offers it to him for free, on the promise that they will use his services again if this free trial is successful. We get this sweet moment at the end of this conversation where the makeup girl offers her payment back, seeing Jimmy so beat down by this crappy day.
But you're losing money.
We'll see. It'll be fine.
Nacho breaks into Lester's house to talk to him about doing business again. He wants to buy Hector's medication so that he can tamper with the pills. Lester goes to hire Mike's protection again, not wanting Nacho to rip him off like the last time. But Mike has other stuff going on now. He's working 2 jobs essentially, and he's also trying to support Kaylee's mum by attending grief counselling with her. Also, he's got this potential love interest brewing. Trying to limit his outgoings, Jimmy tries to get a refund on his malpractice insurance for the amount of time that he won't be using it, but the insurance company says it's against their policy. Jimmy then breaks down, saying how tough it's been for him since Chuck started losing his mind and making filing mistakes in court.
My brother is sick, and he's alone.
An honest enough looking breakdown, but secretly he wants Chuck's insurance premiums to skyrocket, just as a last little FU. Mike is metal detecting to find the wedding ring of the truck driver that Hector killed, and when he finds what he's looking for, he reports it to the police to hopefully get Hector in hot water again. Back home, he realises that his stockpile of cash is getting out of hand, and he needs to find a way to spend it without being flagged by the taxman. So he asks Gus if he can be on the payroll. Gus turns down the offer, but says he will come up with a way to help him. Jimmy is getting more pushback from the guitar shop guys, who said they would pay him for more ads, since their free trial was a massive success. They essentially say they don't need him anymore, but Jimmy won't just lie down and let them walk all over him. Instead, he purposefully falls down, after a misplaced drumstick tripped him up.
You guys have liability insurance, right?
So Jimmy walks away with the cash he needs and a sweet new guitar. Chuck is trying his hardest to push his recovery speed, now that he's aware of the reality behind his condition.
I want to get these lights turned back on. I want this house to be full of music. I want to have a dinner party.
There's a cool moment of progress where he goes to the supermarket and endures the pain of all the bright lights to successfully leave with a bag of groceries.
Are those groceries?
They are. I decided to go for the little walk. That's great, Chuck. Let's go in.
Thank you.
And despite what you feel about Chuck as a character, it's hard not to be happy for him in this moment. The most intense part of this episode is seeing Nacho swap out Hector's heart medication for the fake pills. Seeing him shakily swap pills from pot to pot, and then having to somehow get them back in Hector's pocket. This was edge of your seat stuff. You can feel how anxious Nacho is to take Hector out before he starts using his dad's business for trafficking. Nacho's love for his dad is such a key element of his character, which will develop more as the episodes go on.
You haven't accepted this.
Jimmy returns to Sandpiper to visit his old client, Mrs. Landry, and he finds out that she hasn't agreed on the settlement because she was advised to hold out until they offer more, which means Jimmy has to keep on waiting until he gets his cut. Of course, in his position right now, he can't advise her to settle as it would be illegal, but what he can do is make her enemy number one with the other residents. Here's how it goes down. First, he gifts her a nice pair of trainers, so that to the other residents it looks like she's living in luxury, while they are struggling financially. Then the next move is Jimmy talks to the other residents to make them realise that Mrs. Landry, as their representative, has complete control over the settlement. So they all start to turn on her, believing that she's being greedy by holding out. It's all pretty slick stuff. But this is super heartbreaking to see this old woman crying as she's lost all her friends.
They've all turned on me. What should I do? Should I settle?
You listen to your heart.
Settle, settle, settle. More heartbreak comes as we see Nacho telling his dad that Hector will be taking control of his business and he needs to be compliant with this.
Yo te juro que terminará pronto.
The disappointment in his dad's face and Nacho fighting back tears to be stern about the situation is heavy, heavy stuff. And then we have even more heartbreak, seeing Howard asking Chuck to retire, as the malpractice insurance situation is costing the whole firm greatly. Howard really suffers here because he has nothing but respect and love for Chuck, and doesn't want him to leave, but it's in everyone's best interest that he does. Instead of accepting the situation, Chuck decides to sue HHM.
God damn it, Chuck.
Kim is also going through a rough patch, trying to cover a new client that Mesa Verde recommended. Kim, already dealing with so much and working herself to the point of no sleep, falls asleep at the wheel. This terrifying cut is excellent. It really puts you in the shoes of someone losing track of time due to sleep deprivation, and the extreme shock you would feel after crashing like this. Gus's solution to Mike's money problem is to have him work as a contractor for Madrigal, the corporation who owns Los Pollos Hermanos, and his shady cash flow will look official with the help of Lydia, Gus's inside woman. Kim is recovering from her crash, and she realises that overworking herself like this puts her life and other lives in danger. So she cancels her appointments and schedules some Kim time, renting a ton of movies from Blockbuster. Remember that place?
Okay, how many do I have? 9? Good.
Get yourself a woman who still looks this attractive after a car crash and watches this many movies for fun. Hector begins his takeover of Nacho's dad's business, and he is greeted with hostility.
Por favor. Váyase de mi taller.
Mi papá, por favor.
The stones on this man to stand up to a cartel boss just makes you appreciate his character so much more. Later that evening, Hector has a meeting with Bolsa and Gus to contest the idea that all the trafficking will be done through Gus's business, actively defying the instructions of Don Eladio. Hector works himself into such a state that he has a heart attack after taking the fake pills.
This isn't personal.
It is! It is personal!
Call 911. Stash the guns.
Jimmy makes a really confusing choice in this episode that maybe someone watching can help me understand. So he feels bad for Mrs. Landry, since the other women are still ostracizing her over the settlement situation, claiming that she's only now settling to get back into their good books. So Jimmy sets up a scene where he accidentally leaves his mic on, revealing his devious plot to get her to settle.
You took advantage of poor Mrs. Landry. Does she know how much money you're gonna make from this?
Nope. And again, I ask, so what?
These people trusted you, Jimmy.
Which causes the women to see that Mrs. Landry was manipulated, and she withdraws on the settlement. I do understand that he did this because he felt guilty, but this means he won't get his cut of the money, which I thought he needed to keep himself afloat, since he's not going to be practicing law for the next year. I always felt Jimmy was more self-serving than this, but despite my confusion, this exposure scene was super funny.
If the only thing standing between me and $1 million is some old lady's tears, then I suggest investing in Kleenex.
Shame on you.
The not so funny part of this show is watching Chuck start to fall backwards after such promising progress. Howard digs into his own pockets to pay off Chuck so they can settle this dispute out of court. And just like that, Chuck is out of HHM.
All right then, let's give him a hand.
Again, Howard doesn't do this with pride, but instead bitter necessity. And you can't help but agree that Chuck is being a massive douche in this situation. Howard deserved better. After that, Jimmy comes round to make sure Chuck's okay, as he's reached a point of wanting to put the past behind him and be brothers again. But Chuck doesn't see it this way. He thinks Jimmy is a lost cause, just looking to spurt platitudes seeking forgiveness, while not looking to make any changes to the way he behaves. Chuck signs off this conversation in the coldest way imaginable.
I don't want to hurt your feelings. But the truth is, you've never mattered all that much to me.
Chuck's mental state begins to collapse as he finds himself unable to sleep in a house receiving electricity again. So then he starts tearing out cables from the walls until he finds every last trace of power. At the end of this rampage, he looks like a broken man. He's lost all progress, he's lost all his family and friends, and he sees only one option left. Chuck kicks over a lamp and burns with the rest of the house. A massively tragic end to his character and this season. Jimmy, or Gene as he's known in this flash forward, collapsed at work and is now admitted to hospital. Paranoia setting in as he's now in a place where his personal records will be examined. On the way out, he gets stopped to confirm his driver's license, and after an intense minute of investigating an error on the secretary's screen, it turns out nothing was wrong.
I typed the letter O instead of a 0. I can't believe how stupid.
Then in the cab home, he spots an Albuquerque air freshener and freaks out about the cabbie locking eyes with him. A very good opening sequence that shows how stressful life can be living on the run. Jimmy rushes to Chuck's house, but it's too late.
Jimmy, dope.
It's a really interesting choice to not have Jimmy break down crying here. It would have been simple to just have a big emotional collapse here, but it's far more interesting to see Jimmy in a state of confused shock, and then watch his emotions change through the different stages of grief. He pushes himself away from talking about it with Howard, and at the funeral he remains calm and solemn as he greets the guests.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thanks, Brian.
I imagine we were all expecting to see the actual funeral, but instead it cuts to the drive home. And this is probably to present the idea that Jimmy remained on this emotional level throughout the speeches. Before we move on, one cool detail about the funeral is that we can hear the same song that Chuck liked to play on piano. That's a nice touch. Mike is relaxing at home, trying to enjoy his financial freedom. He has Kaylee over to do some gardening, and you'll never guess what she says when it's home time.
Hey.
Hey.
You two having fun?
5 more minutes.
5 more minutes, but that's it.
Mike soon appears bored of sitting around at home, so he decides to do some actual security work at Madrigal, which also helps him to become a familiar face at the company, just in case any auditors start asking questions. At the end of the episode, and this time this part actually is the end of the episode, I apologise for my earlier screw-ups, editor me. Howard reveals that Chuck likely took his own life after being fired due to the insurance problem. A moment of connecting cause and effect for Jimmy, as he hadn't previously considered this outcome from his actions. Jimmy deals with this by allowing Howard to believe that it was just because he was fired.
Well, Howard, I guess that's your cross to bear.
Gus is keeping a close eye on Hector's condition, as he doesn't want him to die under these circumstances.
Isn't this what he deserves?
I decide what he deserves.
He sends in a specialist doctor to provide Hector with the best chance of getting out of the coma, and the family could not be more pleased to see her.
Les pido que le hablen a Héctor. Hay la probabilidad que en cierto nivel.
Jimmy is hastily jumping back into normality by insisting that he goes out job hunting. His first interview is at a printer shop, interviewed by 2 familiar faces from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. We got creepy Uncle Jack.
You can share the room with me, Charlie. It'll be fun. You know, you and me palling around, getting nuts, doing crazy
I'm not doing any kind of things that you want me to do with you, Uncle Jack.
And the waiter.
We'll take the snapper. This guy too. He's with us.
Well, as I told this gentleman only moments ago, we are out of fish today.
And you can bet your sweet cheeks I'll be making a video on this show. But for now, back to Better Call Saul. So he turns down the job, even though they offered it to him, because he feels they were persuaded too easily by his pitch, which cheapens the reward of being offered the job. He does, however, spot a valuable Hummel on their shelf, which he later values online at just under $9,000. Wonder what he's planning. Representing Jimmy, Kim attends a meeting to discuss Chuck's estate. And no surprise here, but Chuck left Jimmy with the bare minimum. Howard says that he would gladly have Jimmy on the board of a scholarship that Chuck set up to financially support a promising new lawyer. And Kim has a full-blown meltdown at Howard for being so insensitive.
Kim, I don't think that's fair.
Fair? Let's talk about fair. You want him to serve on the board of a scholarship committee? A scholarship that Chuck never in a million years would have given to Jimmy.
I do feel a bit bad for Howard though. He clearly wasn't trying to upset anyone. He's just doing his job. The only thing of sentimental value that Chuck left behind for Jimmy was a letter, but Kim decides to hold on to it for now to allow them to have a chilled out evening, taking his mind off of things with a little bit of intercourse. Kaylee is enjoying the swings down the park, with Pop Pop keeping a close eye on her. Oh no, someone call an ambulance, quick. And you're not gonna believe what happens next. And also this.
All right, baby. Time to get you back to your mama.
5 more minutes?
Oh, honey, come on.
I enjoy being right. Okay, enough with the silly stuff for a moment, as we see bad haircut Billy trying to take the extra pack like Hector demanded. But with Hector out of action, Gus isn't playing these games anymore and takes him out in a very horrible way. As Nacho is forced to watch his friend suffocate to death, Gus reveals that he knows it was Nacho who put Hector into hospital. Not sure how he sussed this one out, but he did.
From now on, you are mine.
Gus orders Tyrus and Victor to stage a shootout to make it look like someone shot bad haircut Billy. But the even more messed up part is Nacho willingly gets shot to make it seem like someone put a hit out on a cartel, which successfully gets Bolsa on high alert, demanding that Fring traffics drugs in a new way while they get to the bottom of this attack. The Silent Twins find Nacho looking like E.T. dying on the side of the road, so they rush him to get emergency treatment from the shady vet, and he manages to save his life in the back of a dirty warehouse.
After I walk out of here, I never want to see you again. This cartel shit is too hard for me.
Jimmy hires a thief to steal the Hummel, and in a funny twist, creepy Uncle Jack is sleeping in the office.
Are you still delivering? Oh. Yeah, just a large cheese. Could you also throw in some dipping sticks? 2 ranch and 1 marinara?
When he leaves the room for a moment, Thief Man rings Jimmy and urges him to come help. His solution is to pick the lock on Jack's car and send him running after it.
Hey! Hey!
Later the next morning, Kim and her new paralegal, Viola, are prepping for the day when Jimmy walks in for breakfast. Kim waits back to check in with him and to hand him the letter, which he flippantly reads there and then, like it's nothing more than the morning newspaper.
New paragraph. We have not always seen eye to eye. I expect that will continue to be so in the future. However, nothing will ever change the fact that we are brothers, flesh and blood.
Kim reacts very strongly hearing Chuck's pleasant words that he wrote for Jimmy many years ago, way before their big fallout. And to many people, myself included, this was a confusing reaction from Kim.
Just give me a minute.
I did some research and found a Reddit post with many theories being exchanged, and the best answer I can see is that Kim was expecting it to be a horrible letter and was building up a certain level of anxiety handing it over, but instead it was praise from a better time in Jimmy's life, and Kim feels awful that things went so wrong between them, and she was a big part of that. Last part to mention is that we get to see Gal again, a fairly meaningless appearance for new people to the Breaking Bad universe, but essentially he's Gus's talented chemist friend who helps him test drug purity levels.
I could do much better.
Gale.
Much higher grade. I could make a kilo or more right here. No one would know.
Jimmy gets a job working as a manager of a mobile phone shop, but business is practically non-existent at this branch, so Jimmy gets bored pretty quickly. To get customers in the door, he goes back to his old tricks by stepping outside of his boundaries to paint the shop windows with an enticing sales pitch that would titillate the interests of any conspiracy nuts and drug dealers. Nacho makes up a story that the guys who jumped him were one of Gus's rival gangs, so the Silent Twins go full Terminator mode and wipe out the entire building by themselves.
¡Ríndanse, güeyes! ¡Es la única forma de que salgan vivos!
The main star of this episode is Mike. At a grief counselling session, he calls out a guy who he believes is making up his tragic story. Mike has just finished listening to his daughter-in-law talking about her finally letting go of Matty, and he's not going to now listen to this guy's BS.
And I'll get the papers from 1997 and I'll run a search on Judy DeVore, beloved wife of Henry DeVore. Tell me I'll find her obituary. You wanted me to talk. I talked.
Gus is angry at Mike for not telling him about Nacho's plot against Hector, but Mike defends his position, saying it wasn't his job to babysit Hector, he was just told not to kill him. Jimmy makes his first sale of the Paranoid As You Go burner phones, and this inspires him to cook the books and take to the streets to sell more phones for a profit. At first all goes well. He smooth talks his way into selling the batch to this biker gang outside of Doghouse, real restaurant by the way. But at the end of the night, he gets mugged by some flannel shirt fucks, who he tried selling to earlier. For some reason, Kim is taking on extra cases as a defense attorney, acting as if she didn't just crash from overworking. Luckily this time, the only damage done is that she annoys Mesa Verde by not being available when they need her.
When we need you, we need you. We're not a client you hang up on.
Gus and Mike are in the recruitment process, looking for a competent architect to build a secret room under the laundrette. The first guy, a cocky French fella, thinks he can do it no problem, and boasts about how he built a secret tunnel before, not realising that he just made this secret tunnel not a secret. So Gus, who is listening nearby, calls in to say he's not the one. Then a quirky German fella named Werner Ziegler has the correct approach of caution and setting realistic expectations. So he's in. Werner Ziegler and his construction buddies are inducted into their home away from home, where Mike has gone to great lengths to ensure they can unwind after their hard day's work. One of the guys, called Kai, an arrogant little twerp, is already acting up.
We have a few things to go over here. That means you too.
So, did as an opportunity to be partners at Schweikart and Coakley, news of which Jimmy finds hard to stomach, as he was looking forward to a future where they worked alongside each other. Jimmy goes to collect his check from Chuck's estate and sees that HHM are suffering from the cost of losing Chuck. Jimmy, instead of walking away, decides to criticise Howard for his lack of optimism, and Howard rightfully barks back at him, as he has no right to be sticking his oar in.
Fuck you, Jimmy. There you go. Use that.
Gus pays a visit to Hector as he gets word that an infection has made his condition critical. He sits there and tells him a story from his childhood, where he captured an animal that was eating his fruit supply, and instead of killing it, he kept it alive as a punishment. The sinister message of this story is bone-chilling, and he's got huge balls for revealing this to Hector, considering that he will eventually wake up from this coma. I would say spoiler, but come on, you already knew this. Jimmy tries to make a deal with the flannel shirt kids, but they try and mug him again, something of which Jimmy was counting on.
You should have taken the deal. You're like the stupidest person I've ever met.
They get hung up like piñatas and scared into leaving Jimmy alone for good.
We're sorry, man, all right? We're sorry.
Yeah, you are. Very much so.
We get a really cool opening montage showing how Kim and Jimmy are slowly drifting apart now that they're both back to working full time. As the title suggests, the song choice here is Something Stupid by Frank and Nancy Sinatra, and I can't play you even a single second of it. But take my word for it, this song works perfectly alongside this great directing and editing. Within this sequence, we see how Kim has taken the job at S&C while still doing the defense attorney stuff, and we see Jimmy is fully invested in his burner phone business, hiring Huell as security. Later on, Kim and Jimmy attend some party at S&C, and Jimmy ends up embarrassing Kim by being a bit over the top with his conversation. That's like pulling the pin on a grenade and being mad at it for exploding. Hector is finally awake, and Gus's doctor is training him to communicate again. Looks like the horny part of his brain is fully functional as he ogles this dump truck backing up to him. Gus reviews the recording of him doing this and decides that his archenemy has been treated enough. While on duty, Huel sees a guy confronting Jimmy and clobbers him round the head, not realising he's a cop. So Huel freaks out and says he's going to go on the run if Jimmy can't get him out of jail time. Jimmy reaches out to Kim as he's unable to defend Huel, and Kim starts gathering stationery for an idea that she has in mind. Jimmy's on a bus to Louisiana, and on the way he recruits passengers to write fake letters supporting Huel using the supplies Kim picked up.
I like your passion, but would you just maybe tone down the anger? Make it that you're sad that you even have to write the letter.
At first I found it kind of weird that Kim would put herself on the line like this. It's not like Huel's case should really mean anything to her. It's a really big risk her being involved in this shady work, with not much reward at the end. But at the end, she says something that changes my perspective. In the meantime, the judge receives all these letters, and he fears that this small case could turn into a massive headache. So the rival lawyer starts investigating the people behind these letters. The people being Jimmy and his film crew, acting with multiple personalities.
The court has received numerous letters from members of your congregation in regards to Mr. Huel Babineau.
What kind of person would you say Mr. Babineau is?
Well, I'd say he's a lovely person, both inside and out.
Nacho is covering Hector's position at the taco restaurant, with Crazy 8 covering Nacho's old role as money collector. There's a grim moment where one of the dealers comes up short, and Nacho rips out his earring as a warning. Then he goes home, and it's cool that we get to see where Nacho lives. As soon as he gets through the door, two skanky meth chicks offer to cook him dinner, before returning to rubbing their gross grubby feet all over his nice leather sofas. I'm sorry, is this episode called Nacho's House in Heaven? The next day, Nacho returns to the taco restaurant and sees a mystery man has overtaken the kitchen. His name is Lalo Salamanca, yet another nephew of Hector's. Nacho kinda dies inside, realising he has yet another Salamanca to deal with, and this one doesn't have any heart problems.
What are you doing here? I'm just here to lend a helping hand, make sure the business is running in order. I got a good head for numbers.
Mike is acting as chaperone to the Germans, with the younger virile ones having a good time at a stripper bar, and Werner goes to a regular boobless bar.
Prost.
Mike gets word that Kai is being a nuisance, so he pays off the bouncer and demands Kai goes back to the base. And of course Kai is being a leery little shit about it.
Go on, try me. Get him out of here.
When Mike returns to Werner, he's drunkenly telling a bunch of strangers about a non-specific construction job he's involved with. Poor Mike was just trying to give these guys some rest and relaxation, and it's turned into a complete nightmare. I thought Germans were famous for being able to handle their booze. He gives Werner a final warning about secrecy and the consequences for compromising the operation.
The man we're working for is very serious. Think about the precautions we take to keep everything that goes on here quiet.
Jimmy tells Kim that he wants this to be the last time they do anything dodgy, but Kim gets all passionate whenever they have to be naughty with the law, so she says no, we're doing this again, bitch. Kim and Jimmy are already on the next scam to get planning permission for an extra Mesa Verde branch or something. I'll be honest, I don't really find the Mesa Verde stuff that interesting, which is why I haven't really talked about it too much. Kim's acting here